Hello everyone, welcome to the Infernal Race. Today, my name is Kano, and I'm going to be joined by Jymnasium. This is the return of the Infernal Race. It has been 4 years, roughly, since we had the last one. But yeah, my name is Kano, and today I'm joined by Jim. Say hi, Jim.
Hey.
How you doing today, man?
Dude, I'm excited for this. It's going to be pretty intense, I think, for the players, considering it's on hardcore. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a hardcore race always brings a lot more intensity when it comes to these types of things. I mean, we know from speedrunning ourselves. Obviously, 4 years ago, we took part in this race, and yeah, it was an experience. Hopefully, there's no kinds of issues for them along the way, but we'll have to obviously see how things go. But yeah, let's switch over real quick to give you guys a bit of an overview and a rundown of what you can expect today. So again, as I mentioned before, this is the return of the Infernal Race. The goal is to be the first team to defeat Baal in hardcore. There are going to be 4 teams in total, each with 4 players, and there's no class duplicates at all. There are very specific rules, which I'll hand it off to Jim shortly, but the mode is going to be hardcore, it's going to be done on ladder, so it's an online race, and it's going to be done on Reign of the Warlock. If a player does die, that player cannot participate again, so they are not able to level up and continue the race in any kind of way. At least 3 players must survive in order to complete this race. If 2 players end up dying throughout this race, the team fails or is disqualified essentially. And obviously the server that they play on is going to be chosen based on their region. I believe in this race we have 3 Korean teams and we have 1 North American team. But we will switch over to the rules now, and I'll pass it on to Jim to explain those for you guys.
Yeah, so we have the rules here, and I mean, it is hardcore, so it's going to be really, really interesting. But all major bosses must be killed: Andariel, Duriel, Mephisto, Diablo, Ancients, and Baal, right? And all the way through Hell. All team members must include hardcore expansion ladder characters. Sometimes, or typically, in speedruns online, we don't actually use the ladder because ladder makes it a little bit more difficult. Number 3 rule is no duplicate classes within a team. So, and a team must consist of 4. No duplicate, and a team must consist of 4 different classes, and must include the Warlock. So we're gonna have a Warlock and most likely a Sorc, and then 2 others. We can get into that. No interaction with players outside of the team is allowed. So nobody, like you guys from the community, cannot come in and help them, or they can't have their friends come in and help them. It's just the 4 teammates. And you can't like give them stuff or drop stuff off for them or rush them, right? You cannot use any prepared or external resources. So you can't be grabbing stuff from your shared stash. You can't be grabbing stuff off of other characters. You can't be using like macros or anything. You need to be playing the game yourself as well. All team members must play within the same lobby. Solo play in separate lobbies is not allowed. So you can't be separating and doing multiple Countess runs. But you can, however, like leave the game to player 1 spawn bosses and ancients and whatnot. Unauthorized leaving during the event is not allowed except in unavoidable circumstances. So if you're trapped and you need to save and exit because you're going to die, and rejoin the game. So
just quickly as well, just quickly to clarify on that one, Jim, I do believe that they are not allowed to player 1 spawn bosses or anything. Like, I think it actually has to be all 4 players in the same game. So just a quick correction there on that one, but that's my understanding of the rules. It may be subject to change as we go. Obviously, this is one of those things where it's a bit tentative, of course, but yeah, overall, that's what you can expect out of this race. These are the rules, and we're gonna switch over briefly to kind of give you some ideas of what to expect in terms of like classes and strategies and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense if they have to spawn everything on P8 or P4. Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, like that's the one thing that makes this race a lot harder when it comes to this this format in general. Like, as much as it's like you'd think, oh yeah, 4-player race, it's not so bad. There's a good mix of variety in terms of what classes you can expect and that kind of thing. The other big problem just comes from some of the rules that players are going to be forced upon, which is not, it's not something you really expect in the regular speedruns. Like, in regular speedruns, we often make the bosses a little bit easier by having all the players leave the lobby and then spawning it in what's known as P1. And when it comes to P1, that basically just makes the boss like the easiest version possible. Whereas when you have to spawn it at players 4, essentially that boss is just a little bit tankier, does a tiny little bit more damage, I believe, and then, overall it's just a harder experience. But yeah, in hardcore, that's going to be very tough.
Yeah, because, I mean, we're used to not taking as much damage. That damage is technically 6.25% per player that's in the game. And so with 4 players, you're going to have like 18, almost 19, 20% more damage. And that can... that really hurts, especially when you're used to, taking a normal a player's 1 count of damage from like ancients or from any boss. So they're gonna have to be on their toes for that one. I think for safety, they may end up running either one of, or even 2 of, Paladin, Barb, or Druid for either resistances from like the Paladin from Salvation and the early Resistance auras, Barbarian with Battle Orders, obviously, and Druid with Oak Sage and Summon support. I'm not sure. I guess maybe you could even say the Assassin has some support skills with Mind Blast and Cloak of Shadows, but I think those will be pretty useful in this case.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems like... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, what do you expect in terms of damage, though?
It's really hard to say, because at the end of the day, like, we have a bunch of different runners across the board, so we may see some different variety of team comps, and there are some good options here. Like, at the end of the day, I believe the rules state that there must be 1 Warlock at least, so that's a given. But then what are the other 3 classes going to be throughout this? And they have to be unique across the board. You're not going to be able to run 2 of the same class. So, are we going to see things like a Warlock, a Druid for summons, and Oak Sage? Are we going to see a Sorceress for teleporting? It could be risky, especially if you lose that character early. That puts you back so far. We may see something a little bit safer along the lines of Paladins charging, maybe people going for teleportation staves and whatnot. I think it's probably safe to assume that the Barbarian might be a fan favorite here as part of these runs, given the fact that you have battle orders, a lot of crowd control, a lot of stun options, and things like that. It's more, what are we going to expect out of the other ones? Because this hardcore format does really change up the types of strategies that you can expect throughout these races. A lot of different options. Like, anyone can kind of pick anything, obviously with the exception of Warlock being a must-have. But yeah, I mean, what do you expect in terms of the comps that we might see? Like, what kind of things do you think we'll see either the Korean teams or the NA team in particular pull out here?
Yeah, I mean, it is a speed run, so I do expect the Sork to come out. So you're going to have massive damage between the Warlock and Sork. I do like the idea of the Barbarian and battle orders. That way your Sork is safer on teleporting. Otherwise, if she's teleporting without battle orders, then she's very subject to getting just destroyed by any unfortunate like boss group that she teleports into.
Yeah, a lot of one-shot damage there for sure.
Yeah, and I think the 4th character most likely will be I wanted to say Paladin for, like, he's got that extra like damage with like Conviction Aura bringing to the team, and Salvation for resistances and whatnot. But I don't know, like, the early game really suffers without the Druids, like Poison Creeper that kind of carries the team. So I'm kind of torn between Paladin and Druid for the 4th member. For I think most of the teams, I think we might see an oddball of like an assassin in there.
Yeah,
but that would be kind of a weird one, I feel like.
It's definitely very safe to assume that I think, we're probably going to see a Barbarian, a Warlock, and a Sorceress as the 3 main ones. There may be the odd chance that we might see a team not run a Sorceress just for the, sake of making sure that they finish and there's no disqualifications and that kind of stuff. You could potentially rely on Paladin charging around. It might get a little bit risky, but yeah, that last class is definitely a very big question, because as you said before, you've got the Paladin, which offers a lot of salvation aura and also just damage in general from conviction, which helps buff the Sorceress damage inherently, and also the Warlock if you're running a Fire Warlock in particular. And then not only that, but you also have the Druid, which can offer Oak Sage, which is again another big health boost. And then on top of that, there's also the Summons, which can upfront tank, plus you've got Shockwave, just stunning things. It is going to lack a little bit of damage, but it's going to bring in a little bit more survivability, and that could be the difference maker in a race like this. At the end of the day, the rules are simple. You must survive. Obviously, you can have 1 player die, but if you have 2 players die, you're disqualified. So is it a case of, do you want to go fast and make it to the end, or do you want to play it safe and guarantee that you make it to the end kind of thing? And I guess, like you said as well, Assassin does have some good options here in terms of crowd control. I think it's very, very unlikely that we will see an Amazon, but there is a chance. You never know. I mean, there could be some room for something like Slow Missile, or in general just pumping out a lot of damage with Lightning Fury. It could definitely be something very viable. But I think in general, like we've said, it's likely that we're going to see mostly a Barbarian, a Sorceress, a Warlock, and then the last 2 or 3 maybe is going to be close between Druid, Paladin, or Assassin.
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking, we haven't mentioned the Necromancer at all, and
yeah, true.
He just doesn't have any love in this game.
I mean, it's a hardcore race as well, though, so...
Yeah. And it is a race, so we're not going to see the Necromancer. He's just too slow in the early game, and in the late game, a Paladin or a Sword, or, any other damage dealers are just going to do more damage than him. So he's going to probably sit this one out.
Yeah, but not to mention as well, also, he just has a very, very low HP pool. So in general, like his survivability is probably one of the worst in this game, if not, like,
that's a good point.
As much as he's got the curses and potentially some summons if you want to go down that path, he's got some usage for sure, but it's just, I think he doesn't bring enough damage or utility compared to some of the other classes. I think the other classes have like good enough utility and really good damage to help support the teams, whereas Necromancer unfortunately does lack a little bit in terms of the damage, at least in the early game. Obviously, the further that you get into the game, the better it gets. And not to mention, with this being a players 4 race pretty much throughout the entire thing, and maybe some special circumstances we might see it drop a little bit and whatnot, but it's like Corpse Explosion is not very useful, because as we know, Corpse Explosion is one of those things where it really only scales well if you're on players 1 to maybe players 3 max, and if you're doing a P4 race, it's already going to suffer so much there. So
yeah, it's working off of player 1 health on the Corpse Explosion there. Like,
yeah,
you're doubling the health at players 3, and we're going even higher than that with players 4. So
exactly,
it's and it's also very, very mana costly for the early game, and the radius of it without leveling it up is just not there like it is when you play in the late game, when you start doing Hell Cows and whatnot with the Corpse Explosion Necro.
Yeah.
I would be really curious to see how a team with the Assassin plays, because the Assassin, she brings quite a bit of damage early, kind of like the Druid, but she also brings a lot of mobility for getting through the early game really quickly. And so if you can get a lot of objectives done with the Assassin like really quick, that might be better than running like a Druid or a Paladin, because the Paladin doesn't get charged until level 12 for that mobility. So she's kind of like in between those 2 classes.
Yeah, Assassin
for that early
definitely offers
push.
A lot early game for sure. As you said, definitely offers a lot early game. The burst of speed can make a big difference, and again, like if you don't want to be focused too much on charging, she's one of the ones that can also play it kind of safe, since charge can definitely get you killed in certain circumstances. We all know how badly it is when you just charge into a pack of monsters, you get completely surrounded, and what can you do, Like, Assassin, on the other hand, obviously has more of like a chance to react. However, it is going to be slower, of course, due to the fact that you're just running faster, not charging around with like an actual mobility skill. But yeah, just it's going to be very interesting to see what that fourth class is for a lot of these teams. And again, you know, obviously these teams have been practicing a little bit. I think we were seeing some practice from the Korean teams earlier. We've got a vast, you know, majority of people with good speedrun experience across the board, and things have changed a lot since the last Infernal Race, that's for sure. Like, I think when we had the last Infernal Race during the initial launch, or the early day launch of Diablo 2 Resurrected, it was a big difference between like the skill disparity between the teams, whereas I think a lot of the Korean teams in particular have caught up so much. Like, it's actually going to be very, very close between some of them, and I'm really excited to see the improvement overall, because, you know, we've got people like Novice Cho, who's obviously, you know, currently holding the Hell Sorceress world record right now, which is no short feat. You know, that is a record and a half. Like, I've been chasing that for some time, and, you know, still can't beat it. So, but I mean, overall, it's just really nice. And on top of that, we've also got some returning players such as Dongshin as well, which, you know, he was one of the people that was speedrunning in the early days and is very, very well known for some of his insanely fast clicking. So,
yeah. Their what's it called, mechanics is just insane to watch. It was insane watching that early on. Like, their mechanics were there, but they just didn't have, like, you know, game knowledge, map knowledge. And so now that they've gained a lot of that, I think they are going to be one heck of an opponent for the Americans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 4 years is a lot of time to get some practice in, that's for sure. So, you know, I mean, I've had 4 years to practice to get to where I'm at, so that's, you know, when it comes to them, it's going to be a similar deal. Like, they're pretty much on a level playing field now. And I'm really excited for this race overall. Again, hardcore does make this very, very interesting, because, you know, some people might be too adjusted to softcore strategies and things like that, and, you know, some muscle memory habits might kick in from time to time. I'm mostly just curious to see if there's going to be any early game Sorc pickoffs or anything like that, because that's probably the most dangerous part of this entire race. Given the fact that it's hardcore, you just have to worry so much about whether or not that Sorceress is going to survive teleporting through all the different things that you've got to experience. Like, I think in some cases we're probably actually going to see a lot of the teams opt for a bit more of a safer strat and actually try and get the Sorceress much more leveled up with them as they go. I think, if anything, I'm pretty sure that's part of the rules, that they kind of have to be present for a lot of these boss fights and stuff, so naturally speaking we'll probably see that happen anyway. But in general, I think we mainly just need to see Sorceresses making it out alive, because that's gonna be the big difference maker. If a Sorceress drops early, then it's pretty much GG for some teams in some cases. And not only that,
especially if you're spawning bosses on players 4, like,
yeah,
you don't static there.
Yeah, definitely. And not to mention as well, there's also the infamous Ruckin issue at the beginning. If we see a team disqualified at Ruckin issue, I will have no words, but, you know, the salute. The salute. Imagine if we saw all the teams just wipe at Rocker. I mean, surely we would restart the race. Come on, guys, surely. But
surely. Speaking of wiping, do you think any team will risk not running a Barb?
It is possible, but I think it's heavily unlikely. I think the amount of safety that a Barbarian brings in terms of battle orders, crowd control, like between being able to taunt things, go in first, and obviously just stun things with Warcry. You've got so many options. A good Barbarian is going to make sure that you guys actually have a chance at staying upright. Whereas in some cases, you know, if you don't have that Barbarian around, people are just going into these hot TPs and dropping like flies. So,
yeah, I mean, the argument would be that, like, Druid's Oakshade is there for the boss fights, and he has the summons, right? So you're running Paladin with resistances, Druid with the summons, and so you get this massive front line, and you have the life from the Oaksage. But yeah, you don't have like a permanent, or like a, not a permanent, but like a timed buff for like when you're not in range of that. So without the battle orders, I think it would be extremely, extremely risky, but it would be a faster strat to not run the Barb. Because the Barb early game is really rough.
I think another thing as well about this race is that having it that you have to have 4 unique classes makes it very... like, we could see some class duplicates here. Like, obviously, a Paladin kind of needs that little bit of boost from the other Paladin, typically in like the 8-man runs or even like the 5-man runs and stuff that we've seen. Usually, like, they run duplicate auras to keep people up. So you'd probably have Salvation Aura, and then you'd have Concentration Aura, and they're both hammering. But when it comes to this race, obviously you can only have one paladin, so he's kind of having to do it all. He's kind of having to manage all those tasks, which might actually make him a little bit weaker overall in comparison to taking something like maybe a druid or an assassin, and some of these other classes as well, like the ones that we're not factoring in as a guaranteed. They are very, very good in the early game. They're the ones that can definitely help you get from that level 1 to 12, probably help you get through things like Flare Jungle. Like, I mean, obviously we know Druid can be incredibly strong when it comes to clearing Flare Jungle through, you know, normal, through Nightmare even, especially if you run the Fisher build. And that could be one of the strategies that we see. We could see them more likely taking the walking through Flare Jungle, getting your levels up, that kind of thing. And not to mention as well, being a P4 race, like, we're going to see slower leveling across the board. Everyone has to stay in the same lobby. They can technically split up and get their own experience, but that could also be more risky. So, a lot of different strategies here for sure. I think once they get to the point where they have battle orders open at level 24 from the Barbarian, that's when we can probably expect to see a little bit more splitting off and kind of, you know, trying to get your own experience, and not to mention as well, that's also when the experience penalty also dies off as well, because I think, once you hit level 25, that's kind of when it's free reign to get as much experience as you like wherever you like. So
yeah, you get the levels 24 and 25 typically in cows in these types of runs, and so you'll have battle orders while you're doing cows, and then when you get in, you'll switch on over to Nightmare at like 25, 26, and you'll get your battle orders, and yeah, you might see some splitting off of XP. I imagine if the Sork feels confident enough, she might just be like dropping a boss group for the team and then killing a boss group, like the next boss group by herself, and then dropping a, like, kind of alternating boss groups where she's like killing one and dropping the team off for another one and trying to keep up with an XP that way. She might have to like skip another, like a boss group or two herself just to keep progression going. And when she does drop off a TP for the team to come get XP, she also needs to be picking up or reapplying battle orders, because early level battle orders does not last nearly long enough to get through an entire act.
Yeah, the duration is definitely a huge concern, and that's one thing that we could actually see happen early on into these runs too as well. We could see potentially some people, you know, not expecting the buff drop off so early, or maybe slowing down in order to make sure that the buff stays up. And again, like I said, there could be so many different things that we see from this. Like, there might be some very, very safe teleports. Like, rather than seeing sorceresses just put their cursor at the corner of the screen, we might actually see them like teleport only if they know that they are safe. So we kind of have to wait and see kind of if teams are going to play a little bit more risky and use that to their advantage, or if they might go for the safe strat just to make sure that they actually make it through to the finish line. Because again, you know, if you lose that sorceress early, that is such a heavy hit to this race. As much as you could kind of rely on potentially the other teams losing a sorceress or two, or not two sorceresses, sorry, but losing a sorceress, you don't want to be the one to lose your sorceress early. Like, it's just going to be all over from that point. If you lose your sorceress early, you're pretty much just going to have to hope that the other team drops 2 players at some point and, you know, obviously gets disqualified in some kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, static brings, at least if you're talking about losing her in Act 1 or Act 2 normal, even just anywhere in normal, you can static bosses all the way down to 1 HP basically. Yeah, that would be that would be a major blow to your time, and set you way behind any of the other teams that are managing to keep their sources upright. I wonder if the strategy will be to level like a little bit extra in like tombs, or if they'll go like straight into Act 3 and try to get levels there in normal. Because usually in the 8-mans, what we'll end up doing is we'll send the sorceress ahead while having the team level up in the Taurasha tombs. But in the smaller co-op runs, especially in a hardcore run, I don't know if you want to be risking that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's going to be different leveling strategies, and on top of that, like, we do have players across the board, some with obviously more speedrun experience than others and whatnot. So we may see some teams kind of play it a little bit safer and stick to what they know, and we might see some teams also go for stereotypical speedrun strategies and whatnot. But yeah, again, like, there are so many different options, and the fact that this is hardcore just throws such a spanner in the works when it comes to this race overall. Like, it's going to be very, very sad to see a sorceress drop early. It's going to be sad to see any character drop early, because again, like, if we see a barb fall early, which would be pretty rare given the fact that they do have, 4 life per vitality point, which is a big boost. It's the biggest boost in the entire game. If we see a barb drop early, that's also very detrimental, because, they're usually the ones that go in as the front runners. Like, they have to pretty much just go in and hope that they stay upright pretty much. Like, they're the ones that are always going to be trying to get the eye or get the brain in some of those risky scenarios. And you might see someone go for something very risky, die in the process, and then all of a sudden you've lost all of your HP, which, the sorceress trying to teleport through like Worldstone Keep in hell when there's souls around with like 400 or 500 HP, that's not a good look. That's not going to be a good look at all.
Well, also you got to remember, it's not only just the 400, 500 HP, but also you're not getting max resistances. Like, these are speedruns, so you're not able to get like the Viper Magi and all of this best in slot gear, or at least what would you call it, like new game plus gear to set up your character. So I mean, that brings up another, I guess, interesting point is the RNG of the rune drops.
Oh,
that
true.
we're gonna see. If a team gets an early Tal F, they may move on very quickly, whereas another team that doesn't get that might send a character back to the previous act and try to get that for the sorceress. Because without stealth, trying to traverse Act 3 online is a bit of a challenge in and of itself. I've been a part of and seen my fair share of online sorks trying to do their best to make their way through the Act 3 jungles.
It's never a good time. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Like, again, like we've said, this hardcore aspect is just going to make it so difficult, and it's going to make teams kind of like dial it back in certain places. Like, there's going to be a lot of times where you'll see the souls pop up in Nightmare Worldstone Keep, Hell Worldstone Keep, Great Marsh in Nightmare and Hell, for example, can actually get pretty scary without those resistances. We might even see some teams kind of walk together with a paladin that has salvation on. We might potentially just see, maybe a barb leap through it or something like that in hopes that he can kind of get the job done while the sorceress goes back in levels. So, yeah, that's
a good point.
But like
the barb,
I was just going to say
those zones, yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say real quickly, just like you were saying before as well, though, like, gear is going to be a huge deal. Like, we're going to see a lot of teams probably take time to also shop extra gear, make sure that they get their lightning resistant check, make sure that they get their fire resistant check for places like Chaos Sanctuary. And, if you don't have those resistances in check, like, it's going to be pretty rough for you. I think, not to mention as well, as you said, rune words are going to be a huge deal. Like, some teams are going to potentially luck out and get their stealth on first try. Some teams might not see their stealth until Nightmare or Hell, which is the worst case scenario, but in some cases you just have to go with what you're given. And again, another big rune word, obviously, which can be pretty rare in some of these runs, as we've seen through a lot of the 8-mans in the past and stuff like that, Spirit. Spirit obviously is a very, very big deal when it comes to keeping a sorceress alive and teleporting. You've got that big faster hit recovery, you've got the higher faster cast rate, which means that you're less likely to be stunned or locked into hit recovery as it is, just because you can pretty much teleport past monsters without being hit at all. And Spirit is one of those ones where we don't see it we see it somewhat often. I want to say you probably see it in like maybe 50% of runs?
Yeah, it's maybe like a 50-50 whether you get it in an 8-man run, and in these runs you're gonna see a lot less of them because there's less players.
Exactly, the players count makes a big difference. Like the fact that we are pretty much cutting the players in half, and that's another thing that also factors in when it comes to these runs. It's like on players 8 you get more drops overall, and when you're on players 4 you get less drops, so a lot of the runes don't drop as often. That's going to be a huge deal for the teams that do get things like Stealth and Spirit, and the teams that don't.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll try doing like Nightmare Countess to like try to really push for getting a Spirit.
That definitely could be a good strategy for sure.
Just to slow down, but also there's levels to gain out of Tower, as well as the runes from Countess. So the Sork would have a much safer time if they do happen to want to push for the Spirit rune word there. that would mean that out of the normal cows, they would be saving or holding on to the crystal sword or broadsword base for making that spirit.
Yep.
And I guess like these players are probably not used to, but might need to get used to checking shared loot on death, because if that sword goes down and you lose the
Oh,
spirit and the
true.
stealth, you
Yeah.
might want someone to be able to pick that up. So
That's definitely another thing that we do forget about when it comes to hardcore in general. I mean, if you don't play much hardcore at all, there is an option to turn on shared loot between players when one does happen to fall, which is definitely going to be pretty important in these runs. If in the rare event that we see someone, I mean, I hope it's rare, obviously. You know, it's a hardcore race. Anything can happen. You can just encounter conviction souls. You can encounter fanaticism, doom knights. All these things can potentially one-shot your sorceress or one-shot a player at the end of the day. Like, you know, going through a TP that might be a bit risky, but you kind of just say, why not? Let's just go. But yeah, in general, that's going to be another big factor for sure.
yeah, I think if the sorceress is doing that progression part and trying to lay down TPs, it'll be really important for her to position those town portals for her team to not get like surrounded immediately, like hardcore players have done in the past to try to TP PK. We set it up almost like that, but a little bit safer. But we want to have a good bit of XP to be gaining right next to the TP, so it's a fine balance there to really position your TP versus the boss group, and also what boss groups you want to target as well, because certain boss groups are just much more deadlier than others and will easily just wipe out even your barbarian that goes in first to try to like tank them. So hopefully we don't see any of those, but we might.
Yeah.
And there'll be a lot of pressure on the Sorc player for sure, whoever that is for each team, to really keep their team upright.
I think the one thing that I'm probably most concerned about in these runs is definitely going to be the Hell Ancients experience for a lot of these players. Like, you know, I think doing Hell Ancients on players 1 can be super scary, let alone doing it on players 4 with 4 players rather than having 8 players in it, for example. It's such a scary fight that a lot of people definitely underestimate. You're going to see these teams definitely opting to reset the Ancients a lot. Like, we're going to see them, you know, make sure that there's no fanaticism, make sure there's no might, no curse, you know, ideally no lightning enchanted, so that way you can at least maybe potentially get the sorceress to have a few static procs in there. But, and it's like, when you think about it as well, there's the option of like, do we run the paladin? You might also see, actually just quickly as well, there is the glitch, the Ancients glitch. So this might be where we actually see that being brought out in online. However, the Ancients glitch definitely has some weird, wacky problems when you do it online. I don't know if you've ever been familiar with it, Jim, but there is currently a bug at the moment, which exists where when Korlik leaps and you create a town portal while he's mid-leap, you create this impassable little wall, essentially the size of a town portal. And what we do is there's a specific corner in the Ancients area that we block off in order to make it so that they sort of just stand there and look at you as long as you kite them around. When this happens, you can kind of cheese them with a sorceress, for example, like, you know, throwing Blizzard on them from a distance, or like, you know, using an Amazon to throw Lightning Fury at them, or anything like that. Classes like Paladin...
They're going to be using a Warlock.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be using a Warlock as well, so they'll potentially have, you know, things like Miasma Chains, Abyss, or maybe even the Fire route where they go Flame Wave and Apocalypse and things. But the other thing that's interesting is that some of these people, some of the teams that might opt for things like Paladin, they're not going to get any value out of that, because the Paladin's just going to be standing there watching. Paladin can't walk up and use hammers, which is going to probably be the likely build we'll see on a Paladin. So that'll be one interesting aspect of, you know, whether or not they go for these other classes. Like if we do see a Paladin as the 4th class in some of these runs, he's essentially just going to be standing there as a bystander during the Ancients fight, if they do opt for that glitch. And again, when it comes to online, sometimes that glitch can be a little bit finicky. Like, sometimes the Ancients just stand still and don't do anything. Sometimes they find ways to get through it or get around it and stuff. Obviously there's also desync and things, so yeah,
I mean, if they don't do that strategy, I think we're going to see a lot of characters running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Yep, definitely.
And like, one of the things I'm thinking about, like, when it comes to that fight, is you're not spawning on players 1, you're spawning on players 4, and so they're just gonna be that much tankier. You're going to have to stay alive, and you're going to need to somehow position yourselves to where you're able to avoid like massive desync on the ancients, because like sometimes they'll start walking in place on your screen, but on server side the desync that's happening is they're actually just walking up to you, and and out of nowhere they'll just like tactical whirlwind and it'll just insta kill you. And that's happened quite a few times on online gameplay, and something that you really got to watch out for when it comes to if they don't do this, if they don't know about this ancients glitch, I guess we'll call it, or exploit.
Yeah.
And when setting up this exploit, when it comes to online, they need to know how it actually works for multiplayer, because in multiplayer situations, if there's multiple people in the Araat Summit, the ancients targeting is not that easy to manipulate.
Yeah, they kind of they kind of like scatter and like choose whoever they want to realistically.
Yeah, they don't have like a set person that they go after, and so
I want to say
it really comes down to having one person do it correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say one thing as well. It's like, despite this glitch or exploit existing, there is still potential for people to die while trying to pull them. Like, you know, you might have your sorceress and everyone else standing. Like, you might have everyone else standing at one side of the screen, and then you have your sorceress who's like trying to pull them into place. Your sorceress just could get, you know, completely clapped by like extra fast Talic or something like that in a very rare scenario. Another thing as well with the glitch or the exploit, you got to be very careful when picking your mods, because if you pick teleportation, when they get to a low enough HP value, they start to teleport around. So that's one thing where they actually have like the advantage and they become smart. Essentially, they start to like teleport once they hit, I think, around like 25%, or maybe it's just any random value. But to my knowledge, yeah, in general, teleportation can also be a very risky mod when it comes to this glitch. So it's going to be a really important thing to look out for. But overall, yeah,
that's a great point.
I'm very excited to like get into this very shortly. Again, guys, as well, we will be starting in about 17 minutes from now. We're just sort of waiting for the teams to gather together and get everything rolling. I do know that obviously, like, we've been talking strats for a little while, but it won't be too long now. Don't worry, it's not going to be too long, and we'll be getting right into it. Again, just as a bit of a heads up or a disclaimer, there may be some potential technical issues along the way. You might see some scuffedness, I guess, as one could say, but hopefully with some luck, things will go fairly smoothly today. We just have to obviously wait and see. But in general, I'm really looking forward to this. Like, again, the whole hardcore aspect of it makes it awesome. And it's just exciting to see that this race is returning after, you know, what, 4 years or so? You know, you and I both competed in this last time against each other. And, you know, in that moment, there was some technical issues, obviously, as you know. There's definitely a bit of, like, ill feelings about it between some of the players and stuff like that. And, you know, we've also got some returning players who participated in it last time. Like, McCalber's actually making a bit of a retirement comeback, essentially. You know, someone we haven't seen speedrun in quite some time. But, yeah, in general, we have to hope that there's no kinds of, like, tech issues this time around. And obviously, not to mention, like, disconnecting in hardcore and then finding out that your character is dead is going to be the worst outcome possible. Like, there's no rollbacks, unfortunately, and on top of that, if there's any kinds of problems like that, we just have to hope that, you know, things are smooth and things are stable. But I mean, so far from what we've seen with this launch and everything, it's actually been quite smooth overall. I mean, obviously there's been some people having a few issues from time to time, but in general, like, I am actually quite impressed with how well this launch went in terms of, like, you know, servers not crashing or anything like that. Like, things have been pretty chill. And I think right now we're also getting to a stage, you know, within Ladder's just launched and we're sort of calming down and we're getting into that little, like, calm down period where, you know, people are just enjoying the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, flashbacks, man, to 4 years ago.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, that was really, really fun, but the tech issues, the connection issues were, I think, a lot a lot more to do with like, you know, Blizzard side of like just having things connected, right? There's a lot of players on back then.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
now like
it was the big launch of the game essentially. Like it was the
yeah,
big launch of the game. Like this was like a first time for everyone and everything. And obviously it wasn't everyone that experienced it. It was essentially, I think it was just like a small portion of like the EU servers at the time. So
correct. And I was gonna say the Warlock launch here has been smooth for me. I haven't had any issues. I've heard
yes,
there
same
have
here.
been issues, but like I haven't. That's been way quieter than like previous launches for this. So that's exciting, and hopefully stays that way for the hardcore race today.
Yep. But yeah, no, it's definitely exciting as well. It's like a great opportunity to just be here and be able to cast this with you, of course. Like, you know, as two participants of the previous Infernal Race, who knows? We may end up participating in a future one if there ever is one. But it's also exciting to be, you know, casting this with you. Obviously, last time we're filling in for BT and Macro Boy, who did an amazing cast when the Infernal Race was happening last time around. I mean, we're obviously not quite as well dressed as they were this time around. We're just a little bit more casual. I mean, I think essentially, like, people these days also appreciate casual in some kinds of ways. I mean, as much as we are talking about a speedrun event where, you know, casual's not really the thing, but
Yeah, I mean, it's big shoes to fill from BT and Mac. I don't know if you've watched it or not, but like,
yeah, they did
amazing.
they did a great cast. It was amazing overall, and not to mention as well, like, you know, just the overall dress code. Like we're just out here wearing our plain black t-shirts, and they were just like, you know, full on in like, you know, suits and ties almost. But yeah,
you got us, the blue collar workers, and then the white collar workers.
Yep, essentially.
But it was yeah, it was a good time back then, and I think the times back then are actually, well, it was a group of 8 instead of 4, but the times back then were a lot slower than what they are now. The times have gotten a lot faster. People have gotten a lot like better at like either map reading or just like general gameplay, and so I think we're gonna see some pretty fast runs tonight, or this morning, depending on where you are, I guess, in the world.
Yeah.
And I think that speed also makes or tends to lend towards more deaths, especially when it comes to speed running. So the hardcore making that little speed bump there for for the racers is going to be just, I mean, it's just so much more interesting.
Yeah. Essentially the choice between going fast and going slow fast, like I don't want to say slow fast obviously, but you know, like you do have to essentially like put the brakes on a little bit to kind of make sure that you survive, because at the end of the day, like, the entire win condition for this race is to make sure that at least 3 of your players survive. You could drop 1, but dropping 1 is just going to be so bad, especially if it happens early. Like, I'm really hoping that we don't see any kind of normal deaths, especially to things like Ruckin issue. Like, he is going to be a big offender for sure. Things like Act 4 Nightmare. Not Act 4 Nightmare, Act 4 normal difficulty. You know, sometimes you can just get melted by those Venom Lords, for example. There's so many things that can essentially just potentially like one-shot someone in this game that definitely you need to be on your like best performing abilities when it comes to runs like this. And as we've said, obviously it's just, you know, the hardcore versus softcore difference makes it like teams are just gonna have to essentially slow down a lot, and we're gonna be very curious to see like when that kind of stuff actually happens. Like, there might be times where we might see them just opting for regular speedrun strats and going as fast as they can through places that might be more risky, just to try and get that edge and like actually, you know, take a bit of a lead essentially. But overall, yeah, it's gonna be one crazy race ahead of us.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like specifically, if they get an early Rao rune, are they going to save that for a leaf staff for the Warlock, or are they going to try to invest that into like fire resistance for like the Sork, like you said, in the Venom Lords and CS and stuff?
Yeah.
What route teams tend to like go for? Are they going for more damage? Or are they going for more safety? And like, I guess what their thoughts are going to be on doing those kind of things. I think we got just 10 minutes here till we get started, and
Yeah, about 10 minutes. I think we could probably quickly just show the teams on screen for a second here. But yeah, so today in this race, we're actually going to be having 3 Korean teams performing and 1 North American team. As you can see on the side here, we've got Super Bear, which has Novice Cho, Dongshin, Supernova, and Water Bear. I would say, based on my knowledge of their speedrunning experience, they are probably going to be one of the favorites for sure, but I definitely know that the other teams are quite strong in terms of what they have to offer. We have, I believe, I think Pig King was seen in the last event, and some of these other players as well, such as Dan. But yeah, we've got the Jode Dan, which is going to be Pig King, Broken Happy, Dan TV, and The Q. We've also got Running Crew here, which is Mana, Po Easy, Hakuku, and Chubongi. I haven't really seen too much of these guys, but I'm actually familiar with Hakuku here, and he in particular has reached out to me before in terms of like covering some speedrun stuff, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see, because obviously as someone who's heavily invested in covering speedruns, I think you know, there's definitely some knowledge there that he can share to the other players. And then of course we have probably our favorites. I mean, we don't want to sound too biased here, but we've got the 3 Dads and a Goat Man, which is the North American team featuring Lucky and Goat, Mr. Hollywood, and Macabre. And obviously we know that we have Macabre kind of coming out of retirement, essentially, to come join us for this race. And many of these players did perform in the last race. I think Goat is probably the only exception. He might be the new one, and maybe Woot as well. I don't know if they performed last time in the Infernal Race, but...
I think he did. It's been so long that, like...
Yeah.
it's hard to remember everybody that was in, because, like, there was 2 teams, yours and ours, and we had to divvy up players as well, and it was kind of there was a lot of like a lot of names that were being thrown around back then. I think Woot was included in those though, and he typically enjoys playing the Druid, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that team running Druid.
Yeah, opting for that 4th player Druid there for sure. When it comes to the other teams, actually, I'm not entirely sure. I believe there was some practice going on from Novice's team that we might have seen, but again, I'm not entirely sure what they were running. But again, we discussed a lot about what kind of potential comps and setups we may see. But I think in general, it's probably safe to assume that we're going to have Warlock, Sorceress, Barbarian, and then, you know, it's going to be a toss-up between, are you going to take a Paladin, are you going to take a Druid, are you going to take an Assassin? I think Necromancer and Zon might not see too much love here, but if they do, that'll be exciting, for sure. I mean, that's kind of like where we're at with all of this. But
yeah, I think the oddball pick would be an Assassin. I really doubt we'll see the Necker or Zon.
Yeah.
And if we see an Assassin, that would be pretty hype, I think, because I think the other 5 characters on the right side of the campfire are just pretty much the dominant options, in my opinion, for this run. I think the Assassin does have her place, but it's not in the 4-man.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be very interesting. Like, I mean, we're going to be getting into it very, very shortly. Like I said, hopefully there's no issues on our side or anything like that. But I'm really, really excited for this race, man. Like, it's been so many years since we've had an Infernal Race, and honestly, I wish we kind of hosted these things a little bit more within the community. I think, obviously, if we see more potential updates throughout D2R, then, you know, there's always room to host more of these kinds of things. But yeah, essentially, the goal for today is going to be teams of 4 teams of 4 that are going to be trying to beat Hellbale as quickly as possible. And there's a bit of a catch, obviously, with the fact that 4 players have to be present for every single boss. You know, Andario is being spawned on P4, Baal, Duriel, Mephisto. Mephisto is probably going to be the scariest one in normal, to be honest, because that guy, man, I've seen so many instances of that guy just like randomly one-shotting people with lightning. Like, if he crits and top ends on lightning, it's going to be a rough time. And not only that, but like the Sorceress is going to be the one that kind of has to almost like be in the front line for that, to make sure that you get the statics off, right? And yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of people probably having like the Barbarian just sort of step in front and block, or maybe we might see the Druid take early game summons. So
yeah, I think, oh man, I was like, when you mentioned that, I just had a flashback to like a Sorceress where I had like around 150 life, and just one of his spells insted me from like 150 HP. I was like, how? Like,
yeah. Oh, and not to mention all the things that we've seen around charge bolts and things like that with the Warlock recently. That is a very scary thing. Like, I had an instance, I don't know if you've seen it recently, but there's a clip of mine that I casted a flame wave against a skeleton that was lightning enchanted, and the bolts just went like crazy. They were just like super fast and rapid, and I don't know if it was more of a visual thing. I think it's potentially a visual thing. I'm hoping it's a visual thing, at least for the sake of the players today, of course. But yeah, when it comes to that,
man, we've seen like in Teo's like well, if people have seen the Teo Hardcore Holy Grail rip on his Mosaic Assassin, it procs a lot of charged bolts.
Yep.
And he insta ripped with like good res too.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's a visual glitch per se, and hopefully none of that happens. The charge bolt glitch, like I don't know. That damage is just nuts to watch sometimes. So
yeah, absolutely.
I hope we don't see any of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things, as we've mentioned. There's plenty of things that can just pick players off one by one, and especially when things are spawned in P4. Like, I think it's the bosses that are going to be the biggest concern when it comes to the players 4 spawn aspect. I think most of the time we're kind of familiar with what to expect from other things. Like, players 4 is kind of chill because you get to actually deal a lot more damage to things. So in general, I think the farming experiences won't be too bad, but you might see the odd person drop due to, you know, some random charge bolt issues, or again, like we said before, with like Inferno. I think doing things like Hell Chaos Sanctuary is going to be a really tough time for some of these teams on players 4, like not being able to leave and spawning the bosses on players 4. Oh boy, we're in for it.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be rough. Wow. I just hope we don't see any early rips, like you said. Hopefully everybody's prepped and ready to go and has a good game plan. It'll be really, really cool to see like the different thought processes that the different teams have of like how they plan on splitting up the XP early, and how they plan on getting, you know, everybody up to the same level, ready for ancients, and what safety precautions they do have like ready to go. Whether they're going to be using, like I said, the Ral rune, for example, for more safety than more damage.
Yeah, because you yourself are obviously very familiar with how it goes when it comes to doing some of these hardcore runs. Like, you've participated in just about, I want to say you're pretty much like almost, not quite the forefather, but you know, you're the guy that just everybody goes to when it comes to any kind of group run, whether it's like 8-man, 4-man, 5-man, 2-man, 3-man. Jim is the guy. Jim is the guy here, okay? Like, I'm like an experienced speedrunner when it comes to single players, but in multiplayer, my experience is somewhat limited. Like, I'm capable of playing the Druid. I've done it. I've played the Druid before. I kind of know what's going on there. But in terms of the overall like multiplayer experience, there's just so many different aspects. And again, like, because this is a race environment and you're not always going to get the best RNG, you're not going to be able to reset, of course. That's another big factor. Like, sometimes these runs do often just result in resets. Players are going to have to adapt. Like, they're just going to have to adapt, and that's it. But I'm going to be very curious to see if we do see anyone drop early on. We're going to be getting into this hopefully very shortly.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that, by the way. That made me feel pretty good. Hopefully we get into it here shortly, like you said. The early game is the most important, and like you said, we typically do resets, but in a race environment, in a group play is a lot different, and something a lot of people aren't used to. So,
yep.
Are we?
But yeah, I think we should be switching over very shortly now.
Hopefully.
Okay. It looks like we might be having some slight technical difficulties.
Uh-oh. We may need. Do we need that backup?
Oh, okay, hold on. It does look like we've actually gotten into this. Yep, there we go.
Okay, yeah. Nice. Okay.
All right, so we're into the race. We are 20 seconds in. We're now seeing the POV of Super Bear here. Again, we'll be hearing some of the commentary between the players, of course. You know, given the fact that this is for some of these players, we're going to be hearing it in Korean. We're not going to be able to understand exactly what they're saying, but we can kind of, you know, get a guesstimate of what they're expecting. So we're seeing here, obviously, Novice Cho is going for Charge Bolt early, which I think is pretty standard probably in the Players 4 run of this. I mean, you might have more input on this, Jim.
Sorry, I'm like trying to pull this up. The 4-player, okay, they're running. Oh, they are running Assassin.
Oh yeah, we actually are seeing an Assassin and a Paladin. No Barbarian. Wow, no Barbarian from this team. That is very, very unexpected. But very interesting.
They're going for a lot of speed.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of damage within this one. So maybe they might be opting for more damage in hopes that they can kind of clear monsters better. But again, like I said, that Barbarian with the no buff is going to be kind of crazy.
Yeah, and then over here we have a Druid and a Barbarian, where these guys are going to be a lot safer. Okay. So
yeah, we've got to be. This is kind of what we were talking about before, where there's the team that's kind of opted for the no Sorceress strategy. So again, you've got three. You've got the Barbarian, you've got the Druid. Obviously, the Warlock is a must-have in these runs, and then you've got the Paladin. All of which have pretty good HP pools, besides the Druid. But again, with Battle Orders and Oak Sage, that definitely could be the thing that gets them over. Like, I feel like not having the Sorceress is going to be a bit of a setback, but you still have Paladin Charge, so that is definitely one thing to look out for. And of course, you can partially rely on Blade Warp from the Warlock, which, you know, is still a mobility skill of some sort. So there's going to be a good mix of probably this team using some Blade Warp and some Charge as well. But
yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
I wonder how no static is going to work out for them. I think it's going to just be a more consistent, like, we're making it through all the way with all 4 teammates.
Essentially opting for the survive strat, pretty much.
Correct, yeah. And this group... Oh, is this the same? Oh, this is the Druid of that group who's pushing ahead. Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, so this is what typical Druids will do, is because Poison Creeper is so powerful in the early game, they will run ahead and prep Rakinishu, so they can just kill whatever they want out here for random XP, but set up that town portal so that the team can get the XP gain from Rakinishu kill there. It seems like it's taking them extra time to clear out Den of Evil, and so when they come through that town portal, they will copy essentially his town portal there, and he will be able to TP up ahead here where he's progressing to, and maybe even find another boss group up here.
Yep. We have to remember as well that obviously, like, some of these players are very familiar with the, you know, stereotypical 8-man strategies that we do follow, but other players might be opting for something a little bit different from what we're used to seeing. But we do have running crew here, which is running, so they've got the Sorceress, Paladin, so no Barbarian in this team again as well. Very interesting. So both, there's two Korean teams which are essentially running, I believe, the same composition. Maybe I might have, oh no, sorry, there was an Assassin instead of a Druid in this one. So the compositions, they're very different, that's for sure. I'm very surprised by the lack of Barbarian from 2 of these teams. So again, like you said, they're potentially going for a lot more speed. Man, I am very excited for this. This makes this much more exciting for us as, you know, obviously spectators of this race, because with no Barbarian, like, surviving is going to be so hard. This is pretty much going to be like a heavy test of skill, and, you know, trying to make sure that you stay upright is going to be very difficult without the extra battle orders there.
Yeah, I mean, man, that's just not what I expected at all. And here we have the North American team. We got Goat, called Lucky and Woot, and they do have a Barbarian and a Druid. So they're running Sork Warlock with the 2 tankier. Man, this is more of what I would have expected on hardcore, was like Barbarian and Druid for like the double safety, and the early game power of the Druid helps carry. The problem they're going to run into is the lack of charge when it comes to trying to get mobility for going through Catacombs and all of Act 2, basically. So their Act 2 split is going to be probably a good bit slower, we'll see, coming up, compared to those other groups that have Paladins. So. And they're not going to have the resistance aura for the beetles. That's kind of scary in a way.
Yeah.
um, they will have Oak Sage. I think on our druids we typically spend a point into Oak Sage just to get that. It's a percentage HP boost, and it's a pretty good one, even at level 1. That looks like level 2. I think they're running into an underground here. Yeah, so they do not have a good underground passage. This is not where you want it to go, but I guess it's more XP, so it will be safer for them. They'll have a little bit more like probably another whole level out of this. But yeah, they are going to be a bit behind on progression because of that.
Yeah, and again, another thing that we obviously haven't mentioned is like the team that they're going for is kind of what we were expecting with the Sorceress, Warlock, Barbarian, and the Druid here. Kind of again, seeing Woot on the Druid is no surprise from the NA team. But this composition I think is probably a good mix of safety, but also just enough damage to potentially make it through. But again, we may see some potential like slowing down throughout this run due to the fact that they don't have that much damage. Heavily going to be relying on obviously the Sorceress static for a lot of boss fights and stuff, but it'll be interesting to see how things do perform in Nightmare and Hell when you start to see things like the Druid kind of fall off a little bit. There's a lot more safety from these guys.
Yeah, this group right here is very, very risky. No Druid, no Barb. You're not getting any HP like increases on hardcore online. That is very, very dangerous in a speedrun situation, and it can be really fast, but I think they're in for potential death on this group. I hope they keep a close eye on these guys because I kind of expect one of them to die. Like without the, I mean, in a speedrun situation, you don't have the extra HP. It's not the same as like doing a speedrun in single player, because in single player you have so much more control over your game.
Yeah, and not to mention
the desync.
The desync,
yeah, you don't have the lag.
I was going to say as well, just going into this, it's like seeing some of these HP bar drops this early into the run definitely gets the anxiety peaking a little bit for sure. I mean, the Sorceress is definitely going to be the one to look out for a lot when it comes to this kind of thing, because, you know, Novice right now, for example, is holding on to stat points. He's got that confidence behind him, but I mean, he's done enough Sorceress early game to kind of know what to expect, and I think in general his like limit testing is quite good. I mean, if there's one player to really look out for as a standout, it's going to be him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think we have the audio overlapping from the stream. The North American team seems like they're watching our streams, maybe, or watching the live broadcast.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Sorry. Okay. I had to get the audio working for the thing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But yeah, I was just going to say, I think that obviously, you know, the North American team is watching the live broadcast right now, which is creating a bit of a duplicated audio situation. Hopefully, maybe they'll pause it at some point. But outside of that, yeah, we're just probably going to have to turn their volume down a little bit when they flick over to them. But yeah, so far we've got Running Crew getting through what I believe is the Darkwood, or maybe is it? This looks like it's the Darkwood to me. So they're going for the tree, of course. It looks like they want to open up Tristram, and yeah, from this point, pretty much, you know, the teams are just going to be trying to find as much experience as possible.
Yeah, you're
across
trying
the
to get
board.
into that. Well, you're trying to get into that cows for later. This is like kind of prepping. It's a bit slow as far as like, you know, if you're trying to do just a normal speed run through normal difficulty, but because we're going all the way to hell, you need to get that extra XP from cows to boost you in through those levels of like 21 to 25 that are pretty rough. And this is the team without a sword.
Yeah, so this is the no Sork team, but it does look like they're getting through pretty quickly. I mean, honestly, like, you know, you don't have access to teleport early on, but you do have that little bit more damage early game, especially, you know, between the Warlock, the Paladin, the Druid. Obviously, Barb is a bit of an outlier for early game damage, but it's one of those things where this team is definitely making some pretty solid progress. The fact that they're in Tristram before some of the other teams is already a good sign. But again, this is a huge step up from last year, not last year, sorry, but the last race that we had about 4 years ago. A lot of these teams are already progressing much faster than we probably anticipate. But again, like we said, the lack of Sorceress might hurt this team quite a bit. It's one of those things where I think they are just trying to make it over the finish line in hopes that maybe the other teams see a few potential drops from their Sorceress and more.
Yeah, the runs from the previous, like, this is night and day different. Like, they are, I mean, twice as fast.
Oh yeah,
at least.
It's really good to see that obviously the practice has really paid off for them in the last like 3 to 4 years of this kind of, being able to play and run Diablo 2. So.
Yeah, and then I'm curious, like, how the team without static is going to deal with the bosses that are going to come up with the very high HP pools if they have to spawn on players before. So.
Yep, 100%. But yeah, here we're seeing Lucky go through the tower right now on the Warlock. Obviously the Warlock, with Ring of Fire is quite strong early game. Damn, he's already got 4 points into that. That's going to be some power right there. But it does look like they're going to be opting for a split strategy where obviously everyone's trying to get as much experience as possible. I think maybe even the Barb might be soloing certain things within the game at this point. But, obviously we've got Macabre, which is one of the most experienced players, if not the most experienced player on Barb out of everyone. He's like, I feel like everyone here is currently on their comfortable pick in terms of what character and classes they're playing.
Is that double audio coming through for you as well?
Yeah, the double audio is currently happening for me. I'm not sure if it's because the players are watching the stream or if maybe there's a technical difficulty side on the production side, but yeah, just for the time being, I've just been muting during the NA broadcast.
That makes sense. Well, this is actually really big here. What kind of boss groups you actually get in tower can be a massive boost to your XP pool. And also, they're going to be splitting, it looks like. So Druid is doing the progression, and he's coming up to Outer here. And so you do have this split of what everybody's role is doing. And so you're going to have the Sorc gaining a ton of XP in the early game so she can get to the teleport fast. And that's going to get her to doing, like, switch over from leveling to doing progression once she hits level 18. And also, like, the static just helps clear out boss groups so fast. You don't want to see anybody rip here. Oh, it looks like they fixed the audio.
it seems like the audio has been fixed, at least for Lucky's point of view.
Someone's picking up the audio.
Yeah. So,
does anyone have the stream up?
There we go.
No. I do.
Oh, okay.
So it might be Macabre, I guess. Macabre's just straight up saying, I do. Yep, that's me, guys. Raise his hand. But yeah.
That's me.
Someone might not be here.
I am curious to see what kind of runes they do get from Countess here. This is actually pretty important. And if they have to do players, if they do players 4 kill here, or if they can just do a players 1 kill. Oh, they did a players 4 kill.
Ith L is a pretty rough drop to begin with. I mean, obviously Ith at the end of the day can be upped to Tal at some point if they absolutely need it in the worst case scenario, but again, it all depends on how many runs that they do. Like, how many runs are we going to see these teams opt for? Again, it's players 4, so... Oh, did they get the Tal Ith? I'm hearing nice.
No, they got Tal Tal.
Ah, Tal Tal, okay, so Tal Tal, that's halfway there. A lot of excitement for running crew right now.
Yeah. I mean, 2 Tals is huge though, because like you need 2 S and you got 2 stealths at that point. The most important rune is the Eth rune for a Hell run though, because you are guaranteed a Tal rune from doing barbs, from saving the barbs in Act 5. That's not for a long time. Act 5 normal is pretty far off, but that does, I mean, that is a massive quest to be able to complete. And then you don't complete your Ancient's Pledge, but you still get Ral and Ort in your shield, which is 35 fire and lightning res, which are the most important resistances for these types of runs. And then if you do happen to come across like an extra towel during the run, or if you need to just grab Nightmare Barbs to complete your Ancient's Pledge, that is also fine, as long as you have your Ancient's Pledge going into Hell. That's the most important part, where your resistances really drop off. Nightmare you can kind of get by without having Ancient's Pledge. It's just not ideal.
It's going to be very interesting as well to see if we have the teams basically opt for using the runes for Ancient's Pledge and not prioritize Spirit, because I do think that obviously having every single person with a Kite Shield, having Ancient's Pledge, getting that extra, 48 resistance or 44 resistance or whatever it is, they're going to need it throughout these runs. So as much as you could potentially get a Spirit early game, ooh, wow. Looks like they've got a lot of, that's a lot of XP right there. It does look like that's potentially 2 packs maybe, but in general.
Yeah, that was 2 boss groups. All those potions dropped. Well, unless the ghosts dropped that many. Not a boss group, that'd be good. That really is helpful for this crew here. And they are running without Druid or Barb. So this is
yeah, the no Druid, no Barb team. This is the big risk team for sure. Like, we have to have all eyes on these guys at all times when it comes to seeing potentially the first drop. Again, it's going to be more noticeable once we start to get into things like Nightmare. But yeah.
I wonder if their progression will be faster. I mean, early game with Assassin and a Paladin, right? You have both Burst of Speed and Charge. Once you unlock, I guess, Charge. Burst of Speed is already unlocked, as we can see. And yeah, I mean, progression through these early acts was just going to fly. A little bit of tile recognition that they don't have, but it doesn't matter too much since they have the extra speed. And they are bringing in the Sork for the extra leveling as well, so she'll be getting level 18 quickly on their side. This team will be fast. I think this will probably be the fastest team until they lose somebody. If they lose somebody. Because this is, I think, what I would run if I were trying to do, well, with single individual classes, without being able to run multiple of like a class. I think that would be the composition that I would try to run. Unlucky on the tomes, I've noticed. Lucky pickup, he has not seen any bonus skills. At least, I'm not sure what he's using, but like those bonus skills early can really just launch you into being like a one-shot king on the Warlock.
I'll say in my experience so far with tomes, at least in my speedruns, I have not had the best of luck with tomes, but I've had a lot of good luck with daggers for sure. I think, obviously coming across Ring of Fire early game is a big deal when it comes to the Warlock. I don't know if you see Flame Wave this early into the game. I don't even know if you actually see Flame Wave, to be honest. I haven't seen it myself in some time, if at all. But it's been that long that I don't actually remember.
Well, Flame Wave is that level 18 skill, and as we know, whenever there's a level 18 skill that you want to get, you just never get it. Whether that be on a telestaff or whether that be like, Flame Wave here for the Warlock. I have gotten plus Flame Wave on a shield, I think it was. And, I mean, it's just a massive power spike until you get... I guess you drop damage when you switch over to Ancient's Pledge, but you gain massive resistances, so...
Yeah, I mean, obviously this being a hardcore race, we just have to see players survive. That's going to be the big crucial thing. So I think sacrificing a bit of damage definitely makes sense. I mean, the Warlock as it is has a lot of safety in its kit. The fact that Ring of Fire does knockback, and then you've got the Lethargy Seal, which is pretty good when it comes to making sure that bosses actually feel not too bad. If there's going to be any teams that actually don't take Lethargy here, it's going to be kind of scary to see, to be honest. I think that's going to be very crucial to actually make it so that the P4 spawned bosses are going to be a lot safer. Oh, it looks like we've got a Ral and an Eld. Yep, Ral and an Eld there, nice. So that could potentially opt for some early game resistances. We may see some Leaf stuff come out as well, because Leaf is also a good option for the fire classes. We might see, obviously, you know, people running Fire Druid. You might see people running Fire Warlock, which I think is going to be the most common early game build, of course. But
yeah, I think all the Warlocks are going Fire. At least I think I've seen all of them use Ring of Fire at this point. And I mean, it makes sense. Like you said, it has the knockback. It has massive damage. Miasma, while it is still good, is more of a single target. It's not as massive AoE as Ring of Fire, and so you don't have as much clear.
And then I'll have level 2 after this.
We are seeing some of the Sorcs hit level 12, and might be seeing the Paladins hit level 12 for charging. And so progression is going to start really speeding up.
Yeah, I was going to say we definitely it's going to be all eyes on the Paladin from this point once we start to see these classes hit level 12, because we get charge unlocked, and that's pretty much the first set of mobility that you start to see. I mean, some people might not opt for charge. Who knows? We might still see a few of the teams go for the safer route and just walk around. But in general, it's probably safe to assume that we're going to have a few charges here. And then obviously once.
Oh wow! Did you see that?
What was that? Sorry.
Woot is in Kata 4.
Oh wow. Okay, so we might be
Andy
having we might have our first.
Andy got Bane's Authority.
Oh wow, the Bane set as well. So we've got a Bane early on. That's kind of nice. That's the faster cast rate belt, isn't it? That's a big deal for Sorceress. Yeah, that is a really big deal for Sorceress. As much as unfortunately it's a 2-row belt, which might be a little bit painful for Goat. It's just going to be a little bit more management, of course, but in general, that belt is a huge deal for Sorceress because, like we said, you know, 10% faster cast rate. You need as much as you can get on a Sorceress early game. If you don't get things like stealth, you need faster cast rate pieces across your rings, and obviously in this case we now have a new early game option with the belt. So it's going to be, it looks like 3 dads and a goat man are going to be the first one to take down normal and Dario, but very, very closely followed behind by the Jordan. Very shortly we'll be seeing Andario drop, so this is a really close race already. They are...
Wow.
They're getting through there, but again, this is the team also that doesn't have the Sorceress, but they are doing very well right now to keep up despite no Sorceress. Again, we haven't seen Sorceress's mobility really kick in because, you know, we're going to be relying... That team will probably be relying on a lot of things such as the Blade Warp porting skill from Warlock, and they're going to be relying on charge from Paladin. So, could be a bit risky, but, you know, as long as it's a bit of a safer composition, it's going to be exciting to see. But man, all these teams...
Exciting.
Yeah, this is
They're
actually
all
really
right
close.
Here at Andy. Man,
really, really close.
It's not like one team is way ahead. It's like they're all just now clearing out Andariel.
Yep. We've got Super Bear that's now just taken down normal Andariel as well. Again, these are players 4 spawned bosses. But it also seems like they're opting for more towers, which does make sense because even despite killing Andariel, most of the time players aren't always going to be high enough level, and again, like we said, they're probably going to be trying their best to force rune words as best as they can. Like, if you don't get this stealth, it's going to really, really hurt.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a single F rune. While you could happen to drop it here in Act 2, it is much more comfortable to see it drop off of Countess before you have teleport.
Exactly, because
it's a level 17 rune word. It's just you can have it before you have teleport. So.
Yeah, and another thing that's also worth mentioning is that if you don't get your stealth, which is Tal plus Eth from Countess, you're probably not going to see it until Arcane, because that's pretty much the first place where you start seeing Eth and above start to drop. So pretty much like right now, if teams do not have stealth right now, we are not going to potentially see stealth until Arcane Sanctuary, which is still a bit of a ways away. Teams are obviously going to be trying to get as much experience as possible, so that they are able to progress further without the experience penalty, because if you go too far forward in this game, you will encounter an experience penalty, and it will actually be worse for you to try and level. If you're too low level and you're trying to farm in Flare Jungle, for example, and you're 5 or 6 level, well, I think it's maybe 7 levels down or something like that. If you're 7 levels down, generally speaking, you get hit with an XP penalty, you receive less experience, and it's just less efficient to be that way, you know, progressing forward. You've got to make sure that you hit certain level thresholds, and on Players 4 it can be a little bit more tricky. You kind of have to run more content, split up a lot more, make sure that you run as much of the game as possible, you know, split the experience very evenly across the teams.
Yeah, the teams here look like. Oh man, he's just skipping Beetle Burst. Oh no.
Oh no, that's really bad for them. Beetle Burst is a
Yeah.
crucial bit of experience in this point, and he's just basically charged right past it. Maybe he's taken a note of it as well. Might have gotten lucky, obviously, having the waypoint there. Hopefully, I mean, if the players are obviously watching the other point of views of each other, maybe someone else might have picked that up. But yeah, unfortunately, Dongshin has charged right past Beetle Burst there, and if it's not noted, that's going to be a bit of experience missed along the board there. But again, like we said, they've got the Lost City waypoint. They're probably likely going to stay in this game, and there might be a player that comes back through that Lost City waypoint to pick up the Beetle Burst experience there.
Skip it.
Yeah, and
Where am
then
I going?
You're going to Woot.
back to the.
Woot's got halls.
Okay, the team here. I wonder if McCall ever got swapped that.
Sorry,
Or
the
not
lucky-
McCall, sorry.
lucky halls.
I think I'm used to McCall being the Telesaur from way back.
I'm gonna be honest. I
Goat
really
is on the-
hope it isn't the case of Woot has seen the belt, been like, "Oh, this is just Arctic binding. Let me vendor it."
But
Like, I really hope that they actually still have that within the inventory, because if they don't, that's going to be very painful to have seen that one gone. Because 10% FCR, like early game on Sorceress, you need as many faster cast rate breakpoints as possible, and often you get them from the simple 10% faster cast rate ring, 10% faster cast rate amulet. If you have one of those, you end up hitting a breakpoint. If you have two of those, you end up hitting another breakpoint, and essentially it just kind of scales up from that point with the more pieces that you get.
I don't have.
McCall getting excited over armor.
Funny.
Gotta love to see
I
it.
think McCall is. Yeah, he's just joking. But one of the things I miss
Ooh,
from
ooh.
him.
We're seeing
he's-
a bit of an HP drop there. That was a bit scary.
Whoa. Yeah. The lightning damage is nothing
I
to
die,
scoff
I'm
at.
sorry, guys.
Nice rare scale mail there. That's going to be good gold for them early on.
Yep. And so looks like we got McCall running straight to cube here, and that will guarantee a boss group for probably
Cats
Goat
on
to come
me.
by. You have to be very careful though, because amplify damage does double the
Ooh,
damage.
yeah,
you
we
take.
can see that even despite him leaping. Obviously, we know that you can still take damage while you're leaping. It's not the safest spell out there. Like, you can take some very surprise damage, and him being amped there, trying to leap, just seeing that HP bar drop by 150. If that's a sorceress, that's gone.
That might be some retirement rust right there. You got to be careful a little bit. Hopefully, we see that these guys are leveling, or everybody's keeping up in levels, because if somebody falls behind very far in levels, it takes a lot to catch them back up. Not only are they getting less experience if they're like more than 5 levels different than the monsters, but also the XP share is greater for the higher level player than the lower level player, and so it ends up being like a snowball effect of falling behind. And so you do want to try to keep everybody reasonably leveled. You can have the Sorceress player be a little bit higher, and that way she can get to teleport. And when she gets to teleport, she starts doing the progression side, where she's not killing anything anymore, and therefore the rest of the team is gaining XP, while she continues getting things done like Duriel, TP, or teleporting through Flare and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. It's never going to be a bad thing to have that Sorceress overleveled, because again, you want to get the Sorceress leveled up as quickly as possible, since they can start focusing more on progression, less on experience. Gives the other players chance to catch up, which is very important to make sure that obviously all the experience is in line. And again, like we've said during this race, it's going to be potentially approached a little bit differently compared to what we used to. We might see the Sorceress kind of leveling together with the other classes. I think, when they actually do essentially what we call taxi, which is where they drop off the team at experience, they are most likely going to also collect that experience in the process of the taxi, rather than just, dropping them off, going to the next spot. I think the Sorceress will actually potentially stay for some of the experience, but it may be different. They may still get their own experience along the way, kind of do a mix of both, where they do some taxi, some experience gain themselves, some taxi, some experience gain themselves.
So here's the team in last right now, the running crew. They have not actually gotten through catacombs. They may have been getting what's called, or what's been coined and called Kano combs. You may have heard of this.
Yep, the good old Kano combs, yep. It is infamously known as basically full clearing catacombs. And yeah, it's something that commonly happens in my speedruns, unfortunately. But it is the worst thing to possibly happen. Essentially, you can lose like 2 to 3 minutes just full exploring this area, and yeah, it's not a great time.
Yeah, they may have also just ran another Countess as well.
Yeah.
So they might have more runes than the rest of the other teams. But as you can see, like the team that killed Andariel first here, the Americans, they are right now getting the amulet, which means they can go into Arcane.
They've got a good
already saw a team in Arcane too. So
yeah, they've got a good mix of things going on. Ah, yes, we can see here Super Bear actually in the Arcane Sanctuary right now as well. So it does seem like they're probably going to be doing something similar where a lot of players are splitting off, getting different experience, doing different objectives. Obviously, you could see from 3 Dads and a Goatman, they were running at the same time as doing the altar kick. They were also running sewers. So they're trying to go for that extra 1 skill point at Radamant, which is going to be interesting to see if we actually see all these teams opting for that kind of thing. I mean, it's safe to assume that it's worth it in most cases, especially in a hardcore race. You do need that little bit of extra damage, you do need those extra points, and sometimes it's just crucial for the builds regardless anyway.
yeah, the Radamant skill point also, it's hard to like split up a whole lot in Act 2.
It's very scary.
Running outside. Yeah. It's like as soon as you enter Act 2, you're in a new zone, and you're used to splitting up in Act 1, gaining XP in solo or duo situations. And so having another place to go, like the sewers. Yeah, here we have Poeasy, the running crew, actually catching up.
Yep, the running crew
with the other teams.
just defeated Andaro, so now we have all of them defeating normal Andaro, everyone essentially on the same pace despite a few of the other teams getting a bit ahead. Obviously we've got some in Arcane already, which again, like I said before earlier, this is the time where we actually see the opportunity for Eth runes, Tau runes, you know, maybe some Rao runes, potentially for upping to Ort rune. But what was that, sorry?
Teleport just came online.
Oh yeah, we've got Teleport
Super
online now. So we've got Novice Joe teleporting around. This is going to be a bit of a scary moment. He's taking it very safe, as you can see. Summoner is known to occasionally do quite a bit of damage. He's a little scared right now. I don't blame him. You can see those chunks. That's a big chunk. He's got to be very careful here because this is a very pivotal moment where you see some sorceresses die. I am very guilty of this myself. You know, I've encountered Summoner enough times in my life to know that that guy can just randomly do like 50 to 100 damage to you, and when you've only got 160 HP, it's not a good time.
That was really well handled by Cho. He managed to drink that thawing potion, so he didn't get chunked out. And then when he did start taking a lot of damage, hit a rejuve, tellied out, waited for a teammate. That was really well played.
Yep. It's worth noting as well that Summoner does 2 things. He can cast out a Glacial Spike, which does cold damage, and he casts out a Fireball, which does fire damage. You can opt for drinking a thawing potion, which helps reduce the amount of damage you would take from the cold, but again, you've still got to be wary of that Fireball.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, a masterclass. I feel like if you watch the positioning there on his Sorceress, he was in a what we would call like an advantageous place to put out a lot of damage, but not take that much damage. So he was able to get lots of damage with his Nova, but he was just far enough away from the mobs or enemies to be able to not be put into hit recovery by them. And I wonder, I don't see, this is the team that got Eldrune and Ralrune, right? So I don't know if he has Stealth, which is going to be very, very tough when it comes to Act 3, where you have the Flare Shamans and their Infernos. That's the next, I think, big pain point that we could see.
It's really hard to say right now because we're actually seeing that Goat hasn't hit level 18 just yet. So that actually might look like Super Bear have overtaken 3 Dads and a Goatman, but it also depends on whether or not they've got good levels across the board. It's really hard to tell with these races sometimes, obviously, if we don't have like a full-on accurate level tracker, and obviously these guys seem like they're kind of collecting group experience, so that way they can progress through Act 3 all together at once. But we do see now that Goat has actually hit level 18, which is unlocking that teleport. Again, a huge mobility unlock, but got to be really, really careful because, again, teleport this early on, you know, when you're encountering Summoner, we could potentially see the first drop, hopefully not, but overall, there's two teams that are very close right now.
Yeah, we can't see that Goat does have the FCR belt, so that did get passed over to him. It's good teamwork by Woot and Goat, getting that FCR on the Sorceress before she has teleport, and hopefully that keeps him alive. The extra FCR frames are really, really important.
One thing to note here as well, actually, we've got the Super Bear team opting for the Paladin, going with the early lightning resistance, which is very crucial if they're going to be farming tombs. So again, this is a strategy that we will see some teams opting for. We might see some teams going for tombs pretty much all the way until probably about like maybe level 20 or 21, something like that, and then obviously progressing through Act 3 and maybe getting a bit more experience, maybe going back to cows to get their experience later on. But in general, we can see this team is currently grouping up together and going for some levels, making sure that they obviously stay alive. Again, safety is key here. You don't want to fall over. Again, like we've said before, Charge Bolt is probably one of the scariest things, which, you know, when you deal damage to beetles, the Charge Bolts go everywhere, and it's arguably one of the most frustrating things for a lot of new players to deal with, and, you know, speedrunners alike. We've had plenty of deaths to Charge Bolt before, I know I have.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was one of the reasons why I mentioned the Paladin over the Druid, or even potentially over the Barbarian, is for that resistance. I mean, it is good that the that the 3 dads and a goat man here have managed to get through Act 2 and those charge bolts without a Paladin in the lightning resist aura, because now I think this comp is going to be safe and still doing plenty of damage.
And just quickly to butt in as well, we did actually see use of the Sigil Lethargy, which, you know, obviously slowed Duriel a little bit there, made it a little bit safer. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that for all of the bosses incoming. And again, you know, we had the Poison Creeper, which was also tanking there, which is a summon from the Druid. And some of these teams, I don't know if there's any teams... This team, for example, I don't think is actually running a Druid, correct? Or... Yeah, they're not running a Druid in this one, so there's going to be no Poison Creeper tanking that one. It's going to have to be either a player, or maybe they hire mercenaries and give them thawing potions or something, but I think at the end of the day, they're also going for a bit of extra levels here too, which, you know, makes them a little bit tankier and able to take a few hits from Duriel without it being too scary.
Well, you see the Goatman there from the Warlock player.
Oh yeah, true, there is the goat, yep.
Maybe he did spec into that, or he found an item with Goatman. And yeah, that will be a great way to deal with Duriel. I'm not sure. They have not killed Duriel yet. It's not checked off, so I wonder where their Sorceress player is, though, because she's the one that... Oh, wait.
It could be that the Sorceress is currently trying to catch them up. Like, obviously the Sorceress is level 18. These guys might be falling slightly behind. They might be like in the level 15 to 16 kind of range.
That's a great point, yeah. So, even though they might have gotten, you know, ahead with the Sort getting to 18 faster, the rest of their group is not up on levels. So, it might have been just a temporary, like, swap where they jumped ahead. Oh, wait. Well, they didn't show it, but I think they might have just killed Duriel if they're going to Harem TP there.
Yeah, it's very possible we might have had another one.
Yeah, they're not checking it off, but I think we're gonna see Super Bear probably in Act 3 is my guess, and it looks like the Jourdain, the Joe Dane.
I think it's the Joe Daydan. I think that's the team name. I could be wrong. Sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation, but the thing that I actually find very interesting, I just want to point out a little bit of an ironic thing here, but we actually see Running Crew has a teleport Sorceress. You would think that maybe maybe the names would be flipped around a little bit, like we might see the team that doesn't have the Sorceress labeled as Running Crew, but I mean, obviously every team has their own name, and I just found it a little bit funny, that's all. I think it's one of those things where, you know, as much as there is no Sorceress there, you'd expect them to be the ones called Running Crew, since they're going to be doing a lot more running rather than teleporting, of course. But I mean, they do still have the option of blade warping around, which, you know, is a warp, so they're not just running. But it does look like Super Bear is actually progressing into Act 3. So we have had a Duriel kill there from them. Obviously the tracker just takes a little bit of time to update sometimes, but yeah, at the moment there has been a Duriel kill from Super Bear. So we've got 3 dads and a Goatman and Super Bear pretty much on the same pace. We are probably waiting on the next Duriel kill very shortly, but both teams do look like they are progressing through Act 3 and getting some of those levels in. Again, Act 3 is a great place when it comes to the Flare jungle. If you get that really good density in monsters, we often start to see a lot of the runes drop here. Again, as much as it's players 4, it's going to be less likely than we'd normally see in a players 8 run, for example. But it's still very possible. So if there are teams missing stealth here, this is going to be the point in time where we might start seeing some of the Eth runes drop, but we kind of have to wait and see. Again, we only have so much knowledge of what's going on in terms of their cast rates and stuff. We kind of have to wait and see, like, you know, if they hover their gear at any point, or we can just assume that they have a stealth or something like that. Like, we'll play it by ear, play it by, you know, what we see.
Yeah, we can't pull up like in-game overlay of gear.
We need those tools. We got to get those tools.
That would be a pretty sick tool. But yeah, so the Super Bear here, they may actually be ahead, because what I think ended up happening was that they had their Sorceress solo Duriel while the rest of the team was still getting levels in the tomb there, and so they were able to XP while she soloed Duriel, which is a very tough thing to do. As someone who has had to try to do it, you have to get a mercenary so that you can sit there and lay down your statics and not have to worry about the massive like incoming damage that Duriel will deal to you, especially in a higher player count game. And it looks like these guys are just now getting into Act 3.
I think that they might have been in Act 3, but there's a chance that we might have seen potentially a split in leveling. So maybe Woot and the Barbarian were getting leveled up in tombs with the Poison Creeper.
Correct. And I think that's given Goat probably time here to progress through Act 3, so they will probably be
ready
through, I would guess, at least Gibbon, if not further. Oh, and you can see a Taleth on the ground there, so...
I was going to say,
Goat.
Actually receiving some info right now that it does appear that the 3 Dads and a Goat Man did drop an Eth rune in tombs. So it does look like we're going to see Goat get the stealth online, which is a very, very big deal. It does look like he's wearing that belt. I did see a colored light belt, and obviously, you know, you would think that if he didn't have that, he'd be opting for like the regular belt. But in this case, it's going to also be a little bit more annoying. Obviously, you have to put more potions in more frequently, not having that 3-row belt. But again, the faster cast rate that you get from the belt is a very, very big deal. That new Bane set is huge for speedruns. Like, obviously, if you get that faster cast rate early, like, it's a game changer. It can be a game changer for sure. And, oh, he hasn't got a base though, so we actually need to find a 2-socket base. This might be where we see someone. We probably see Macabre do the shopping there real quick, potentially. But yeah, he basically needs the empty 2-socket armor there in order to create the stealth rune word, which will help
takes away
speed
from the
up
leveling from somebody. Somebody's gonna have to dip for just a little bit.
Yep.
What should give Goat here time to find hopefully Flare. Man,
Copied.
he seems to be leveling quite a bit. He's almost 19, which I'm not sure where the rest of his team is at, but
Find the armor.
he's definitely taking it safe. He's got 250 life.
I think we just saw
330.
both the other 3 players appear to be level 18 at the moment. Which also means that we might see Lucky opting for Blade Warp. I don't know if he's going to do the early respec or if he's already saved points for it. I don't see it skilled on his hotkey bar. He's just got Lethargy and he's just going Ring of Fire. There's no Flame Wave actually, which could be a little bit problematic. I mean, maybe Ring of Fire might be enough damage across the board. Maybe the idea is kind of to just make sure he's using that spell, push them into the Sorceress, so that way the Sorceress kind of chains Nova back and forth between the two. I was kind of half expecting to see more Flame Wave from him, but maybe he's not planning on staying fire for too long.
Yeah, and we still see the Taleth on the ground there, so that means Goat's going to come up here without stealth, entering Flare. Those shamans are what you want to stay away from, as you can see. He's staying at like max range.
Oh, that was a risky one there. Like, you know, if you don't cast that Nova in time, which again, this comes down to the faster cast rate thing. If he didn't have enough faster cast rate, there's a chance that the shaman would hit him and basically melt him before he actually is able to cast his Nova in time. Because 2 frames can be the difference between, you know, taking all that Inferno damage and just falling over.
Yeah, and I mean, that belt also, I believe, has 20 life, so that's why his life pool is so massive. Well, he's also got the Oak Sage on him when he's at 300, but the 250 HP is... I mean, typically on speedruns, we usually have around like 200 if that
Mine's nothing
sometimes
special.
when it comes to Sorc speedruns. So he's got some extra life for sure, which is really, really important and
Now,
really, really good for safety.
flipping back to the Jill Day Dawn here, and it does look like they're going for tomb leveling, from what I can see. This looks like they're just doing some tomb leveling potentially. Maybe they're just progressing still, but I believe this is tomb leveling, which again is probably the safest strat, especially if you've got the paladin there with the lightning resist aura. And yeah, again, the thing that is definitely going to be hurting them here is the lack of teleport, because this is what's going to start to see a bit of a bridge gap between the two teams. I think, like we mentioned before, this team is definitely just going for completion, trying to make it, you know, play it the safe way, make sure that they get through. We may potentially see the Warlock start to use Blade Warp, but at the moment it doesn't appear to be skilled on the hotbar. Other than that, we're probably going to be expecting things like leaping from the Barbarian, and maybe some charging from the Paladin there to get around and hopefully, you know, get the mobility going a little bit. But right now it does seem like they are playing the safe card, just trying to make sure that they get through, because again, this is a hardcore race, man. We have to remember, like, all it takes is 2 players dropping in order to completely change. I mean, obviously one player dropping changes the pace for an entire team, which I think, again, like we said before, looking out for Super Bear here without the Barbarian is going to be very detrimental to them in the long term. Like, once we start to see them enter Nightmare, once we see them start to enter Hell, that's going to be where it's going to be one of those risk-reward situations. When it comes to this team here, I would say we're pretty much expecting these guys to make it to the finish line. There is still chances that they could, you know, encounter some very scary scenarios, depending on, you know, just Diablo 2 doing Diablo 2 things. But overall, we are seeing Super Bear actually entering into Act 4 here. So
Wow, this is a very fast pace, by the way.
yeah, this is incredible right now. So we've got Super Bear, you've got the Paladin charging forward by the looks of things. Obviously the Sorceress is going to be selling some gold here, trying to make sure that they have enough gold to buy the potions, because that's another thing as well about these speedruns. You do need to have enough gold in order to upkeep your Sorceress being able to chug mana potions, which often, you know, when you're dividing it between 4 players, that's not too tricky of a task, but the last thing that you want to do is not have enough gold, and then the Sorceress is just stuck stranded pretty much. So
Well, sometimes you think somebody else has the gold, and you thought, you know, they were going to take care of it, but they thought you were going to take care of it, and then nobody has any gold, and so
exactly.
everybody's stranded with no gold. And that's an awkward situation to be in.
Which DB go?
Which you can end up like selling, you know, some of these armors that are not stealth, right?
Sewers?
They're just like hit recovery armors. We can see Goat has a
Careful.
breastplate. I guess it's a breastplate stealth. That's it's not typical, but you know, if you get 30 strength, why not? Sure.
To kill one.
Yeah, I mean, at
It's
the
got
end
a
of
lot
the day,
of durability.
you
freedom
can
of
you can pre-plan for the potential spirit as well. And because obviously for spirit you need at least 43 strength. Obviously you could also opt for the broadsword, which is 48 strength, but you need as much life on the Sorceress as possible. So again, going for 30 strength there, like you said, bit of a risk scenario, but does have the life from that Bane's belt, which is a big difference maker here. You know, the Sorceress is always going to benefit more from having flat life rather than putting those points into vitality. And it's going to be interesting. The other thing that I'm not sure about right now in this race is, are we seeing Super Bear go forward but be under-leveled, and then maybe go back and get their experience with cows? And are we seeing right now 3 dads and a goat man? Are they opting for getting experience through Act 3, trying to scale that experience up, essentially being maybe potentially level 23, 24 before pushing forward? Because, again, like we talked about with the experience penalties, you've got to make sure that you hit a certain level threshold
We don't have a
before
tier for
progressing too far forward into the game.
That's the thing.
Yeah, so I think they might, if they plan this would be awesome. Cows are level 28 in normal.
Yep.
And so if you're level 21 after Ancients, the earliest you can be there, then you are 7 levels away from the level of the cow. And so if you're more than 5 levels different, you're getting less XP. But when you're only 6 levels out, the XP difference is like 10%. You're only losing out on like 10%. But once you start getting, you know, to 7 and 8% or levels different, that's when, you know, you start seeing pretty big changes in the amount of XP you gain. And so you could see that they are going to 21 here and then get level 22 off of Ancients, which really helps with the
bottom left.
really helps with like that part of the run where they'll slingshot basically ahead of someone that might have only gotten to level 21.
And yeah, just
And
quickly
there
here,
you go,
we're seeing 3 dads and a goat man drop Mephisto to the ground. Again, that lethargy seal playing a huge role when it comes to making these bosses a little bit easier. So again, it's going to be one of those things where the Warlock definitely adds that level of utility, which is going to help so much against these bosses. We're seeing again lethargy being used here for the Jode Dan. They're going to be finally bringing down Duriel, which is good to see. Again, this is the team that's playing it a little bit safe without the Sorceress, but at the same time, you know, they do have some pretty decent damage across the board. They've got the good early game damage and the good mid to late game damage as well with the Warlock and the Paladin.
Yeah, have anybody spec'd into Flame Wave yet? On the yeah, we have Flame Wave. Okay.
Yep, Flame Wave is on this Warlock here. We do have that skilled. I think we're probably more likely going to see that against some of the Flare Jungle monsters. I think in general, when you first unlock that ability, it might actually do a tiny little bit less damage than having all the points put into Ring of Fire initially. So obviously when you first hit level 18, you put 1 point into Flame Wave, but by that time, you kind of need to wait until you get the next point for it to actually start feeling like it's outperforming Ring of Fire.
It's man.
Yeah, or if you have a leaf at 19.
Yep.
When you get that +3 points.
Oh yeah, of course,
really...
yeah, the leaf or like any kind of like dagger that might have Ring of Fire on it, for example. Now, a lot of people always panic whenever they see souls in the early game, but souls actually aren't that bad in normal difficulty. It's once you start to enter Nightmare and once you start to enter Hell, where that gets a lot more scary. But things like this, for example, running out of mana right around the Venom Lords, that can be quite scary. That's probably more scary than encountering souls in normal difficulty, because souls don't actually do that much damage. Again, you know, it's one of those things where sometimes it'll depend on your resistances and stuff. Like, they're not that scary in Nightmare if you have some lightning resistance.
Obviously, going back for a mercenary here just to help with that scary part of the game.
Yep.
With the Venom Lords and whatnot.
And also we can see that Goat is actually level 21 there because he's getting a level 20 mercenary. So
correct. They did do that strat.
Yep.
And then we have the rest of the team actually back in Act 3 leveling up, so they are getting probably from that level 20 to 21 themselves, and so everybody will hopefully be on that same level.
Yep. And a very important thing, obviously, as well, that we haven't mentioned is the use of the Experience Shrine here. Experience Shrine, obviously, is something that you can encounter throughout the game that helps boost your experience. It's actually a multiplicative thing as well. So in Players 4 game, it essentially doubles the amount of experience you would normally get, or almost doubles. You know, it multiplies it by the initial players increase as well as the experience increase, rather than being an additive thing. But when it comes to the experience, most of the time you're always going to give it to that player that's falling behind a little bit. Ooh, and I could be wrong, but maybe it sounds like they might have dropped a Thor rune. I don't know if we saw it.
I mean, they are doing Forge here, which is... Oh, no, they haven't smashed it.
Oh, they haven't smashed it yet, okay. I think they're like hoping for Thor rune.
Yeah.
Amrune? Oh, Tear rune. But that's still not bad, because at the end of the day, that could potentially result in a Tear Ral. Oh, they have Thul already. I just saw that they have Thul. Okay, that is huge for that team right there. Was that Super Bear that we just saw?
Yeah, that's Super Bear. So they are only an Amrune away, I think, from... I mean, if you do the Hell Bar or the Act 5 Barbs in normal here, you gain Ral or Tal, and Tal and Ort are part of that spirit. And so having a Thul, they're just an Amrune away. And a base, I guess, which you hope... I mean, it's rare to not see a base drop from normal cows when you're leveling. There's quite a bit of leveling you're going to have to do in normal cows on the lower players here as well.
Oh, that was scary. That was a scary moment there. That was a hit recovery moment for Novice there. As much as we didn't see the HP drop as much, it was still a scary moment. That was about 100 HP, and he was in hit recovery, so he was lucky to get out of that one very quickly, but it does look like, man, these two teams are on par. Like, we're seeing Diablo fall from 3 Dads and a Goat Man. Again, we saw Mephisto kill first from Super Bear, so it's kind of like they're trading places, essentially. Like, they're going back and forth on who's in first place right now. This is a very exciting race.
Yeah, they are right. I mean, they're neck and neck. They're so close to each other.
It does look like we've got Running Crew going for the they're going for the Duriel kill now, so they're going to be putting the staff in the altar here. Or in the orifice, sorry.
They are a little bit behind the two leaders, but I mean, if they're taking a safer route, because the leaders are definitely taking some risks.
Yeah,
as
I mean,
we saw with
it's
the
worth noting though
teleport.
that the running crew here also doesn't have a barbarian, so they are sort of on a similar risk level. They do have the druid, which is huge for Oak Sage, and obviously potentially if there's summons or using the bear for stunning and everything like that. But in general, two of these teams are not running a barbarian. So you've got 2 barbs and 2 no barbs, and
Yeah.
Super Bear, are they? What is going on here? Am I seeing them go for chaos leveling, or are they still? Oh, they might still be clearing to progress.
Yeah,
This is
they
gonna be the
did
scary
Forge
moment.
early,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. Yep.
so they're a little bit behind, but they're also ahead on runes for Spirit. So if they get an Am rune, that really pays off that they got a full rune early here. Whereas 3 Dads and a Goat, they might get, if they do get an Am rune, but don't have the full rune, they could cube up 3 Ort runes, but that won't be for a lot longer.
I just want to mention something really quickly. So it does look like Super Bear here is actually opting for Shadow Warrior. Is it? I forget which one the earlier one is, but it's one of the Shadow Warriors, essentially. I was seeing a Shadow Warrior being cast out there on Infector of Souls just then. So essentially they are using an extra summon from the Assassin to create distractions in certain cases. So Infector is a very, very scary one, but again, we're seeing, like we said before, Assassin is a bit of like an unexpected character to see in this kind of event, but definitely has a place here. Like there is possible scenarios where you would want to run it for that early game damage, but they're also using a little bit of the early game utility from it. I'm kind of surprised though not to see the Cloak of Shadows being run, because if you're running Shadow Warrior, you could kind of just go Cloak of Shadows. Maybe they were doing a combination of both, but I'm not entirely sure. So we do see now 2 teams have taken down Diablo, and we're going to be progressing through Act 5 difficulty. We might see some of the other teams go for some leveling in other areas, like the Sorceress goes forward, but they might also be needed for certain quests. Again, we've got 3 Dads and a Goat Man here, all in Act 5 right now, pretty much probably just helping with quests and making sure that things get done, because the Sorceress has to make as much progression as possible. We've got Goat teleporting forward pretty much, like we said before, we might see some safety from them, but in general it does look like he's still just going forward, like all guns blazing, pretty much just, making sure that
they're
he
already
gets
at
there.
Ancients.
Yep. So this is going to be the P4 spawned Ancients right now. This could be the scary scenario, potentially, but it does look like overall they're playing it safe. Not seeing the sigil being dropped here at the moment. But in general, the static field is very, very strong here, just making Korlik and Talik a complete joke. Obviously, Mordok is, he does damage, but he's not too concerning. We've got the Barbarian here also dropping the mana potions for the Sorceress to continue forward. And we've got Lucky going for Flame Wave, but still doesn't have it.
I have another large shield right now.
So typically what we would do here is, because you don't gain any XP out of Act 5, and we would send a Sork here ahead in the 8-man to skip the waves or kill off the waves, either way, to basically get into cows faster. We would send the rest of the team to go level up back in Act 3, but I believe because they can't leave the game, and they've already cleared out most of Act 3, I don't think they have much XP to gain here.
Yep, this is something that obviously differs a lot from the traditional gameplay loop that we expect. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, they're just not allowed to leave. I don't think they're allowed to leave, so they kind of have to just go with whatever experience they get, right? I mean, again, I'm not entirely sure how the rules around leaving work. It might be a tentative kind of thing where we sort of like play it on the fly, but in general, yeah, it doesn't look like they're actually allowed to leave.
Yeah, so I wonder if they may have done a new game after Mephisto, and so they reset their Act 3, giving them an option to like refarm Flare Jungle and Serena in the temples, and that way they can gain a lot more XP. But I didn't see them leaving after Ancients. It looked like they were staying in Act 5.
I need that Row. Someone had a Row.
Yeah, I think pretty much as we were saying before, they pretty much just have to get as much experience as possible within what they have. I'm curious if, I guess obviously once they complete the game and do cows, maybe they're allowed to open a second cows, or maybe they just have to hope that they've got enough in Nightmare, but...
Please. Drop Row.
Yeah, it looks like...
I'm definitely hearing them talk about Flare Jungle, so maybe they are going back and getting as much experience as possible where they can.
Yeah, there they are.
This does look like it's an unexplored area for them. So I'm wondering if Goat
Yeah, so
has
they
maybe
definitely did a
left
new
them.
game.
Yep. Which I think
But
I'm
not
pretty
after-
I'm pretty sure it might be allowed to do that kind of thing. I think they might have done a new game like after defeating Mephisto or something like that. But
Correct.
yeah, I think as
you're-
far as I'm aware, I think they're allowed to stay in the same lobby. But like for example, if one player leaves, they have to all leave, kind of thing. So
Correct.
yeah, I think pretty much I believe teams are allowed to make a new game, and then, but the condition is that they have to all rejoin that new game together. So at pretty much at all times, like everything is going to be players 4 typically, and yeah, we've got the Jode Dan right now though, looking like they're going through tombs. Obviously, again, this is the team that's playing it a little bit safer with the composition that doesn't have a sorceress, so the lack of teleport is really hurting them here. We're going to start to see them kind of fall a little bit behind, but again, what matters is getting past that finish line alive, okay? And with the two other teams, the two other Korean teams that don't have a Barbarian, that's going to be a hard task for them.
Correct. Ooh,
So right now we've got P4
That-
Ancients.
that is the Ancients, yeah. For Super Bear, so they are right behind. I mean, they're keeping up. And that's level 22, so they did level as well.
Oh, okay, yep.
So they have that extra XP going into cows. Ooh, there's a level 21 Pally though. So if he actually goes back and gets a little bit extra XP, that'll be huge for when they do transition over to cows, because those 3 bars are going to be quite slow. It's about, I believe, 70% compared to like 90%.
Yep.
And so you're going to see some the Paladin fall a little bit behind potentially if he doesn't go and level in cows. It looks like they're all going to stay in Act 5 and clear the waves together, I could guess.
Yeah, I think at the
That
end of the
XP
day,
shrine could also be big.
I think it. Oh yeah, yep. You were exactly calling it out right there. He's getting the experience shrine. Might be opting for, like we were saying before, potentially getting that Paladin over the 21 into 22. We do see obviously.
I have an armor with res.
Looks
full
like
res, if
they
you guys
might have
want.
had to help clear the waves. I'm not sure if we saw a wave skip from Goat or not. He might have attempted, probably potentially failed, and
It's
then
got potions here.
had to get some assistance from the team, of course.
For backup.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And oh, he hovered over for a second, but lucky Luciana does have a leaf base or leaf rune word.
Leaf
So
made.
he's-
Okay, yep.
Yeah, leaf made. So they did go with the higher damage of the Rao rune, and
Okay.
yeah, you
Let's
see
go.
Gotenheim here doing the wave skipping.
Yep, again, another glitch and exploit within this game. Essentially, there is a way to completely bypass having to fight wave 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, sorry. But basically, you have to perform this, like, not frame perfect skip, but it's about a 2 to 3 frame window where you essentially keep Baal loaded in for a certain period of time, quickly leave the area, re-enter for a brief period of time, like the 2 frame window, or 2 to 3 frame window, and then hopefully with some luck he throws the wave up into the air, but they actually don't spawn correctly. So we are seeing people obviously trying to go for that glitch or skip. In some cases, if they fail, they're going to need assistance from the team. But it's also a difficult one to perform online due to the nature of the desync and whatnot. But we see here, obviously, Super Bear are just opting for the clear the waves kind of strategy. Unfortunately, they're not going to get much experience again because of what we talked about before with the experience penalty. These guys are currently level 20, 21, 22, and these monsters are around like in their 40s, or not 50s, but definitely around in their 40s. And in general,
They're outside of the level, yeah.
yeah, I was going to say they're well outside of the level range. That level range, however, is completely fine once you hit level 25. As soon as you hit level 25, you can get experience from the waves. We may see some teams potentially opt for Baal runs just to be on the safe side. Again, this is something that we could maybe see out of, you know, Running Crew or potentially the Broken Pig Dan. So we're now seeing a couple people actually opt for the Ancient's Pledge here, which does make sense given it being hardcore. Wow, but 2 teams pretty much on par with each other. Both defeating Baal pretty much at the same time, man. This race is so exciting right now. We've got the 2 major speedrun teams that are neck and neck. Obviously, the other 2 are going to be competing for completion at this point by the looks of things. But those 2 are also neck and neck as well. So we've got 2 big neck and neck stretches right now. And you can see Running Crew is currently going in for some experience, and I think this is also progression.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams just being neck and neck just makes it so much more exciting to watch.
Oh yeah,
And-
definitely, definitely.
We save them for later.
And I think the three dads and a goat man
straight
here.
up and we'll go
If
clockwise.
they did do the strategy to get level 22, they might pull ahead, like I was saying, slingshot a little bit ahead. Although that XP shrine is going to be a factor, I think, for the Chose team.
Yeah, the slightest
Bear.
advantage right now, by the looks of things, potentially for three dads and a goat man. Again, we're not entirely sure. Maybe they might have used. Oh, actually, that is smart. He's saved the XP shrine. They backed up the XP shrine in Worldstone here, and he's using it now to get that
Correct.
21 done quickly. So this
Yeah,
is
so the
this is a
slingshot
smart
that
yep.
they would have had isn't actually going to happen because the paladin's going to catch up. Oh, has already caught up.
Yep.
He's 22 now. And so, yeah, going through cows here. The only cows that are not level 28 are going to be Cow King and his minions there. They're going to be level 31. And so even though they're a boss group, they are 3 more levels different. And so you are not going to be getting hardly any XP from them as a level 20,
Yeah,
22 character.
generally speaking, the best thing to do if you encounter Cow King early on into the cow level is just to try and go the opposite way around, and then come back and try and hope that you get Cow King when you're as high level as possible to avoid as much XP penalty as possible. Unfortunately, it does. Ooh, that was a save and exit right there. That was very close. Very, very good save and exit by Dongshin there, but super close.
Very clean.
Very clean. It was a risky moment, but again, like this is what we were talking about before with charge, man. Charge can put you into some very dangerous scenarios if you are, you know, just going that little bit too far forward. But again, as well to mention, that is allowed during these moments. If there is a moment of like potential near death or, you know, panic moment or being stuck or something like that, you are allowed to save and exit. So just keep that in mind, that players are allowed to do this. But pretty much they just,
And that was
you know, that was one of those unavoidable death kind of scenarios. You know, like I think if he stayed in the game any longer, we might have seen the first player fall here. But
yeah, that goes to showcase those mechanics that we talked about prior to the race that we saw these guys having. And so now that they have like more, you know, game knowledge, map knowledge, and they have those mechanics, you see it's really impressive to just watch. And hopefully they can keep it up and keep themselves up.
yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of close calls. I mean, the close calls are kind of expected at different points throughout this run. I would say cows is probably one of the things where you don't sort of expect it, but again, charging into a pack like that, or potentially desync, you know, if you get surrounded by enough cows, these cows, they hit hard. As much as they may be the favorite home for a lot of us, they do hit hard. And it looks like running crew is going to... they're fighting Mephisto right now. Again, this is what we were talking about before. Bosses are going to hurt for this team without the static.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. This team has the static. It's the other team I'm thinking of, the Broken Pig Dan. That team is going to hurt a little bit later on without the static. But so far, that's going to be the next team to take down Mephisto.
Is this team, or is this Sork avoiding doing progression for them, or
I think playing it safe, potentially over leveling maybe.
okay?
Might be playing it safe in general. I think, like, again, hardcore race, you know, you don't always want to be teleporting forward, especially if you don't have a barbarian, which they don't. So, but now we've got the Jode Dan here, which is the
Team without the Sork.
Yeah, the team without the Sork. Oh, but we do have the Blade Warp here, so this is again what I was talking about. You know, mobility will come potentially from Blade Warp and Charge. So,
would this team in the bottom left corner be considered the Broken Pig Dan?
I believe so.
Right?
Yeah, I believe they're the Broken Pig Dan. So maybe that's I guess, you know, two different names. There could be the more English speaking name, and then obviously the Korean name.
Okay, just for clarification, because they are on. They have the team name in the top left, but then they also have the team names in the bottom left. So,
Yep.
And yeah, as you can see, I mean, at the bottom middle there, we have a 104 flat for the three dads and a goat man, and 104.15 for the super bear. Like, they're 15 seconds behind. That means that time difference is nothing when it comes to these runs, because there's so much that can happen. There's so many variables, whether you're doing progression or you're gaining XP, or you're gathering items so that you can have a more safe and clean run, and you're gaining XP while doing that. There's a lot of I guess decision making that these teams have to have planned for. We have the running crew here entering Act 4, and their Sork is teleporting, so
So there's definitely some searching around. I think right now it looks like they're searching for Isuel or maybe progression. Ooh, but 220 life is going to be so scary here. We need to have all eyes on this team right now. Because
yeah, this is very, very scary.
Yeah, all it takes is one hit recovery Inferno, and that's going to be very scary. I'm a bit surprised to see them going for this experience here. I'm not sure if they're out of range. I think these guys are actually level 30. Yeah, we're not seeing much experience. You can see here, this is where the XP penalty kicks in. That XP bar down the bottom, the white bar that you see, not moving very much when it comes to this boss pack, and unfortunately I think that's going to be a little bit of a time loss for them there. You know, again, this team I think right now is probably around level 21 or 22, something along those lines. And again, if you're trying to kill level 30 monsters, which that boss pack was, they are just getting heavily penalized in experience. They're not getting much at all from it, unfortunately. So again, this early game,
half a bar. Yeah,
this early game leveling penalty is going to be one that is a bit rough for them, but unfortunately, you know, sometimes just what you got to do, what you got to do.
And we're coming up to another forge. So the Korean teams seem to favor the forge, whereas the American teams do not, or the American team does not favor it or prioritize it.
This could be a very big difference maker because, again, like we said before, you might see them going for multiple forges here, potentially trying to opt for that Amrune. And again, if they get the Spirit, that's a huge deal. Like that's something that these teams, especially the ones without the Barbarian, are probably going to need because, like we've said before, if you don't have battle orders, Spirit is going to be your next best bet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be that massive.
I'm hearing some laughing. Yep, they've got the Eldrune, unfortunately. Eldrune is arguably one of the most useless ones out of all the runes you could possibly get. Pretty much all you can do with an Eldrune.
Did.
Yep.
You see the gems they got? They got some of the best gems.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so they got Perfect Ruby and Flawless Sapphire. Again, these gems, very, very useful when it comes to getting health and mana. So that's very, very crucial. Definitely makes it a little bit of an easier experience when teleporting on a Sorceress because, you know, you need to have a decently high mana pool. Typically speaking, on a Sorceress, it will feel good if you're above 100 mana. I mean, I want to say probably closer to 150 plus mana. And then obviously, you know, having that Perfect Ruby, that's like, I think 31 life or something like that, which is, you know, big difference maker when it comes to playing the Sorc here.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I must say, I love seeing the barb leap around. It's just a sight. It's a beautiful sight.
With a pig,
with a pig avatar.
But yeah, I mean, that Sorc was the one that was suffering on the HP pool too. So it was, I mean, it was just perfect. That was the gem drop for her.
Yep.
Having a little bit of trouble in the endurance here. I think I see the exit in the far left corner.
Oh yeah,
go to the bottom right.
Yeah, they need to go. Yeah, they've got to go towards the left here. Unfortunately, it seems like they're a bit scattered. And again, not having that Sorceress teleport is what's making the difference here. But yeah, I think they've realized now. Yep, you can see a couple of the players are going back towards it. Now we're flicking back to 3 Dads and a Goatman here, and they are doing Den of Evil, which again is for the skill point and potential future respecs and stuff like that.
For Nightmare though.
Yeah, I mean, again, hardcore race. You're going to see things that you don't expect. Plus, they might need some extra respecs. You know, they have to factor in that, you know, maybe if damage starts to suffer a little bit, it gives them the option to go for other builds, like, you know, perhaps transitioning from something like the Fire Warlock build into Miasma Chains and Abyss. I do think Miasma Chains and Abyss in a group scenario might be a bit rough, because again, I've mentioned it before, but with summons, it makes that build very difficult to play, because Miasma Chains, you need things walking into the chains. So,
correct.
Could be painful.
Have you thought of a scenario where Miasma Chains gets laid down and the barb leaps the monsters into the Miasma Chains?
Yeah, that could maybe work. I think it's really hard to say. I think it just requires a lot of team coordination in general. Like overall.
Yeah.
You need a lot of team coordination, but it does look like we are seeing the Pig King team getting up to Mephisto here. Again, we were talking about. Oh my goodness! Oh my! That looked like a critical strike. That had to have been a critical strike, surely. My goodness, a very, very close call. How much HP was that? That looked like 300 HP or something. If that hits
That
this,
was
if that hits a
wild.
sorceress, that sorceress is long gone. But damn, Mephisto had it out for the paladin here.
Good thing that was the paladin. Like, I think Warlock, Druid, Sorc. Oh, they don't have a Sorc, but the other classes that don't have as much
Yeah.
HP as a paladin.
If you get hit by that, you are falling over. You are falling over. Saigon's
That
gloves.
was what a great camera timing to get
Yeah.
that shot.
Good job, production. Good job. You're doing a great job. But yeah, holy moly. So yeah, we see now that the Broken Pig Dan have actually brought down Mephisto. Obviously, again, like we were talking about before, as you know, obviously we got into that intense moment there. The lack of static is going to hurt them a little bit on bosses, especially on Baal. I think that's going to be the tough one. We're now seeing Running Crew getting up to spawning Diablo here, so these guys should have a pretty okay time given the fact that they have static, but again, you've got to look out for that Diablo laser. But yeah, in general, it's just crazy to see the close calls that we've had already.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that are using distraction, like Goatman, Oak Sage, as we can see, being...
Oh, we've seen the Druid fall.
We've just seen the first death.
That is the first death. Running Crew has lost the Druid. That's going to be mana dropping to
Oh,
the
no.
floor. No, 17k gold on the ground. That is not a good sign in hardcore. So that is going to be I believe the first death, unless there's been one that's happened off screen elsewhere, but the first death of the race so far. Again, Running Crew can continue this race, but if they do lose another player from this point, it is unfortunately going to be them out of the race.
And
But my
the
goodness.
worst part is that you don't get to mourn your teammate because you're in a race. You have to keep going.
Yeah, you've got to keep going. You've got to, as much as like that's going to be a huge morale drop, you just have to keep going. You've got to persevere, you know, as much as at this point right now, it seems like Running Crew might be hoping for another player to drop from elsewhere. The only thing that is, I guess, not good, but you know, a little saving grace is the fact that instead of it being players 4 spawns, now it's players 3. But with that said, that also means less experience. So that is 2 factors right now that are like kind of creating a very different balance.
Yeah, for sure. The balance, it ends up weighing in the favor of, like, you need a lot of XP. That ends up taking more time than the boss fights. But I mean, that's because of having things like static and having like safety things like a druid with summons and oak sage that can keep you upright. It's very surprising to see a druid drop. But I guess the oak sage must have died.
Yeah,
I don't have an instant replay.
My guess is that Diablo might have hit the Oak Sage with the Fire Nova first, dropped the HP of the Druid, and then also hit the Druid in succession. I'm not 100% sure if that's exactly what happened. Maybe there was no Oak Sage, something like that. But nonetheless, that is crazy. So again, we've seen the first player drop in this race, which, you know, getting up to normal Diablo, I would expect to die to the laser, not so much the Fire Nova. But again, you know, if you're not careful, like you've got to have those reaction speeds to either do one or two things: save and exit, rejuve, go back through a town portal. Something's got to happen there. If you're fighting Diablo and you're on like 50 to 100 HP, it's always risky territory. But right now we are seeing Super Bear going for the tower strats here, so it does look like they really, really want that spirit. And again, like we were talking about before, the lack of Barbarian is going to make spirit a crucial difference maker for this team. Like, they're going to have it. If anything, they might even want multiple. We might not just see one. We might see multiple.
True. That's a great point. Yeah, because I mean, they could use potentially every single one of them could use it.
Exactly. Yep.
The paladin could use even 2 of them technically.
Yeah.
Which would make them really powerful. But you definitely need it for the sorceress if you're going to be running without a barbarian. And this is going to slow down their progression, but their XP is going to do just fine because you can level up in tower for all the way to, like, I believe level 40, maybe even like a little above 40.
I want to say I've definitely experienced a lot of tower runs where I've been there until like 40, 45. I think Countess is like something around like 39 or 41 or something. So even then, like, it's not the worst, but you know, typically you don't want to be spending too much time here. Going to, like, maybe, I want to say, topping off at level 40. They wouldn't want to go much higher than that. If they do, then it's going to start really hurting their time versus the other team that's focusing a bit more on progression.
Yeah, and also that means
Oh,
we almost saw a second death. That was
Oh, boy.
I mean, that was a great rejuve. Wow. Amp archers is not something you
Yeah.
want to see in your tower.
yeah. I'm starting to
Wow.
think a lot of these players are going to be reconsidering their life choices about teleporting around with amp damage. That's for sure. Again, this is a risky scenario for Super Bear. Like Super Bear are one of the scariest teams to watch right now. He's still got amp damage on. Like, oh, he's got the one thing that he's actually utilizing is energy shield though. So he does have energy
Yes.
shield. So that's one
That
thing that I
saved his
noticed.
life.
Yeah, the energy shield
If
was
the-
actually the difference there. If not for the energy shield, most likely would have fallen over just now. But
You can see his life being 250 or so, and Goat's life here with the Oak Sage from the Druid and the Barbarian Battle Orders is like 700 when
Yeah.
the Oak Sage is around.
even
450
without
now.
that, yeah, 450. That's essentially double the HP compared to Novice right now.
Yeah.
Watch archers above.
And obviously, you know, once he's got the once he's got the crew coming in with that Oak Sage, you know, he bumps up to another extra 200 HP on top of that, making it really, really safe for all of them to group farm together. Again, I think this is probably the most efficient idea, utilizing that static, you know, trying to bring the
And
monsters
getting
down.
two amazing groups here.
Yep. Yeah, the jail pack here as well. Obviously, you know, Champ Fallen's what we always search for in Sorceress speedruns, but you know, in Nightmare it's a little bit different because they are random spawns all the time. Some more.
A third one.
Wow, is that more
smaller.
Champ shot? I think that's just a it's a smaller group by the looks of things.
Yeah. But, I mean, amazing XP while they're doing progression. They're not going to have the spirit, though, or at least, I mean, they're definitely not going for the runes. They didn't do Forge. They aren't doing Countess. But they are going to be head on progression. If that, I mean, and they have the life from the Barb Bow. I think, like I said, I think this was the comp that I would have probably ran myself.
Yeah.
It allows you to really play what's the word, more, I guess, more aggressive, more speedrun focused. And oh wow, these guys haven't even done ancients yet, and they were level 24.
Oh,
So-
okay, yeah. So they're going for basically the long-term snowball strat, it seems. So being level 24 here is a big deal because when they do actually pop the ancients, they are all going to be level 25 and completely avoiding XP penalty. So actually, when they do fight the waves on P4, they're going to get some shared experience between it, which, you know, is not too bad. And given the fact that they don't have a sorceress, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, it's one of those things where, you know, even if you're a little bit behind, essentially, like, they are trying to really utilize that experience to the best of their ability. And I think that's definitely going to be a strategy that pays off for them, given the fact that they are now essentially competing for probably third place, potentially second and first, if we start to see players like Novice drop with the amp damage before. But in general, this team could be a very, very likely contender to make it all the way if the other teams do see some players drop here and there. And again, like we said, the Sorceress is the one to look out for. It's very, very scary. But yeah, right now it does look like these guys actually might make some potential catch up against Running Crew. They do still have the Sorceress in Running Crew, which is very huge for their progression.
So the thing is that the team with the sorceresses, if those sorcerers go down, the teams are investing a lot into those sorceress item wise. And so if those sorcs go down and you're not sharing gear, you end up losing all of that investment essentially into that character and your team. And so now everybody is playing one without your progression sorc, but also without all of the gear that you've managed to build up for your team. Or at least the important items like stealth and spirit. Hopefully this team can, I mean, clear safely and quickly, because they did build a team that is very safe. And there's the first Nightmare Andy kill. Wow, that was quick.
Nightmare Andariel is down. It's going to be interesting to see as well whether or not Super Bear is going to be opting for more tower runs, obviously trying to get those spirits online. That might be their strategy going forward, obviously trying to make sure that they top out on safety and damage, despite not having the Barb BO. Another thing I also wanted to bring up as well, in regards to this entire race, is that I actually think, I could be wrong, but given the nature of how the North American team performs, I think we might have seen a potential teleportation staff being purchased as a backup option. You know, obviously if we do see the rare Sorc fall, there may be, you know, backup for using teleportation staff to make it through. Obviously it's not the most ideal, but it is a backup strategy. Again, the Barbarian could quite easily, you know, teleport around with it essentially has the exact same cast rate breakpoints as the Sorceress, which is kind of funny given that they're two completely opposite classes. But when it comes to... Oh, hold on. We are seeing a moment here. The lightning is going to be a little scary. Yeah, you can't mess with that Diablo laser. Yeah, you can't mess with that Diablo laser. And desync is going to be the worst thing here.
Yeah, and with Reign of the Warlock, they've fixed the Diablo lasers in Nightmare in Hell, so you cannot just move underneath Diablo's.
Oh no.
That's not a good character.
That is a very bad... I was going to say... Okay, so for those that don't know, watching at home, basically, the current spell that the Paladin is using, he's shooting out what's known as a Holy Bolt. Holy Bolt can't actually deal damage to that, I don't think, or at least not efficiently. It's probably the last spell you want to be using against, you know, the evil force cage that Diablo puts around you. So, luckily, one of the players was...
Cage is not undead or demon.
Yep.
So the Warlock had to come behind him there and save him.
Yep.
With the flame wave, and so that was good teamwork.
Oh no, we've lost Supernova on Super
We
Bear.
lost the Warlock.
The Warlock is down. The reign of the Warlock has been ended.
Oh no.
That
is
massive. That is a huge deal for that team. They've lost so much. I mean, they still have a decent amount of damage, but that is a huge damage source. And not to mention, one of their tankiest characters, again, you know, Assassin and Paladin do share the same life pools as them, but you know, having that Warlock down, not looking good. We've seen 2 deaths so far. So again, if we see another death from Super Bear, that's going to be them disqualified. And then the same goes as well for Running Crew. They are also down a player.
Correct.
So right now, it does look like 3 dads and a goatman are going to run away with this, given the fact that they are down a player. Unless, of course, we see an early death from 3 dads and a goatman, perhaps somewhere in maybe Nightmare Act 2, maybe Nightmare Act 3, something along the lines of that. But that is a very, very crucial death.
Goat's got all the pressure now. He is...
It's going to be all eyes on Goat.
Yeah. Well, as well as Cho, because Cho being down
of course.
Player,
Yep.
And playing without a Barb, he is in the hot seat. Those are those are definitely characters that need to be watched very closely going through Nightmare here. I think it's even more important that they get the spirit for Cho on the Sorceress now. I mean, without a Barb, it was already important, but now you're down a player and you can't even...
I must say, there's one thing that I do respect right now about Running Crew, and I'm assuming this is probably part of the rules, obviously, but the Druid is still in the game. So currently they are still spawning everything at players 4. You know, they're currently progressing, but also mourning at the same time. So you've got that Druid still just sitting there, unfortunately no HP bar, but still sitting in the game, which I think is part of the rules. As far as I'm aware, I think they do have to stay, maybe not, but nonetheless, that is it's a bit of a, you know, sad vibes over there for sure.
Oh man, yeah. Like I said, you can't mourn your friend that goes down. You just have to keep pushing on, and it does give them more XP, and they were higher level going into the waves, so they will get a lot of XP on just 3 players. But yeah, it is unfortunate that they lost a player there. Is this the second forge or their first forge?
I'm actually not sure. Maybe they are going for a second forge here. It would make sense, you know, obviously if they want to go for the safer route.
Yeah, without a Sorceress in this team, you're not going to be able to teleport through the tower levels very efficiently, so doing all 4 forges does make sense.
Oh, what are we seeing here? I'm hoping we see an inventory open. Unfortunately, we can't read the runes. Ah, there's an if. Okay. Unfortunate rune for them, but you know, at the end of the day, if you do find 2 more ifs, you can always up it to a tower, which is better than nothing. But oh, I see we've got the Pig King actually opting. So it seems like the Broken Pig Dan is actually going for Barbarian as their main progression, kind of. It looks like the Barbarian is sort of leaping forward, which kind of makes sense. You know, it's a big mobility skill. It obviously knocks things away, and it's quite safe overall. There are going to be some scenarios where it obviously gets very scary if you're in the air and you just get hit by everything all at once. But we are seeing now Running Crew going for the waves here. I actually don't know. It doesn't actually look like they're the team that's overleveled. I think it's the Broken Pig Dan team is the one that's currently 24 approaching 25.
Okay.
Running crew, on the other hand, might still be a little bit lower on the levels. They might be around like 22 or 23.
Yeah, you can see their XP bars are not going up off of these kills. I mean, barely going up. Yeah, if they were 25 here or 26, they would gain probably 3 bars per kill from each one of these minions. The minions of destruction do have a massive XP gain, so that's why you do see their XP bar even move really on this wave.
Yep.
But the level difference is, I think, I want to say they're like level 58. They're like crazy high level. And Baal's like level 60 in normal here. But the important thing is that their Sork is still alive and able to static. And same with the Super Bear team. Losing the Warlock is a lot of damage loss, but is not the Sork. So you still have that going for you with progression and static for damage. We will see these guys hopefully upgrade their potions, because those light potions don't regen very quickly, especially on the Warlock. I believe it's like 30 then 60 on like minor and light potions. And he's got a minor and 2 light potions in there. And those
this is going to be a little bit scary going into Baal. You know, the regen on the Warlock, as we have mentioned, does seem a little bit on the lower side. I think that's I think it's mostly just due to the fact that it's using a different potion type as expected, given the higher life pool. But so far, it does seem like the Sorceress static is bringing him down. Again, Lethargy Seal right here is kind of making Baal essentially useless. It's kind of funny, because you would think that Baal is like one of the most like frightening bosses in the game, but you know, things like the Lethargy Seal kind of just render him completely useless. He just sort of like pretends to cast things, and you know, as long as he is, I believe it's 44% slowed in the game, he pretty much becomes almost inactive, where he does this thing, he's actually overlapping animations. So he's so slow that he can't actually cast most of the time. I'm not 100% sure, again, I haven't really messed around too much with that sigil against regular Baal. I know for sure it works against Uber Baal, and that sigil in particular applies, I think, a 50% slow. So it's very, very important there.
So we got a quick glimpse of Jotunheim's level. He's level 32, which is very high level for Nightmare Act 2 when it comes to
you can see
runs.
You can see obviously with the Oak Sage and the battle orders here, 900 HP. That is incredible. Super safe, obviously, when he brings the team in. Yeah, obviously, pretty much late game Sork, as you said. When they actually bring the team in, which, you know, you can see that they're playing it safe, playing it smart, bringing the whole crew in, farming XP together, kind of keeping the levels in line. It sort of makes sense to do this kind of thing in a more race environment. If it was a speedrun, different story. loving the cow follow alert right there. Good old Woot with the cow showing up on us.
That was great. So yeah, the extra levels here are going to play into the safety aspect of like these guys, and they're ahead, so they are playing really, really well right now. Doing tomb runs, it looks like, in Nightmare as well. And look, I mean, that's a ton of XP right there. It'll be interesting to see how much XP they plan to do into Flare Jungle versus Chaos Sanctuary, because the Paladins typically shine in the 8-man co-op runs. That was I think that was a Crushing Blow hit.
Yeah, that might have been a Crushing Blow hit or two, maybe. Again, as well, for people not familiar with this, Crushing Blow essentially is a thing that some monsters, and obviously it can also spawn on items, but Crushing Blow is a mechanic where it will reduce the current life percentage of your player, or, you know, if you use it against a monster. But it reduces the current life percentage, so if you have 900 life and then you get hit by a Crushing Blow hit, you often lose, you know, about, I think it's 1/8 of your life. Depending on whether or not there's penalties, but that is a pretty big deal. You know, if you get hit by 2 of those, 3 of those, it can really chunk you down very quickly, unexpectedly, because it's one of those things where most of the monsters won't do that much damage. They typically do around maybe 50 to 150 damage, maybe 200 damage tops. But again, those Crushing Blow hits can, those Crushing Blow hits can definitely be a lot more. Seeing a lot of gloves. I was going to say, that's a lot of gloves. It seems like Duriel might be up to something. We're not quite sure what's going on there, but yeah, definitely a lot of gloves coming off of Duriel right now. A little bit sus, but
yeah, it's like one of those items you actually don't really get a whole lot of in speedruns, is like gloves and boots. typically you find enough jewelry that everybody has like 1 or 2 pieces, and everybody gets a belt for being able to shop potions. Everybody gets like a shield, so you have res and a weapon, and maybe like an armor and a helmet with sockets. But like the gloves and boots are usually,
Oh.
untouched, and so getting a lot of gloves there is kind of nice.
Just quickly, is this team taking a break, or have we actually seen another player? Oh no.
No.
Yeah, it looks like that might be like a break or something, or maybe they're figuring out gear. I was just a bit confused by seeing the Sorceress standing AFK kind of thing. They might be trying to figure out what their approach is with the player down at the moment. Again, it's one of those things where like you don't expect to lose a player this early, and you kind of, depending on which class you lose, you kind of really have to adapt your strategy. So I think right now they're kind of discussing like, what do we do? How is our approach? Because maybe they really needed the druid for certain things.
Yeah, I think they're. I mean, you don't approach these runs with the expectation of losing a player.
Exactly.
So I think they haven't planned for it at all, and now they're having to design on the fly what they are going to do, which is really difficult. It does look like we have a spirit now for show, so
yeah, we're seeing that broadsword.
Yeah, they're going to start blasting, but with the broadsword spirit, he still only has 350 life.
Yeah,
compared to Goat with the battle orders.
That is unreal, man. This is going to be such a scary, scary thing for Super Bear right now. Like, the 350 life Sork, I mean, as much as he's got... I think he has energy shield on swap, but he currently doesn't have energy shield on, so... Oh, there's not even energy shield on swap, but he does have the swap weapon. I think that's in preparation for maybe potentially a lower resist wand, or maybe an energy shield orb.
Maybe.
But,
so what I'm guessing is that he does have it, but he might have just stashed it. Because, like you were mentioning earlier, nightmare mobs do about 50 to 200 damage, roughly.
Yeah.
And that's not enough to one-shot you. But what is enough to one-shot you is getting critically striked by a monster that happens to roll that 200 damage. And those hits are rare, but in a hardcore environment, you don't want to risk any of that. Especially if you run into like
just quickly,
extra strong.
I can't get over the fact that Goat has 1100 life in Act 3 Nightmare when everyone comes in. Like, that is just incredible. Again, this is one of those things where you can really tell that the NA team has kind of like planned out their strategy very well. They're not going too crazy. He has 620 life right now. Like, obviously, this is huge. This is where having the Barbarian makes such a significant difference, because if the Barbarian is leveling up with the team, which is not something we always see in regular speedruns, right? Usually you get your Barbarian to a certain level and then he kind of just stops, right? In this speedrun in particular, we're actually seeing the Barbarian level up with them, and as he's leveling up, he's providing even more life for the Sorceress, which makes the Sorceress teleporting even safer. Like, 620 life is... I mean, I would be shocked to see Goat die. Like, you would have to see something like a Curse, Might or a Fanaticism pack, or something along the lines of that. But at this point, yeah,
I feel like he has more life than I do at the end of a hell speedrun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's one of those things where, like, you know, we've obviously done our fair share of like hardcore runs ourselves on Sorceress in single player, and you know, him having 620 life this early into Nightmare, it's a super safe thing going on for them right now. But there is still a very, very small potential that they could see a death. But like we said, in general, I think that he's probably going to have a pretty chill time, maybe until like, I don't know, Act 4 Nightmare, if there's like a random pack that might apply like Conviction and Inferno Burn or something. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, and yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on.
A lot of XP.
Yeah, you can see Macabre running out of Oak Sage range there. Basically, his HP is dropping from 2.2k down to 1,000. If he's not careful there, running out of range is a bit scary. But yeah, I mean, obviously playing it a little bit risky, but at the same time, he is a Barbarian, does have enough life, and you know, pretty much you have those safety spells. You have the Battle Cry, which can stun monsters, rendering them kind of, you know, useless for like 1 or 2 seconds early on. Maybe a little bit later, the stun is longer. You've also got the Druid obviously coming in for safety, providing that shockwave, and also the Oak Sage. We have
Level
Super Bear.
21 Oak Sage, by the way.
Oh, this is looking scary, man. Fanaticism and Dario, man, he's getting way too close there. I mean, I get it, but it's still scary.
Yeah,
So-
that 50 to 200 damage goes up by a lot when you're buffed up by a fanaticism or might aura.
I am so unbelievably worried for Super Bear in the long run. Like, this team right now is already down a player, and they don't have a Barbarian, they don't have Oak Sage. The only thing that they really have going for them right now is potentially Salvation Aura, and that can only save you so much, you know? Like, at the end of the day, if you are cursed and get hit by a physical hit, you are going to take so much damage. We now
Those
see...
resistances don't do anything against the physical hit.
Exactly. And we do see now that the Broken Pig Dan is bringing down Ancients, so again, like we said, this is the team that's currently over-leveled, so they are going to start bridging the gap between that experience penalty. I mean, they might be higher than level 24 right now, but regardless, they'll be hitting at least 25 here, if not more. And when they do fight the Baal Waves, obviously they'll get a few more levels off of that. They'll probably end up going from 25 up to like 26, 27, 28 kind of thing. Entering Nightmare probably around that time. Maybe they might do some Baal runs. We're not entirely sure like what their strategy is at this moment. But there are different ways. I mean, obviously back in the early days of our 8-man runs, we used to do Baal runs, so we might see something a little bit more simple along those lines. Going for the...
As you saw there, though, without static, that took a long time to do.
Something I want to point out here is we actually see the Paladin, Dan, right now, is opting for Zeal. Now, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but maybe he's thinking something along the lines of like Crushing Blow with Zeal swings or something. Like, it makes sense. You got to remember, you do have the Barbarian that can apply Battle Cry, and as much as you've got Smite, which, you know, feels like it would be a lot safer, he could go for the swings with Zeal, and when you have Battle Cry applied to bosses, obviously they reduce their defense by 50%. That's a big deal. Like, you are able to hit those hits more reliably. We might see something along the lines of that. Maybe that's going to be their alternative for trying to get through bosses without having the static.
I think it may just be the...
Oh, of course, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking way too deep into it, man. It's just Fist of the Heavens. It's just Fist of the Heavens. What are we talking about?
I did like the thought, though. That was...
a little bit too in-depth, potentially. I mean, maybe my brain is expanding in certain ways that I didn't expect, but nonetheless... we are seeing Lucky go for the respec here. Ooh, okay, so this is going to be very interesting. Is he... So he's going to take a point into Bind Demon. That makes sense, because obviously Bind Demon right now is arguably one of the best things you could probably opt for. They're probably going to fish the Hephaestus at some point.
Actually, was that?
He's not going to go for the Consume, because he would have to get 10 in Demonic Mastery for Consume to be worth it.
Yep, essentially, like, you have to have that.
But he's prepping it.
Ooh, so okay, we're seeing a Max Miasma Chains. Max Miasma Chains is going to be very interesting, like I said before, with the group play aspect. When you have Druid summons, it's going to complicate things a lot, man. Like, you really need to have stuff walking into the Miasma Chains. So if you don't have things walking into that Miasma Chains, like, they're going to be pretty much reliant on Abyss for most of the damage.
You put in Vitality, right?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I mean, it's a good call. It's hardcore after all. It's a good call. You want to make sure that you do have the vitality there, of course. We're now seeing them go for Nightmare Mephisto, so they are definitely creating a bit more of a gap. Initially, like, we saw Super Bear and 3 Dads and a Goatman very close, neck and neck, but obviously now that Super Bear are down that player, we're going to see 3 Dads and a Goatman just slowly pull away from them right now, going for that Nightmare Mephisto. Again, this is the interesting thing. Oh, okay. So you know how I was talking before about, I think Macabre might have purchased a teleportation staff. Lucky actually does have the opportunity here to do something which is both a bit risky but also can work out. You can apply Miasma Chains to the ground and then teleport the chains over a boss. This is probably the tech that he's going to be working in here.
And the reason you have to do that is because the Blade Warp will cut the chains off.
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. I was going to say it. Obviously, he does have Blade Warp as a teleportation skill, or I guess a warp skill, but when you Blade Warp, you actually break the tether of your chain, however, teleport does not. So what the best strategy here is going to be is for him to apply it to the floor, and then try and teleport the cloud, or teleport the chain over the boss, and then apply that cloud. So there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from them if he does utilize that correctly. It's a bit of a techie thing, but, you know, if you're capable of pulling it off, props to you. Like, it's one of those things where it's going to be really hard in a group speedrun. But again, they've already prepared the teleportation stuff for him there, so that's a big deal.
Yeah, and you're going to have stuff locked down from, like, you know, Warcry from the Barb, Shockwave from the Druid, so stuff is going to stand still while you can set up your chains and do that strategy.
Exactly. A lot of safety. That's the one thing. Obviously, if we were talking about the initial strat where you kind of want things following you and walking into the chains, The difference here is that rather than relying on monsters chasing you around, and if you encounter like an extra fast pack, you're just going to get potentially mauled down, which is what you don't want to happen in a hardcore run. But that is there's two approaches to it. Like, you want things following you, or you want to be the one proactively teleporting the chain into the monsters. And it's a bit more of a tech thing, but again, if he can pull it off, it's going to be a big difference maker for them overall.
And yeah, that'll help their damage out, especially since they're running 2 supports. We got the Broken Pig Dan here, the team that has over-leveled, gaining a lot of XP from these Baal waves.
Yep, players for Baal waves are no joke, even if it's shared amongst all the players.
Yeah. So they have that advantage going for them, but they are still a bit behind. I wonder if with the extra levels, if that, I mean, that'll definitely provide the extra safety, if that will allow them to do a little bit faster progression and less like going out of the way like the other team, Super Bear, going for tower runs. But yeah, without the Sorceress, the progression is going to suffer. Looks like the Warlock is just spamming Flame Wave now. Oh no, okay, still using Ring of Flame or Ring of Fire. I was gonna say there is a cooldown on Ring of Flame or Flame Wave, and so in between the first cast of the Flame Wave, you can cast a Ring of Fire to maximize your damage. So I was trying to see if he was layering those.
The one thing to note about that though as well is that sometimes I think it can be a little bit difficult to do that if your faster cast rate is kind of low, and given the fact that, again, like we said before, this is a speedrun, you're not going to see stealths across every single player, you're not going to see faster cast rate pieces across every player. I wouldn't be surprised. You are seeing it now though, as you mentioned, like obviously there's a couple of like Ring of Fire casts in between the Flame Waves, which is kind of a way to maximize the damage. But yeah, in general, I think it's a kind of tough thing to pull off if you are low on cast rate, for sure, because you've got that delay that kind of like increases as a result. But they are getting a lot of experience here for sure, and again, like I said, as much as this team right now might look like they are, you know, a little bit behind, they do have the edge in terms of how much safety their composition offers, and we already have 2 teams missing a player. So all it takes is one of those teams to drop a player, and from this point we could definitely see these guys pull it back and potentially secure at least 3rd, 2nd, and maybe even 1st if we see the worst case scenario happen for 3 dads and a goat man.
Yeah, I mean, that would be awful to have that many people die.
I just get so much anxiety, man, seeing the 362 life pool in Nightmare Act 2 from a sorcerer. Oh, okay, we see it bump up a little bit there. That's nice. He's got some stat points he was holding on to, but yeah, man, that is bold of Novice to hold on to those stat points as long as he has. But nonetheless,
a lot.
400 life going into Nightmare Act 3. That's going to be really scary. This team is going to be one that we really need to keep our eyes on going into the next stages of this run, because Act 3 is one of the scariest in terms of getting knocked into hit recovery. Again, like we've talked about before, life pool is a big deal. One thing that a lot of people don't understand is that the amount of damage that you take, like I forget how hit recovery works exactly, but I believe it's like if you take a certain percentage of damage, you'll get knocked into hit recovery. The lower your life pool is, the more likely that'll happen, and hit recovery is arguably one of the worst things in this game, because if you get stun locked, you are likely going to die. And in a hardcore run, that's the last thing that you want. So again, I think that a little bit of the lack of the Barbarian might be painful for those teams.
For sure.
So we do see a Baal drop for the Broken Pig Dan, which is very nice to see. So we have all teams currently in Nightmare now, progressing through.
Correct. One of the things that I was impressed by was that they managed to get the Barbarian through normal so quickly, even like as fast as the other teams without the Barbarian. And now that they've gotten the Barbarian into Nightmare as fast as they have, they're able to be that much more aggressive with their play because they have that much more HP. And so you'll see like Lucky shooting out these chains on the Warlock and being able to just kind of roam freely with impunity because he has 2k life on a Warlock.
Yeah,
Nightmare.
I mean, we talked about it before. Basically, like most monsters in Nightmare, depending on which stage of Nightmare you're in, typically do anywhere between like maybe 50 to 200 damage on their attacks, right? So when they actually go for a physical swing, if you have 2,000 life, you know, you've got freedom to take realistically anywhere up to like 10 hits before you might start to panic and have to use a health potion or rejuve or something along the lines of that. But Yeah, it does seem like right now they're going for... I can't tell if they're going for experience. They might need a little bit more experience from Chaos. But there's also a chance that maybe they'll just do like... They'll go for like Eldritch runs or something, potentially. It might just be a little bit more easy, more simple. Oh yeah, again, of course, you've got to remember that Diablo laser is going to be scary here. Reign of the Warlock did patch that thing. So don't stand and face tank, but you've got Hephaestus doing it anyway. Hephaestus yeah, they got a Hephaestus. They've got the Nightmare Hephaestus. That guy's higher level than any of them there. I'm pretty sure he's around like level 60 or something. Like, come on, give me a break. What's this level 60 guy doing here amongst my level 38s?
You thought the 2k HP on Lucky there was a lot. The Hephaestus there in Nightmare has like, I think 40-something thousand plus the battle order or something like that.
Oh, I mean, with the battle orders and the Oak Sage, that guy is just going to be an unkillable demon, quite literally. But
quite literally. I mean,
yeah,
he's probably closing in on 200k life with Oak Sage and battle orders. So
we're 1 hour and 50 into this run right now, and we're seeing the first Nightmare Diablo kill of the race. Running crew currently getting through, and are they... It looks like they're going for normal baal waves, so I guess they might be doing baal... I don't know if they're doing baal runs or if they're just catching up. They might be doing baal runs for experience. Oh yeah, they've already killed baal, so yeah, this is just for experience by the looks of things. I think that was probably part of their plan. They're like talking about how they want to approach... you know, missing that extra player, missing that druid. So I think right now they're probably, you know, going the safe route, making sure they get those few extra early levels. Again, lacking the Barbarian is going to be a big deal here, so you're going to need as many levels early as possible. So
I think they made the right call here by just playing it safe, getting more levels without your safety Oak Sage Druid. And basically, if you're trying to go for the fastest or the first team, now they're kind of hoping that the other teams lose a player themselves, and then this will allow them to kind of slingshot ahead with the extra levels.
Yeah, pretty much. I think from this point, I mean, the biggest thing for this race is it's not always about who comes first. You know, like this is a step up from what we've done in the past. In the last Infernal Race, obviously it was softcore last time. People could fall over. It wasn't such a big deal. But in this race, you can't have more than 2 players fall over. If you have 2 players fall over, you're disqualified. So the one big thing here is that even if you end up being in last place, completing this run is an achievement in itself. Like, whether you're first, second, third, or fourth, completing this run is going to be an achievement in itself, no matter what. And I think, you know, given the fact that we've already seen 2 teams lose a player each, everything's on the line right now. Like, it's going to be so scary, like, just watching them go even further. But it's actually interesting as well to see them kill baal here. I guess maybe they might be going for some potential drops, like, hoping maybe, like, a Mage Fist or something drop, or maybe Sorceress potentially.
You can static baal all the way down, and he's worth quite a bit of chunk of XPs, plus the drops.
Exactly. I mean, obviously static is quite broken in normal difficulty. Static field essentially is something that reduces the current percentage life of a monster, but it's capped in Nightmare and Hell, whereas in normal difficulty it's not. So normal difficulty, you can bring a monster all the way down to 1 HP. It will not kill them, but it will bring them down as low as 1 HP as far as I'm aware. And essentially against baal, like as you mentioned before, baal gives a lot of experience in solo single-player Sorceress speedruns. At least for players X, we typically actually spawn baal on players 8 for bonus experience, unless you're just going for a normal difficulty run. But in Hell runs, you go for the P8 baal, get that bonus experience, and again, you know, them going for it with the Sorceress definitely makes sense. That's not something you'd want to see from the Pig Kings team though, because killing baal actually takes quite a bit of time for them. So if they were to opt for it, but it does look like they're doing cows right now, right? Yeah, they're doing cows.
Yeah.
I guess maybe they're trying to look for the spirit base potentially, or maybe just try and find any kind of Thule or Amrunes, because you got to remember as well that they can pick up those types of runes in there.
They have a few orts, so they could probably queue up to a Thule, but it doesn't seem... I didn't see any Ams or Thules, so yeah, they have nothing for finishing off the spirit. Plus, yeah, like you said, the base is easy enough to find in cows.
And
whereas
now...
it's not so easy to find later on.
Yep. And now I was just going to say quickly, we've got the 3 dads and a goat man progressing forward through Act 5 Nightmare. At the moment, it appears like they're all level 40, which is the level that you need to be for Nightmare Ancients. It is a, you know, it's a milestone that you have to hit prior to defeating Ancients. What just happened there? Did I miss something?
A little Scolders drop.
Oh, a little Scolders. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exciting, but at the same time, I don't really think it's very useful, unfortunately, right?
Look at it and put something
Is
in.
it?
No, it's not very useful. It's a lot of magic.
I was gonna say
fine,
it's too much
I've got a
Strength.
too much strength.
right.
You might see Macabre be a little bit ambitious and maybe just wear it for the sake of wearing it, but
I'm not either. I have 34 strength. Someone else can wear it.
Yeah, not well.
Yeah, you're lucky right there. So he has 34 strength. That's nowhere
Yeah,
near
with
enough.
the second barb up.
So, typically in speedruns, you do run really low strength like that, so that you can put even more points into vitality. You just have enough to wear your gear.
Right, it's got
And since Lucky on the Warlock there is not wearing Spirit,
yeah.
he's not going to need the 43 strength for the Crystal Sword Spirit.
Just go to town.
yeah, can opt for more
Although-
vitality, essentially.
Safety.
These guys didn't even go for Spirit Runes, so Goat is just teleporting with probably a 20 FCR Sork Orb there.
Yeah, my guess, yeah, could potentially be a 20 FCR Sork Orb. Maybe they got lucky with the Anya reward, potentially. That's something that can just happen, you know, if you get a nice big mana orb with faster cast rate. And plus, he's also, you got to remember as well, I think he's still using that Bane's belt, so maybe he is. He looks like he's at the 63 breakpoint. This definitely looks fast enough to be 63.
2 warts in a row.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm
Yeah,
seeing a
it's
different belt. Am I seeing a different belt? It looks like he's got a Demon Hide sash, maybe.
Copy. Copy it, just copy.
Yeah,
he's-
but it
he's-
looks like
he- It could be a sash, funnily enough, but I would assume it's probably a Demon Hide sash.
that is the 63 breakpoint, I believe.
A lot of
It
co-immune harpies.
does sound like the womp 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 we're all used to, so.
Yeah, I would assume that he's probably got 2 FCR pieces. I think there might have been a ring and or an amulet. And obviously, you know, when you have Ormus reward, which gives you 4 rings within these runs. Well, actually, you know, they're in Nightmare Act 3. Oh, sorry, they're in Nightmare Act 5 right now. They've potentially seen 8
Okay, this is
rings
scary.
from Ormus, which, you know, there's a high chance of finding some kind of faster cast rate. So I'd assume, you know, when you have 20 plus 25 from stealth, and then you've got 2 rings or an amulet for an extra 20 on top of that, that pushes him over the 63 breakpoint by making it 65%, which, you know, is a very, very big deal when it comes to teleporting on Sorceress, because you want your breakpoint as high as possible to make it so that you avoid getting hit when teleporting.
Go save.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see, they're talking about not taking any risks, and like they have like a 3k HP barbarian running around.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, this is what happens though when you play a mix of like speed and safety. Obviously, what we are seeing right now from the 3 Dads and a Goatman team, they are going for taking the Barbarian, bringing him along, leveling him up, obviously having the Druid there with the Oak Sage as well. They're just making it so safe for themselves. Like, they've got enough damage between the Sorceress and the Warlock. If the Sorceress is leveling with them, which doesn't usually happen in speedruns, the Sorceress actually provides a lot of damage. I mean, you've got, as you can see right now, you've got Novice Joe who's casting Blizzard, and we all know Blizzard is pretty infamous for being very, very strong. This is going to be a bit of a scary point. You're seeing some curse here. You got to wonder if he's going to teleport through with the curse.
No, he's getting rid of it. That's a good call.
Yeah,
I would not want to teleport.
Yeah, I think given the Archer scenario, the early game Nightmare Countess Tower Archer scenario, I think he's going to probably opt for some safer things here. Again, still holding on to those stat points though, man. Like, you've got to put them in. I know that he's a seasoned speedrunner. This is one of those things where, you know, he's comfortable, he's confident in what he has, but you still just don't want to play the risk, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah, not in these race scenarios. There he goes, puts it in. Now he's up to 470.
Again,
He's starting to feel pretty comfortable, I think.
this team is kind of smart when it comes to the boss fights. They're obviously applying that Shadow Warrior or Shadow Dancer. Again, I forget which one it's called at level 18, but I think it's the Shadow Warrior. Either way, they've got a summon from the Assassin, which is essentially creating a distraction away from them. Like, if you're not going to have
Do not TP.
Druid summons, if you're not going to have Barbio, as long as you've got some kind of summon to help alleviate the boss pressure, because the boss pressure can definitely get very, very intense the further on you get into this game, especially when we're spawning higher player count bosses. Even if it's P3, man, it's enough to make a difference. But you can see here right now that the one thing that's happening with 3 Dads and a Goatman is actually they are suffering a little bit in damage. Like, they have to have that miasma chains applied correctly in order to deal the damage. Again, you know, players 4 Ancients, a little bit tanky there, but it still doesn't change the fact that they've really got to utilize the whole teleportation. Ooh, I'm seeing a triple, I think it's a triple Ort Helm, maybe?
Whoa. Is that for prepping for...
I think that's prepping for hell. A lot of like the souls. Yeah, it's got to be prepping for hell souls for sure. That obviously makes sense, you know, going for what they did. They went for the extra barbarians quest in Nightmare, trying to make it make sure. Oh, also as well, they either probably found the mask from the ground or potentially use socket quest on a regular one. So going for the 3-socket mask there, definitely a smart play here.
Yeah, the 3-socket mask is something you can only find from, or at least only socket quest from a level 41 plus monster, which is after the level requirement for the 4-socketed crystal sword. So it's like late Act 1 Nightmare to onward, basically. And there's the Baal kill. Wait, no, that's the...
I think that's that's just the running crew doing the leveling again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Overall, another thing that we might want to talk about just quickly. Oh, sorry, if you want to continue what you were saying.
Yeah, so the Baal waves here from 3 deads and a goatman is you can see Lucky throwing out these chains and then just walking the chains over top of the waves. This does, I mean, you can just watch them melt.
Yeah.
I can put my chains down.
Delete
and
everything
teleport
so
right
fast.
over
I was gonna
it,
say, if you
all
listen
to
closely.
massive damage.
Yeah.
Oh, they're discovering the strat you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
staff.
You put the chains on the ground, and then you just kind of walk them into it. This is kind of what he's doing right now. The only thing that he has got to watch out for is with miasma chains, there's currently a bit of unit collision. So when he puts the chains down, he's got to be careful not to throw them into the summons or
So
other
if I use
players.
my blade warp,
because-
the chains go away. But
Yeah.
if I use teleport, they stay. So
Yeah.
I can,
Yeah, there we
the
go.
most damage is when they're in between your chains. So I can just immediately get them in between.
They are
my chains.
figuring it out.
24 life grand charm.
24
That's
life. That's going to be
nice.
huge for the sorceress there. But yeah, basically they were talking about the strategy that I just mentioned before, where you can potentially
It's not-
teleport
I'm
the
not
miasma
gonna
chain
teleport.
into them.
It's just for a boss.
Um,
Just for bosses.
But yeah, okay, so yeah, he's basically playing it safe, making sure that he's only doing it for bosses, because obviously the main boss fights, the actual packs themselves are going to be a little bit more dangerous, so playing it safe definitely makes sense here. But what I was talking about before as well is he's got to be careful with the miasma chains. He's got to make sure that he's not hitting summons, which I think he might be in this right now. If you try and throw the chain out
I can bind
and there's a summon in your way, essentially the chain will just fall short because it hits the summon. There's unit collision with it at the moment. But you can see the most important thing with chains is that... Oh, did we just hear the... Oh, okay, so
That's what went down.
they've bound the Lister.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone for the Lister bind here. I don't know if he maybe had a better aura or something, or maybe they just want something a bit tankier, but in general, trading out the
That is a lot of
Hephaestus.
juice.
potions.
You
Yeah,
see that?
yep. Trading out the Hephaestus here
yeah.
for the Lister. I'm not sure if it's an aura difference, maybe.
The Hephaestus aura wasn't very useful, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
But
I mean, they still want conviction at some point. Conviction is going to be the best case scenario. I don't know if they're going to fish for it, or maybe they're just going to try and play it out with what they have. But I think conviction is definitely going to help a lot for the Blizzard Sorceress. And as we can see right now, the only thing I'm going to say that's a bit concerning about 3 Dads and a Goatman is their damage definitely is going to start lacking a little bit. Like, it's going to be pretty much all in on Blizzard Sorc here. Like,
yeah,
as
without
much
a
as
spirit too.
as much as the Warlock does provide a lot of damage with miasma chains, it's got to be utilized very, very well. And again, like I said, with the summons, it's going to make targets very still, and it's going to make it really, really hard to actually guide that chain into them.
Yeah, you can see Lucky there doing the strategy with the teleport staff and the chains. Against the bosses, I think is what he was mentioning only, because trying to do it against every mob group.
Oh! Oh no.
Oh no.
Wait, have we... Oh, there's
Broken
two!
pig.
There's two! There's two! Is it two? I think I'm seeing in the chat box there's two. Potentially.
The Broken Pig Dan has lost 2 players, and
Is it
I mean,
two?
that, if that's 2 players out, they are out of the race.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I thought they had
They were
a
the
great
safe.
strategy.
They were the safe
Yeah.
composition. They were the one that we were expecting to see go all the way. I mean, obviously you can encounter some packs that are just so scary. Maybe they encountered like a My Archer pack. Unfortunately, we didn't catch that one on the feed, but it does look like we saw at least 1, if not 2 players drop at the very same time on what we assumed was going to be the safest composition. You know, they had the Barbarian, they had the Paladin, they had the Warlock, and I think also the Druid too.
Yeah, they had, I mean, the 2 tank boys, the Druid and the Barb, and then Paladin for, you know, the resistances, and you have to have a Warlock, so it seemed like they had the safe, big, beefy crew, and I almost want like an instant replay. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Like, they had something crazy happen to them in Underground Passage there, which is known for being pretty deadly out of nowhere, where you run into archers and tainteds potentially, and any like cursed or conviction down there really ups the damage that you take from those mobs down there. And then we have Super Bear here, who's doing a great job of trying to keep up with only 3 players.
Yeah, definitely some mad respect to them. 2 things, like we've said before, we've mentioned it, and like a broken record, the lack of Barbarian here, huge difference. And then on top of that, they're also a player down. They are doing really, really well to keep up as well as they are right now. Again, I think right now, though, they do have to get that level 40, which might still be a bit of a setback. I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen the exact level as they've been hovering, but it does look like...
have more XP from doing the tower runs.
Yeah,
so...
for sure.
Gosh, it's so fast.
Okay. So we actually do have the players. So okay. Oh,
we did catch the second death.
Okay. So we thought initially maybe it was 2 and 1. It was just the 1, but now it's 2. So
now it's definitely 2.
Unfortunately for the Broken Pig Den, they have been disqualified from the race due to losing 2 players. Unfortunately, that is part of the rules within this race. If you do lose 1 player, you're allowed to continue and try and persevere through against all odds kind of thing. But with 2 players down, it's just it's unfortunate. They were the safe composition, man. We really thought that they were going to go all the way. But
did you see the boss group they came up against?
Yeah, that thing looks scary.
Holy shock archers, and I believe like most of the arrows just all came in at the same time, and he didn't do a good enough job sidestepping them.
Yeah.
On the paladin there, because like on the paladin you're trying to shoot your holy bolt in a straight line, and then those arrows are also coming at you in a straight line, and so you end up really getting yourself into, well, in this case, a death. So, we see the Super Bear here. They're in Act 5, Nightmare? Okay. So they are... And then this is Running Crew. They're jumping around a little bit on us. But, so Super Bear just got into Act 5, Nightmare, and Running Crew is still back in normal Baal farming. Because they lost their Druid early on.
Yeah,
So
I think at this
they
point,
are-
it looks like they are just going for the safe strategy, trying to make sure that they get as many levels as possible to make the Nightmare experience not as painful as it could potentially be. If they had the Druid, I think they might have considered progressing a little bit forward, but without that Oak Sage and without those summons, that's a huge, like, upfront tank safety option for them just completely gone. And like I said, man, we might have wanted to have seen some potential barbs in these compositions. Like, I think it definitely would have been the difference maker. That extra 200 life, even if you're sacking a little bit of damage, like, just, you need it. As you can see, this is what's really bringing 3 Dads and a Goatman right through. They're sacking a tiny little bit of damage here, and just going for as much, like, safety and enough damage with the Sorceress and the Warlock.
You can see, yeah, the blizzards coming out, the chains coming out, like that's, and the abyss coming out, like that's the only damage that this team has. The shockwave's not going to do anything. The summons aren't going to do any damage, and the Barb's Warcry is a nice little stun, but it's not going to be doing much damage either.
We also have to remember that Taunt exists as well, which is a spell that is very useful. A lot of people actually don't know, but Taunt is arguably one of the safest spells or crowd control spells if it's in the hands of a good player. And when it comes to most barbarians, especially experienced speedrunners and such, using Taunt against archers is such a huge deal, because archers, when you taunt them, they're just going to walk towards you. They won't even shoot arrows. They're just going to walk towards you. I could be wrong as well. Did they get a Conviction Demon, or
Bottom left.
maybe? I think they might have potentially got a Conviction Smith, or...
No. Is that a goat? That's Conviction? There's a goat there. I think that's the Conviction goat. Yeah, see the Conviction?
Oh, yep. Yep, yeah, they do have a conviction. They have a conviction demon now, which is going to actually be a pretty big boost for the sorceress damage in particular. Obviously, Barbarian and Druid don't really add anything to that, and Miasma Chains unfortunately doesn't do anything, but conviction is a big deal for the sorceress damage, which, again, I think is going to be kind of the hard carry that they sort of rely on a little bit for damage to get through. Like, this is what we were talking about before, where we're going to see the safe kind of taxi everyone in, everybody come together, group, use the Blizzard, and then, you know, as you can see, those packs are just melting now, absolutely melting, just standing still within the Blizzard. The Blizzard, when it's applied to a pack when they're all grouped up together, Blizzard needs packs grouped up or moving. It's got to be one of the two things, because what will happen is that the Blizzard will essentially chain hits back and forth.
Yeah, it'll hit random
Got your res on when
areas
you're ready.
in that the casted area. There's an AoE that the Blizzard does have, but it's not hitting that entire AoE. It is hitting parts of that AoE, like chaining, like Kano said, back and forth. And okay, Super Bear here in Nightmare Ancients, they're doing some good damage.
Yep, the damage definitely looks pretty good. Again, this is another thing about this comp. Like, they have really, really good damage across these three. They've got obviously the Holy Bolt from the Paladin, which is magic damage, and also the Holy... Ooh, gotta be careful there, watch it. But yeah, they've got the Holy Bolt and the Fist of the Heavens coming in from the Paladin. I believe the Assassin might be using either lightning traps or fire,
Correct.
like Wake of Fire or something. I'm not sure what I saw exactly, but I'd assume lightning traps by this point. And then obviously you've got Blizzard, which is a good disparity between all the damage. Like, they just have so much damage across the board. And this is the thing I think initially that they kind of went for with their strategy. They wanted that team that could do a lot of damage and try and speed ahead, but again, probably just not enough safety without that Barb or without that Druid.
Yeah, so
I think they lost the Druid, right?
they lost their Druid. Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not again. There's a lot of different comps. I mean, this is the thing. We were talking about the comps at the beginning, and we're seeing such a wide variety. It's really good. It's really good to see.
Yeah. No, it makes it a lot more interesting too. It's not like, oh, this is the cut and dried like meta for this, you know, composition, for like these speedruns. I think 4-mans are probably some of the least ran comps. Like, you'll see 8-mans run a lot. You'll see, you know, duos and trios run a lot. 4-mans though, not so much. And 5-mans, actually, you typically will see 5-mans run more than 4-mans, because it'll be like, oh, it can't get enough for the 8-man, so we'll just, you know, somebody will dip out and then you'll have 5. It's like, oh, let's do a 5-man run, like, and so you'll see a lot more 5-man runs happen than the 4-mans. So the strategy is not, there's not like a cut and dry, this is what you should do, so much as is in the 8-man speedrun. Although with the Warlock edition, we might try to squeeze a Warlock or two in.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some room for it. I mean, having a Conviction Demon makes a pretty big difference. Like, essentially you could probably drop a Paladin and then just get the Conviction going, like, you know, relatively early. I want to say you probably get it around, like, what, Nightmare Duriel or something like that? If you can find one, if you're lucky enough. I mean, obviously in Nightmare Act 2 you don't really see many demons, but in general we would want to see that probably by Nightmare Act 3. But
So what you could do is, if you find a Conviction Demon in Act 1, someone copies the TP at that boss,
True.
and just leaves the TP for the level 30 Warlock to go back and grab them once you hit that level. But yeah, in 8-mans we're like just hitting level 30 at Nightmare Duriel a lot of the time. And I think these guys, I think they're closing in on like level 50 here in Hell Act 1.
oh wow,
So
okay, so this is going to be the first Hell Endariel dropping very, very shortly. Hopefully no players along with it, but I mean, like I said, with these HP pools, man, they are so safe right now.
Let's tell you
that was P4 Hell and Dariel, and she just melted.
Yeah, nah, the Warlock chains, if utilized correctly, definitely provide a lot of damage. And that Conviction Demon's also helping Blizzard too. You gotta remember that. Blizzard and Static. Like, Static, essentially, with Conviction, is actually going to drop Endariel slightly below the 50% threshold. That's one thing that a lot of people actually don't know, but if you have either Conviction or Lower Resist, which they might have both in this composition as well, when you use Static Field, there is a 50% cap on their HP value. So like you can drop them down to 50% of their life with static, but if you actually have lower resistance and conviction applied, which applies negative resistance, or reduces their resistance.
He's killing a conviction demon right now. I don't think he realizes.
They might not be too concerned about it, but maybe. Ooh, that's... Man, 300 HP. Please. Please.
Yeah.
Again, the other thing though is that we're watching the team that's in Nightmare right now. So
Correct.
these guys are in Nightmare. They might not be 30, or if they are, you know, potentially fresh spec, maybe the Warlock hasn't got the demon yet. Like, I think that might be something that comes later.
This is the team that leveled up for about 30 minutes on normal bail runs. So
Yeah, they should be 30, but the thing is, I don't think the Warlock respecking to bind demon here is going to be efficient for them. I think just going all in on damage until Nightmare Act 3, and then going for that respec around Travancore probably seems like the play for them.
correct.
But in general, yeah, what I was saying before, just quickly about the static thing, if you lower the resistance of the boss monster, you can actually bring them below 50% with static, so that's a big chunk.
Especially in a players 4
Yeah,
spawned
it's
boss
gonna
situation.
make the difference, because again, in most of these typical speedruns, whether it's, you know, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, 8-man, almost always we spawn them on players 1. Whereas players 4, slightly a little bit more difficult. Essentially, they have like 2.5 times the amount of HP that they have. So
Yeah,
definitely very crucial to bring down as much HP as possible. And the Sorceress is going to be playing a huge role here, alongside the Conviction Demons and things like that.
it's a big increase. And man, some of these boss groups that, I mean, you're teleporting by with like sub 400 HP is sometimes a little scary, because like, while only one mob may only do like 50 or 100 damage a hit, you teleport in the middle of a boss group and you're getting hit by, you know, 4 or 5 guys. Now we're talking like you're getting hit by 400 or 500 damage, and that's going to kill a sub 400 HP Sork. But I mean, he's cruising. He is just full guns ablazing, teleporting through. I think he has a spirit as well. He's wielding a sword.
Yeah, we see the sword wield there from Hakugu here, and it looks like that's definitely going to make things a bit safer. I mean, as much as you do have a low HP pool, you do have the high hit recovery, which is really, really good, because, you know, it means that you spend less time if you do actually get knocked into hit recovery. So he's blasting through, getting through those packs and bringing down some experience for the team. You can see obviously they've got the Salvation Aura coming in from the Paladins, so playing it safe with resistances there. I think they're going to play it very similar to how the other team, 3 Dads and a Goatman, did it, where they're just kind of dropping XP and getting it all together. I think overall, in a race like this, it makes sense. Also, that's really nice as well, that they've got the pack actually caged there, so that they don't have to worry about any kind of like damage getting to them. They just get to play it really, really safe. Kind of just, as you can see, cast Blizzard from a distance. The 2 goats battling it out.
The best way to do it, just you can put out as much damage as you can, or as your team has, with them being locked behind the cage there.
So as much as they have really, really high
avoid damage,
as much as they have really, really high life pools here, just quickly, this place can still be scary sometimes. Like, you know, especially for the Sorceress, if you're all alone and the altar is just occupied by the snakes. Ooh, Lucky's losing the Oak Sage. Yeah, I was gonna say the Oak Sage falling off there. I think the Oak Sage might have just died there potentially. I do see the Druid obviously casting shockwaves, but that's one big thing that's really important for this composition. They do need to keep that Oak Sage up pretty much at all times. If that Oak Sage falls off, that is a huge amount of HP just dropping. Like, you could see Lucky go from 2.8k, I think it was, down to 1600. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you have a over 20 point Oak Sage. It just more than doubles your HP.
Exactly. But we
Makes
now
you feel real comfy until it's gone.
we're seeing Super Bear get into Hell, fighting Hell and Dario.
Oh wow!
Wow! So
that
yeah,
is. They are
doing.
up, I think.
They are doing a phenomenal job right now, keeping up with them, keeping up with the 3 Dads and a Goatman. Again, like we were saying before, the composition that 3 Dads and a Goatman have opted for is actually a pretty low damage composition overall. Like, they do. I mean, we actually need to call this team by their real name. It's actually 3 Dads and 2 Goatman, because they do have the Goatman demon right now with Conviction Aura, so we have to remember that. but nonetheless, outside of that, you've got the 3 Dads and a Goatman currently going for a lot of packs, but
Right side.
again, they're kind of slow when it comes to clearing things. Like, they're lacking a lot of damage. A lot of it's, you know, being stunned, and the problem is, if things are being stunned, Miasma Chains is just doing nothing here. Miasma Chains is kind of just, you know, it's a bystander skill at that point. You're pretty much relying on all the damage coming from Abyss, and when you're level 47, I think I saw that they were, Abyss is not doing too much because you're lacking the synergies that you really need for that skill to start taking off a lot. And then, not to mention,
Alright, go Tang.
you know, you've got a Barbarian that's kind of just standing there and stunning things as well, or taunting things.
Alright, up.
Maybe the best case scenario would be for them to actually have the Barb taunt things and then kind of walk the Miasma around, but it's a bit more risky.
Yeah, it
Oh, yeah, no
definitely
idea.
is,
I had a few
but
guesses, but
I
you
think they
weren't
could.
any of the
I mean,
guesses.
they are skilled enough to pull it off.
Yeah,
It's just, it is a bit awkward to do on an online. I mean, like,
Yeah,
you
it's-
have to do online.
it's super difficult with the online experience, and I mean, obviously, you know, when your composition kind of relies on a mix of like safety from the druid actually stunning things. What's the like once something's stunned, you don't really want to try and taunt it because it's not going to do anything. It's just going to stand there stunned anyway. But at the end of the day, I think like their composition going for safety makes sense, as well as, you know, the damage is mostly coming from the Sorceress here. I think what we'll see is the damage coming from the Warlock more when we start to see the boss kills. That'll probably be the difference maker. But again, this is still quite a decent opening for Super Bear to kind of bring this one back a little bit, despite being down a player. Like, they are down a player at the moment, which is huge. Like, I'm
Yeah, I
impressed
wonder
by
how
the
they're-
fact that they're pulling this time off right now. Like, they are, as much as they are 10 minutes behind, that is still very, very impressive being a full player down.
Careful, he is cursed and extra strong.
I'm wondering if they are, how their levels are, because you can see as Three Dads and a Goatman are leveling here in Stony Tomb, is the Super Beer team going to level in Hell Chaos Sanctuary? Is that where they're going to make up their levels? Like, you do have
Oh,
to
it,
gain
it would be so risky,
XP
but
somewhere.
maybe it would be worth it. Who knows? Like, I think maybe they might go for the same strategy similar to what Three Dads and a Goatman are going for, with potentially some Act 2 leveling. Like, it's really hard to say because I think with their composition, it's a bit awkward. Like, Fist of the Heavens doesn't really do much in Act 2. It does perform well in Act 3, but then you kind of lose the Sorceress damage there. Like, it's just, it's going to be really hard, and they're going to have to find some kind of balance. Maybe they'll do some Act 1 leveling, but it's not as efficient as anything else. I think you might be onto something with Chaos leveling, but man, Chaos leveling is going to be one of those high-risk, high-reward scenarios. Like, I think it's kind of a last stretch for them, but like, it's just going to be so scary, like so unbelievably scary, because man, even in regular speedruns, when you're doing players 1 Chaos, that's scary enough as it is.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, if they take that risk, I mean, I think it puts, and they pull it off, I think that does give them a shot to pass Three Dads and a Goatman, or Two Goatmen, as
Two Goatmen, yep.
But, yeah, we see the running crew here coming up to Nightmare and Dariel, so they are still progressing right along. This is going to, obviously, push them past the Broken Pig Dan, who did lose 2 players. As far as the check marks go on the progression bar on the bottom.
Yep.
And here, this is where I think you need to really utilize that lethargy symbol sigil.
Yeah,
Jeez.
you can see right now
And,
the sigil is making the difference, making NRL a very, very safe experience. That's, again, it's so crucial that the Warlocks are using this against the bosses, because some of the bosses will get scary. Like, Mephisto in Hell will get really scary. Probably not so much for Three Dads and a Goatman, given the fact that they have the Oak Sage and the Barbarian battle orders. But some of these other compositions that don't have the Barbarian, they're going to feel it, man. They're going to really, really feel it. They're going to need those summons up front, you know, with the Assassin, Shadow Warrior, or Shadow Dancer. I forget what the name of it is. But they're going to need that summon from the Assassin up front tanking. They're also going to need the Sigil down, basically slowing the bosses, making it a lot easier. Ooh.
Goat trying to walk back through the ghost there. They take all your mana and then you can't teleport away, so
Yep.
a little risky. But yeah, they're on summoner here. Do they get a hate key?
Yes.
They're gonna
Yeah,
push
it's going to
the
be
moves.
interesting to see. Do they get a hate key or no? Maybe no.
Oh, God.
Nope, nope, we don't get to see if there's a hate key drop, unfortunately. Maybe we'll hear it in the comms, but it looks like they are looking for experience, but man, this is a scary place here. You got fast crushes. The other thing as well is I'm pretty sure these crushes, they might have some magic resistance.
No,
I-
they're cold immune, and
Yeah.
they have. I think they have.
I think they have
50%
about like
magic res.
20 or 50% maybe. Might be wrong. I might be thinking of the Act 3 versions of these guys, but nonetheless, it
Actually,
seems like
immune,
seems like
but
they're
yeah.
still doing pretty decent damage across the board. Like, I mean, Miasma Chains obviously, if utilized correctly, does insane amounts of damage, so maybe it's not too big of a deal even if they do have inherent magic resist. But
Yeah, and the open area here compared to Stony Tomb might be why they're trying to XP out here, because the chains you can wrap around easier. You
Yeah,
have
exactly.
A lot
You
more
s-
mobility out here.
you see Lucky kind of trying to like guide those chains into the boss packs a little bit there. Got Running Crew getting up to the Nightmare Smith, I think it is.
Are they binding him? Yep. Yep, got him. They now have the Smith.
Nice.
So they have a big boy tank. That is a very healthy bound demon there.
He's a healthy boy.
I mean, that's important for these teams that have no barbarian. So
Yeah, they need pretty much as
uh,
many summons as they can possibly get.
yeah, get some front line going.
So yeah, it does.
This is Stony Tomb, yeah, for Super Bear.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe this looks like Stony Tomb. Oh, yeah, you got to be careful in Stony Tomb here, though. The poison, that poison is very, very fast. Like, it will tick down so fast, and even with less HP bars, it's going to feel even worse. Like, again, he's just gotten poisoned, and look at how rapidly he's losing HP. He can't even out-heal it. There's no sustain. You need those mana potions. Water Bear, we're going to have to get those antidotes. Like, it's going to be a must right now. Like, you cannot be in this area without antidotes.
Go.
Yeah,
They're going
seriously.
in, so now it looks like...
I wonder what level these guys got to, because they did definitely do some leveling here. And I
Yeah.
thought they were like around level 50 at the end of Act
I think it
1.
was 47. At some point we saw them at 47
Oh.
throughout this act, but
Oh.
it looks like
So they
they
didn't get to 50.
are probably they might have gotten to 250 in act 2 at some point, but I think yeah, in general they're not having too much trouble against bosses. Like you can tell there's a little bit of a time loss there, but nothing crazy. But yeah, in general, I'm surprised to not see the lower resist from them. Maybe there was just no luck shopping a lower resist one. They kind of just wanted to progress forward and obviously take the conviction demon, which, you know, in most cases is arguably better than lower resistance. I mean, it's not arguably, it just is. Oh my goodness.
Look at the,
Dongshin,
they're
man.
losing like 50 HP, 80 HP a tick there.
Yeah, they
and it's
have
like,
they have to get these antidotes online. If they're gonna be in this area, they need to.
yeah, it's great XP, but it is not safe XP. This is
Yeah.
one of the... So, in our 8-man runs, we discussed maybe even dropping Stony Tomb because not everybody's carrying antidotes in Hell here, and it just melts everybody's HP. And it's not necessarily like on the softcore runs, if you die, it's that bad, but it is time loss where you're not gaining XP and you just lost XP. And so these guys are now experiencing that, but without Barb battle orders and without a Druid Oak Sage. So their HP is just, I mean, it's just disappearing so fast. I guess they're going to keep running it. We saw level 47 here on Water Bear. So they're a bit behind.
Yeah, trailing a little bit behind, unfortunately, and it does look like this is going to be a rough time for them trying to level here because, as we said, that poison in the Stony Tomb is just, you know, it's bringing them down so much. And not to mention, if we have the Lightning Traps Assassin here, which, you know, we're seeing Lightning Sentry there, I don't really think it performs very well in Stony Tomb, unfortunately. It's one of those ones where you're pretty much relying solely on Fist of the Heavens and Blizzard to kind of do damage here. I think, like, obviously the Assassin is doing conversion and doing potentially Cloak of Shadows, but you might want to be careful with Cloak of Shadows because that overwrites lower resist curse, which they want for damage.
Not safe.
Also, the assassin can be throwing down Death Sentries, which does a little bit.
Yeah, Death
It's not
Sentry is
as
not going to be the
good.
end of no, it's not going to be the end of the world if you do use that, but typically speaking, I think for damage they won't really want to have that low level Death Sentry doing too much. Like, they're probably just going to be relying mostly on having the assassin keep everyone upright with conversions and potentially, you know, using Cloak of Shadows in the backup scenario.
You just have so much safety between the Warcry
Yeah.
from the Barb, the Abyss from the Warlock, the Shockwave from the Druid.
Magic.
Yep.
I think these guys
Yeah.
probably have this
We'll just go
as
back
far
and go
as
to
like their safety
I
goes.
mean, you killed the pack.
As long as their damage outperforms Super Bear, I want to say that they have a pretty good shot at taking this. And then McCall's like almost died. So maybe not.
You gotta love the comedic relief at times when it comes to the... Ooh, okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Okay, McCall just did a save and exit there, so maybe he might have gotten a little bit greedy trying to pull those ghost packs.
Is it
Again,
like,
as we talked before,
we could just
ghosts
put
when
one
stacked together can get so scary. They all hit at once. They do not care. When they are grouped,
Oh my gosh.
when they are grouped up the way that they have been, obviously through Abyss and being stunned together, if you have like 8 ghosts stacked on top of each other, you're gonna take like
Which level?
1400 damage. Like if you get hit and or crit by some of them.
Alright, this
Well,
is
this level's pretty
conviction.
bad too.
Looks like they have a lot of density here in the
go
Flare
time.
Not
Dungeon.
that dangerous,
Go
but
time.
it's the
I
first
think
one.
Goat can pull this off. This is a
Just don't
dangerous
go
spot
the
though,
first
that,
TP.
like McCall's calling out.
I
If-
have no idea what do you mean by first corner? Ghost TP, join.
Yeah, right now they're currently trying to figure out like what they're doing about experience, because obviously this is the point of the run where things get very scary. Like, you do not want to lose the
Yeah, they're-
sorceress. You kind of have to walk it very slow. You never know if you encounter dolls. You never know if you encounter, because again, dolls can spawn within the flare
Oh, I see,
dungeon,
it's
and
coming, they're
that's,
coming left side.
you know, they're very, very scary. Dolls are essentially
Sometimes.
something that explode and do a lot of damage on death, and if you're nearby, you will take tremendous amounts of damage, especially if you are cursed.
Yeah, I think messing around with dolls and their explosions. It's a pretty big range of damage. I believe it's like 500 to 700 or so, depending on the doll. Like whether it's in endurance or whether it's here, they have slightly different values. But okay, that's a great play by Goat. I like that.
Level 3.
Taking it really, really safe. Just TPing the barb in over here,
Yeah,
and they can just hop over the wall and grab the organ, not taking any risks. You have the Super Bear team still leveling in Stony Tomb. Yeah, like you said, I don't necessarily agree with the leveling here. I think maybe with the Lightning Assassin, it would have been better to maybe level in like something like Pit in Act 1. It's about the same as far as XP goes, because they're both level 85 areas, but it doesn't have the lightning immune beetles and skeletons. So there's just, I mean, there's a lot of bad damage types, or I mean, yeah, they just have bad damage types for this area, I feel like.
yeah, it's a
Most of
risk. It's
the
a
damage
risky
coming
one
from
for
the
sure.
blizzard.
It's definitely a risky one. I think at the end of the day, like maybe they have to try and push forward if they want to have a chance at potentially taking first, which I think that gap is starting to widen a little bit given how risky this is going through. It looks like they might want to just try and push forward and go for the Chaos Sanctuary leveling. Again, could be very risky, might not be something that pays off for them. You know, if you want to complete the race and at least secure second, the best thing you can do right now is survive. But right now, it's so scary, man. Like, again, I think it's been communicated by the looks of things that they are communicating to get antidotes in order to survive, but man, some of those lightning bolt chunks against 600 HP Sorceress, they're going to be scary.
Fucking frustrating.
Oop.
Whoa,
Unfortunately, Goat,
I'll dress them
Goat not having a
Bad
great
timing.
not having a great time there, unfortunately. Little bit of a anger moment, but yeah.
Little goat rage for you guys. That's
Yep. Little,
that'll happen. But
I mean, it kind of makes sense. You've got to spawn like Travancore again. This is one that we actually didn't talk about much. We talked about her Chaos Sanctuary. We talked about all the bosses and all this kind of stuff. Ancients. Travancore is one of the scariest places on a higher player setting. Like, this place can just be so scary, even if you are you know, kitted with a comp that's designed to survive as well as they are.
It's getting wrecked.
yeah, sorry.
Are you able to
He had a little alert there, but
Yep.
Just don't
Smash?
type anything.
yeah, I think they're doing the right thing here, where you pull out 1 or 2 Trav members and then kill that off, get the flail. You don't have to kill all of Travancore to progress. That was something you had to do in the old game.
Yep.
Lord of Destruction, not D2R. They switched the quest around where you only have to smash the orb, and then everybody,
clean?
everybody in the party can talk to an NPC in town, typically Kane, since he's right there, and then you can enter a turn's TP at Mephisto. So
Yeah.
that's the plan here.
It's one of those things that really heavily benefits the heavily benefits the teams that are like just going through the game and progressing as normal, but obviously that change unfortunately impacts people who are typically rushing through the game, because now you have to actually go and collect all the organs and stuff like that. But, you know, I think overall it's been a pretty positive change for the game. You know, it actually makes people kind of play a little bit of Act 3, but we'll have to learn it. And that's, you know, I love my Act 3. I know as much as a lot of people don't like it, but when you learn the maps, it's really handy.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think another thing that's happening probably on playing the Sorc role is that it's just so stressful that it's like any little, you know, thing that happens just kind of gets under your skin, and that's probably what's frustrating Goat there, is just having any little thing that goes wrong is just like, oh my goodness, it's the worst thing ever. But they're getting through just fine. They have plenty of rejuves as well, and they have plenty of HP. And yeah, they're here at Hell Mephisto. I think Lucky's doing the strat with the chains still, teleporting over.
Yep. Yeah, you can see that he's putting the chains on the ground, and then at some point he's just going to teleport back over the boss with the teleportation stuff that they provided him. Which just doing his job, making sure the summons stay up. Again, Druid point of view definitely looks a little bit boring for most people, but he's doing what he has to do. You know, he's keeping the summons up, keeping enough distractions away from the players, and also ensuring that Oak Sage is up so that they have the life bonus.
Good job, guys. Going to 4.
Yeah, when it comes to bosses, there's no like shockwave. Shockwave doesn't stun them. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so it's just kind of a waste of mana and kind of your time. Rather than just keeping up summons and keeping the boss surrounded with your summons. And whereas like when you're fighting, you know, boss groups and minions, it is worth your time to shockwave, because that shockwave stun actually can last up to 10 seconds.
Yep.
Even though it says longer, the tooltip is wrong. 10 seconds is max duration of stun on an enemy. And that, I mean, 10 seconds is, I mean, that's a long time. That's about as long as I yap for here, so, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say just quickly as well, obviously, you know, 3 Dads and a Goatman have now been the first team to complete Hell Mephisto, so only 2 left, only 2 remain. We are coming up to some of the more dangerous parts of the run, where we're going to have, obviously, Chaos Sanctuary that they have to get through. And then on top of that, you know, Diablo, the actual bosses themselves are kind of the unfortunate, underwhelming parts of this, but especially with the Lethargy Seal there. But in general, Chaos Sanctuary could be very, very scary, even for that team, despite them having as much safety options as they... Oh, no! Okay, I don't know if he got hit by just the Frost Nova or if he got double hit potentially. Did we see a double hit there?
It sounded like a double hit.
For some people that... For the people that don't know... Technically, Frost Nova can double, if not triple hit, if your character is moving through the Frost Nova. So the Frost Nova kind of like spreads out, and you can actually get double hit by it, and I think that might have been what happened. He might have been slightly moving, could have been a little bit of desync there. Either way, he took a lot of damage from that Frost Nova, could have been a lack of cold resistance. Nonetheless, unfortunately for Super Bear, they are out. They are disqualified, so that's 2 teams now that are unfortunately dropped out of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that goes to show like how important the Barbarian really is. That extra HP is, I think, saved probably Gotenheim here with his frustration. Probably lived because he had battle orders.
Yeah.
Or something. We don't know exactly what happened, but that's probably my guess, is that he's alive because he has battle orders. And here's the other team, running crew without a Barbarian. And
yep.
they just killed Nightmare Duriel there, so
we just have to finish.
And they're getting word that they are well in the lead, so I think they're going to take their time here. They're not going to take any more risks.
Yeah.
And
yep.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous part. Is Hell to Sace is the most dangerous part, I would say, of.
And yeah, not to mention, so he's also cursed here as well, which, you know, is. I mean, obviously he's always applying some kind of curse, whether it be like Decrepify or Law Resistance and stuff like that, but nonetheless, you know, him being cursed, if you just get hit by him, it's enough to apply the amp damage, and with the Doom Knights, you can take some pretty hefty hits there. But in general, playing it kind of safe. You know, as you can see, yeah, that TP is a bit scary, but I think they're probably going to relocate and also potentially clear more of the seal. Like, right now, they know I would assume that they know and are currently aware of the position that they're in. They've probably seen or heard that the other team has lost that player, and now they kind of get to relax a little bit. They're sort of... I hate to break it to you guys, but I don't think Running Crew are going to catch up. Like, they are a little bit too far behind at this point. Pretty much Running Crew's saving grace is going to be if 3 dads and a goat man do happen to lose 2 players.
What the hell just
Ooh.
hit me?
I think. No, that was just oak.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. Bit of an oak panic moment. It's a common thing, trust me. As someone who, when we did a Path of Diablo run a long time ago, I actually died just because I ran just outside of Oak Sage range. I got charged into by one of the undead chargers, and they immediately one-shot me the moment I ran out of Oak Sage range because I lost like 1,000 HP or something.
It's actually kind of wild how much like that Oak Sage is, how clutch it is. I was thinking like maybe you only run one of these 2 tanky characters, the Barb or the Druid, but I mean running both seems to be working out quite well for this team. So
No, we set in trap.
Okay.
what level are they? I mean, they're talking about resetting the game, so I'm guessing they're not level 60 yet, but that is held Diablo down, so
Yep.
1 boss left. Well, I guess Ancients is another scary point, but getting to Ancients and also getting past the Souls potential. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point the worst case scenario that would happen is probably losing Goat as the teleport sorceress through maybe like Worldstone Keep or something along the lines of that. But in general, I mean, if they really want to play it safe, they could walk Worldstone Keep together. That would be, you know, that'd be them securing the victory 100%. But I
It'd
think
almost be like a victory lap.
yeah, essentially a victory lap kind of thing. Right now we're seeing Running Crew making progress through Nightmare Act 3, so again, a little bit behind. Unfortunately, they're pretty much like they've been overtaken by an entire difficulty, essentially. Seeing as 3 Dads and a Goat Man have now taken down Hell Diablo and are going to be progressing soon through Act 5, unless they're going for experience.
I would imagine they're just gonna progress through. I thought they leveled up earlier on Veil Waves, so. But it looks like they're. I mean, that's not the real tomb. That's a golden chest tomb, right? So maybe they're doing some leveling. Oh, okay. This is the same team, Running Crew. The Sork is doing leveling through Act 3, while his teammates are still leveling in Tombs and Nightmare. Not something you see too often. It's not something we do in our 8-man runs all that often either. Sometimes you'll see like a boss group thrown up from one of the Telesorks, but most of the time you just end up progressing on to the next act, putting up boss groups you find along the way. But the Sork is like solo leveling in Act 3 while doing progression. So it's a lot on this person's shoulders. Haku here, or Haku.
Yeah, it's again like we're talking about the lack of Barbarian here. The 400 HP Sorceress teleporting through Nightmare Act 3. I don't like doing this even in my single player speedruns. Like no one wants to do this. But I mean, they are persevering. They are pushing through, trying to get as far as they can. Obviously, you know, having that little bit of time that they spent to overlevel early on is going to benefit them here. Also having the spirits as well. You can still see, I think he's got that cap on that we might have seen earlier, the hat that has the perfect ruby and the sapphire. Unless that might have been one of the other teams, but I believe that's them.
That's them, yeah. One thing that I'm noticing is that he's got Saigon's belt on, which requires 60 strength, so he's put quite a bit in.
But the thing is, obviously from Saigon's belt you do get 20 life back, so it's like, it's kind of worth what, maybe 20 points into vitality? I mean, he's got to go for spirit, so I think at that point, yeah, the Saigons definitely makes sense, right? Maybe I'm miscalculating it.
No, he's got a kite shield, so it's 47 strength.
Yeah.
So that's 13 more, which is 26 life. So it's about 20 to 26 life, but you're also gaining the 20 fire res. So
yeah, definitely something that can be useful there. It does make sense to kind of go for that extra stat upgrade. It's not something you would normally see, obviously. as we've said before, like typically when you're a sorceress and you're speedrunning through the game, you don't really want to go above 43 or 47 strength. Like that's the kind of the threshold for most people. In this case, gone to 60 strength, which is essentially 26 life lost, but also 20 life gained back from the build.
Yeah, and it also, I guess, it can open up the door for potential other high strength required items, but there's not that many options. There's 116 strength for non-duels, but that's not gonna happen. It's a funny little find by the 3 deads and a goatman here. So they are doing CS runs for leveling. This was something I was kind of interested in, because like you have Abyss Warlock, you have Blizzard Sork, so I'm guessing that they're only gonna do Vizier runs and not hit up.
Do you want to scope out packs real quick,
Infector?
or just go to Stony?
Infector could be worth it if they play around Miasma chains, but like I said, I think that you're in the right, like you're making the right call here. If I was them, I would probably just go for really quick. Yeah, they're kind of discussing it right now. They're like, should we go for Infector? I think right now it seems like Goat is probably just looking for ghost packs, as you can see. Like he's found another ghost pack, so if they just find ghost packs, they can kind of rely on these guys. Again, as you said, great pack. They're just going to rely on these guys mostly for experience, because this is where Blizzard is going to shine. Blizzard does so much damage to these guys because they are big size monsters, and the bigger the monster, the more likely the Blizzard will hit and chain back and forth.
Yeah, and
I'm trying to get the crap by him.
I'm not sure what level they're at, but I mean, I'm guessing they're pretty close. 57, there we go. Yeah, and almost 58 on Lucky here, so... And they're probably all very similarly leveled. It looked like they all kind of stuck together.
Yeah, that's pretty much been the strat throughout the entire game by the looks of things. They've sort of just been like, not... It's kind of like a taxi that just like takes pit stops, you know? He's doing like drive-bys at like the McDonald's kind of thing, like making sure that we all eat good kind of. But,
yeah.
you know.
They are eating good. So... okay, they switched over to Stunning Tomb here. Is what the call out was. What?
Wow.
Dude has a 3 to chaos skills.
Wow. Okay, that is a huge drop for them. I mean, obviously they're at the end of the run. They're pretty much at the home stretch, but it's just like, that is incredible to see.
What's the lag?
Man, that's better amulet than I've found online.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't found a 3 chaos army right now, so I'm like, where's mine? but yeah. Okay, so they are actually opting for the Stony Tomb leveling here, which, again, as we've talked about before, I mean, this is my home, okay? I always talk about it. Stony Tomb has a special place in my heart, okay? This is one of the favorite places for me to go as a Blizzard Sorceress. And what is Goat running right now? He's a Blizzard Sorceress. So, I'm going to say he's home. He's home right now.
And he's got a Conviction Aura Demon coming in to help him out, so...
Yep, and yeah, the Conviction Demon Aura obviously playing a huge role. And I think, honestly, at this point, Lucky with that +3 Chaos Army now actually starting to do a lot of damage with Abyss. So even despite Miasma Chains not really being the most useful here because of the stunning and the summons, you've got Abyss actually doing damage now because he's got a lot of points into it, a lot more synergy points. And then not only that, but that +3 Chaos Army is just going to be making all the difference. Like you can see packs are just dropping right now. It's not even close.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean... I would be amazed to see one of those in an actual speed run. And these guys are actually speed running on a hardcore race. It's just, it's so awesome. Woot's a little bit stuck here at the door. It's a little awkward. Maybe a little, you know, help from the team would be nice. But it's funny. Oh, okay, yeah. So they have to kill that for Woot to get through the doorway, because what's funny is everybody has some sort of jump. You have the Blade Warp on the Warlock, you have the Leap on the Barb, and the Teleport on the Sork. But the Druid just gets stuck behind the door with one mob.
Yep. Poor Druid. Poor Druid.
That's great. But yeah, so these guys should, I mean, they should be leveling pretty quickly in here. I mean, kind of just watch their XP bar just skyrocket up at level, you know, 57, 58 now. Big chunks of XP when they kill boss minions.
Yeah, the XP is just going to be flowing from this point. Again, like we've said before, Stony Tomb being the level 85 area is just going to be giving them tremendous amounts of XP.
Next game.
4,400 HP on the Barb.
Same thing.
So.
Ridiculous.
Oh.
Like again, we talked about the compositions. I felt like we weren't too sure about what they were going to run. I was pretty much expecting every team to have a Sorceress. Obviously the Warlock is it's mandatory. And then, having the Barbarian. So Barbarian, Sorc, Warlock, pretty much the three staples for me. And then it's kind of like, what else do you run? Do you run Druid? Do you run Assassin? I was really shocked when I saw that 2 of the Korean teams opted for no Barbarian there. I feel like that could be what's making this the difference right now.
We don't have to do it.
That looked a little bit sketchy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw.
Not to mention also this is also the
possible.
L-shaped tile as well. In Chaos Sanctuary you have 2 different shaped tiles for each of the seals. When it comes to the L-shaped tile, it's not really one that you want to go for because Vizier unfortunately spawns with less minions, which means less experience. I mean, it doesn't always happen, it depends if the tile is packed, but it can... If the tile is packed, the L-shaped tile is fine, because typically Vizier will spawn even further out and then have all of his minions spawn with him, but you most of the time want the H-shaped tile in the top left corner, because at that point that's when you get the majority of the minions. They all spawn very grouped together and Blizzard is just able to chunk them down.
That was a fire explosion for 200 damage on the sword. So if she's amped,
Yeah.
and losing any and not at full HP, that could also be a death here from the running crew. But hopefully she doesn't walk in the melee range again. You do have fire enchanted here in Travancore, but most people tend to stay pretty far away from the Trav members. So hopefully they keep playing safe here. And chugging right along. I mean, it seems to like the Warlock is going for some insight base. It looks like to maybe go Echoing Strike.
Oh yeah, the Echoing Strike is definitely one that a lot of people have been running recently, but it definitely takes a lot of investment. I mean, you've got to really find that good base, and I think that's currently what they're discussing. They're like, do we go Echoing Strike? Do we, kind of play with Miasma Chain similar to what the other team might be doing? Like, definitely some interesting discussions of strategies as they go through running crew here.
I think if you get good enough base, that Echoing Strike would probably be better in a group speedrun setting.
100%, 100%.
I mean, you might not get insight per se, but if you do, that's amazing because now your entire team's getting that aura benefit from meditation. But also, you're stun locking all these monsters in place, where you can just line up your straight shot of Echoing Strike to go through all of them back and forth and be doing your full damage that it says on that stat sheet, which is pretty crazy numbers.
You're going to try to skip waves.
But that respec typically shouldn't happen until probably like mid to late 40s, maybe even 50 to like max out your mirrored blades for it.
Yeah, definitely one of those. I mean, I feel like maybe having like doing it around level 40 probably makes sense, and typically you're around there at like what, Nightmare Act 4, I guess. Probably wouldn't be the worst. And again, like we said though, it all depends on the luck of the draw. Like, do you get the drop that you need? There's the Amrune. It's obviously a very, very late one. Goat's already been teleporting around without a spirit, so it's not even a big concern. There's a Colossus Vulture on the ground there though, so if teams were to opt for that early Stony Tomb leveling, which we did see initially Super Bear was going for, they could have potentially gone for something like that. They could have gone back to Nightmare, put the sockets in, and then opt for the Echoing Strike. As much as the Warlock would be down HP, again, this is where you need the Barbarian to help bring that HP value back up. But that would be a huge base for an Insight. And again, some of these teams also did some early Nightmare Towers, which means that they might have things like the Soul Rune required for Insight, because it's Rao Tier Tau Soul. And obviously Rao Tier Tau, commonly seen from, potential...
We're seeing Tau and Soul.
They're looking, they're trying.
They have it. I think they're trying to throw it together. We might see an Insight here from Running Crew, which I think is only a poleaxe, not...
Oh, yeah, they've got it, I believe, because they should have it from
Barbs.
Yeah, saving the Barb quest. Yep. So they've got Rao Tier Tau Soul. So actually, we are going to be seeing the Echoing Strikes coming out from a Running Crew, which could be the difference maker to bring them over.
Yeah, you see 18 to 39 damage on the poleaxe there. That's how you know it's a poleaxe. Yeah, and he's got the 4 sockets. So He rolled 5 to crit strike, so that's very
Okay.
good.
Yep.
On a 1 to 5 roll, that's a lot of extra deadly strike or double damage basically. One of the most important stats for that. There's also the enhanced damage, which is more important early on. So like this respec here.
Oh no, but we've lost the demon as a result of the respec. So they'll have to go back and get it. Oh, but the only thing is he's going for the extra strength. Oh, okay, he's got to factor in the gloves and the belt here, which makes sense. I was initially thinking I didn't.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Does
You
he
don't have to
have-
put in 62.
Oh,
You don't have to put that
no.
much in.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he doesn't realize because he has to put the levitation mastery in. Essentially, what should have happened here is you put 1 point into levitation mastery at least, bring the requirements of the weapon down, because right now he's put an unnecessary amount of points into strength. But at the end of the day, you know, an extra 15 life. I think it's 15 life. Yeah, 15
Yes.
life. An extra 15 life.
I don't.
You know, it's not going to be the worst, but
I think he put points in the dexterity there. It does not have a hit check, by the way. So
yeah.
the dexterity is only going to give him block rate, which is not going to be that effective.
Yeah.
With the Ancient's Pledge.
I mean, unfortunately, just a few potential stat points gone to waste there. But with that said, you know, sometimes you just got to play it how you know. Like, sometimes muscle memory kicks in. I've definitely had my fair share of just kind of putting in the points and not really thinking too much about it. It's kind of one of those, you know, don't think, just go scenarios. But yeah, overall, potentially missing a few points into vitality there just due to the extra statting elsewhere. But they've got the insight. That is a big deal for them.
Yeah, that'll be a nice quality of life. You can see Goat here is level 60. I mean, I saw Lucky was level 60. I think they're all level 60 now, so I believe it's just about completing the game for them. As long as, I mean, Goat on 1300 life here, I mean, that's the most safe I think you'll ever feel on a speedrun, on a Sorceress teleporting.
Does anyone have a ruby?
Like, maybe there's some run where somebody might have hit 105 faster cast rate because you hit like a spectral shard and like mage fists, and then you have like FCR jewelry on top of that. And so you managed to hit, you know, 105 somehow. Unlikely, but
I'd bring it with, 'cause this could be a
yeah, Goat is just flying right now, and he'll. I mean, they have the P8 spawn ancients here, so that, or sorry, P4 spawn ancients. And with their low damage, this fight could take a while. I wonder if they will do the setup with cheesing the ancients with the exploit that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those pivotal moments where we're not really sure what to expect. Ooh, that was a bit of a chunk.
Yeah, he was down to like 700.
Oh, charges are so scary. Charges and potential like micro rats or something like that could be really bad for Goat here. They do have backup plans, obviously.
Wow, they have so many rejues.
Yeah, there's a lot of safety here. I think I would be really shocked to see if they actually fall over here with all the rejues. They're playing it super safe. I wonder if Goat, like you said, I wonder if Goat is going to be the one to actually perform the glitch. It does look, yeah,
Oh,
he's,
did it?
yep.
Okay.
So we are going to be seeing the exploit early on here. So essentially what's happening right now is that Goat is waiting for Warlock to leap at him like that. So while he's mid-leap, creates a town portal, and it basically puts... Unfortunately, we don't get to see much more of it, but nonetheless, he's creating a town portal while Warlock is mid-leap, and what it does is it creates an impassable terrain that's invisible. You can't actually see it, but it creates an impassable terrain that is basically the size of a town portal. And what he's trying to do is he's making it so that there is an area where they can't pass through. You can see right now, the ancients are off the edge of the screen. Ooh, but they've got to watch the summon there. The summon may create a distraction.
The summon.
Yeah, the summon is... Lucky definitely playing it smart, trying to teleport the summon back. That's very, very crucial here.
He's staying still now.
I'm not sure if going for the chains is the right idea. Maybe trying to go for Abyss and potentially Miasma Bolt.
I think he's layering them. I think he's casting Abyss and Chain.
But nonetheless, as you can see, the ancients are basically stuck there. They just can't pass through that impassable wall because, for whatever reason, they could path around it if they maybe like extra fast or something like that. But essentially, they just stand there and they just look at you. That's all that happens because he's created an impassable wall of invisible town portals kind of, you know, it's a collision thing. I don't know why it exists, but yeah.
The old AI doesn't path around it, so they just keep trying to run into the barrier there. I believe what is happening exactly is it's creating a space for Korlik to land, and that space doesn't ever go away until he actually lands. And so when you town portal, that space just stays there, and doesn't go away unless the area is unloaded. So if you unload the area, that's how you can get rid of those unpassable spaces.
Oh, we've actually just been informed, I believe, that the Ancients glitch bug is not allowed. They might have to clear. They might have to clear Ancients again as a result, potentially.
Oh, was that part of the?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if that's more of like a new rule or maybe a specific thing. But yeah, nonetheless, they have. I believe they've reset the Ancients, so they actually have to fight Ancients naturally. Which, okay, we were talking about it being a potential exploit, but obviously now it's not allowed. So yeah, they're going to have to go back and do the Ancients normally. Good thing that they didn't end up clearing it at the end, but they have reset it.
It does look like they added the rule in the rules section, but we didn't have it.
Oh, okay, yeah, we might not have had it on screen, I guess, on the initial display. But yeah, there has been a couple of like rule set changes and updates as we've gone along. But yeah, overall, this is a. Overall, I think they're still going to have a pretty fine time. Like, again, look at their HP pools, man. There's no curse. There's nothing really to worry about here. Mana burn's a bit unfortunate for Miasma, Chains, and Abyss and stuff, but... Ooh. Yeah, you still got to watch it. Still got to watch it. I mean, obviously, they've got the Lethargy Seal there to help, you know, alleviate some of the pressure. Barb actually can occasionally stun these Ancients as well, so you can still see him trying to... in that case there, he's got Korlik stunned just for a moment. So occasionally he'll be... trying to roar them down slowly but surely.
Not only does the Barb stun, but also Shockwave from Druid can stun them as well. So you have two different like mechanics that can actually stun the Ancients here.
Yep.
What's interesting is they didn't bring extra potions in. They might not need them, but like it's a higher player count Ancients than normal. You are going to be chugging through a lot more pots, and the mana burn doesn't help with that either.
I'm sure someone's carrying enough mana potions probably to keep them backed up. Like, at the end of the day, the most important thing is going to be having the mana potions on the damage dealers, which I think Barbarian and Druid should be holding onto a few spare.
What's up? I just moved it.
Yeah, so they can just pass theirs on over. Especially because Sork's probably going to teleport to Throne Room here, so she's probably going to want some more mana pots after Ancients here. Is there any, like, major, like, fire enchant or cold enchant for, like, the rings or explosion damage? Doesn't look like it, so I think they have a pretty nice roll of Ancients all in all.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing Spectral Hit, Mana Burn, and Spectral Hit something else. Yeah, they've gone for a really safe Ancients here for sure. This is definitely like, yeah, very, very safe overall, and GG, they have managed to clear it. Obviously, again, like we said, they did have to respawn the Ancients due to the rule, but you know, not a huge deal. Again, like I said, it would have been a big deal if they actually cleared the Ancients, but they were quick to respond
We'll just do it clean.
respond to that. I guess it must have just, you know, potentially been something that they didn't remember going into it or something, or maybe it was updated as we went.
Here we go. We got Goat teleporting all the way to Throne. This is going to be the scary moment. And pretty much, this is the only. I would say this is the last. Ooh, souls there. That looked like Conviction Souls to me. Yeah, I think he's not even taking the chance there. He's got the waypoint. Huge deal for them. So he's like the fact that he got past that soul pack, that could have been death for him. I want to say I maybe saw Conviction on that soul pack, but I don't know. It might. I saw something green. Too.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked green, but maybe I'm mistaken. Oh, and of course, straight into the easy layout. Ooh, couple of scary mobs here again. You know, the Curse and the Doom Knights and stuff like that. This is. Okay, snakes. We've got so 3 mob types can spawn here, but yeah, this is a fairly easy. Yeah, this is an easy throne room. Not even dense at all. Like, there's nothing here. It's basically no one's home. Baal is just waiting for them to finish this race, close it out. But yeah, unfortunately, cold immunes. Obviously, the Ghoul Lords are quite tanky. The Serpents are not so bad. Obviously, they're one of the easiest packs to kill, I'd say, out of all these. Again, charge can be a little bit scary, but not a big deal. But yeah, overall, pretty clean throne room. I wonder if they're just going to kill the waves. I feel like it makes sense to do it, maybe.
Might as well. You
Yeah.
do get the XP. You have to kill Baal on players 4 here.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a couple of
And-
things at the front which just would make it a little bit more inconvenient. And you've got the stun from the Druid. There's nothing to fear here. Like, again, we talked about the compositions. Look at that. Everything bam stunned. They can't do anything. They're just standing there basically waiting. And from this point, it does look like 3 Dads and a Goatman is going to close this one out with all players surviving, making it all the way to the end. If I saw a player
Yeah,
die
all
from this
the-
point, I would be shocked. I don't want to curse it, but I would be shocked.
It would be pretty impressive, I feel like, to die at this point with all the stuns.
I unironically...
and
Okay,
crowd control.
I was going to say, I unironically feel like it would be a funny little strategy to have a player die and then spawn players 3 bosses, but then I remembered that the player has to also stay in the game until they are pretty much forced to leave the game or like required to leave the game. So
Okay, yeah. I was like, that's actually not a bad strategy because you don't necessarily need the Barbarian at Baal, right? You could, if that was a strat where you could have someone die, just let the Barbarian die off there. He's not going to do any damage to Baal. He's already battle ordered the team.
Do you guys think
He can't stun Baal with his war cry. The Druid's a little bit more valuable because he's got the Oak Sage that can stay around as long as he's around, and same with the summons to just kind of distract Baal. So,
Yeah, okay. I'm
but
just curious. I didn't know,
yeah,
'cause I don't know if
I
there's
guess
been a race
not
before.
really a strategy they can implement.
Can you think of a race that Kano's won?
What's interesting is like
Rag.
they don't allow the Ancients glitch. I wonder if, I mean, there's no rule against the wave skipping glitch as far when I looked at the rule list, the new rule list. Excuse me.
That was gonna be a world record. And then
so-
an 18-minute active 5.
There-
That's true.
obviously a little bit of banter
Talking
going on
about all
between
that.
the North American
Yeah.
team, kind of just like, you know, if they didn't have to deal with the players 4 spawning of bosses and stuff like that, they would probably be going a tiny little bit faster, but yeah. It's always funny to hear the comms between the teams. And now we're seeing Running Crew bring down Nightmare Diablo, so they are slowly but surely catching up to the progress of Super Bear. Again, they've definitely secured at least 3rd place in this race, obviously with the Broken Pig down, unfortunately dropping 2 of their players in Nightmare early on. So Running Crew are pretty much just trying to see if they can make it further than what Super Bear have, and obviously, if possible, close out the run entirely.
Yeah,
Go time.
and it looks like we just have Baal left
Yep.
as the final boss.
This is the final stretch.
Quite literally.
And like I said before, this is going to be arguably one of the most underwhelming boss kills you'll ever see because Lethargy just makes Baal completely useless. If he's 44% slowed, he pretty much won't do anything. We're not seeing that sigil actually come out right now.
Grab some.
We need that sigil to be coming out, Lucky.
Thank you.
No sigil so far. Baal's teleporting around. I mean, at the end of the day, he's not going to be a threat. I don't think he's going to kill any player here.
I'm gonna go
However,
pee after this.
you know, it might make their life a little bit easier if he's not moving around so much. But
You guys can talk to them.
nonetheless, you know, they're trying to get all the damage they can out on him, I guess. Maybe it's probably a better thing,
Yeah.
if anything, that he's moving, so maybe they can reposition the chains a little tiny bit better.
Oak sage.
Ooh, Oak Sage went down there. That is a little bit scary. But, you know, if you get clapped by the Hoarfrost from Baal, it can be a little scary, that triangular looking cold nova kind of thing. That attack
Yeah,
that he does can be pretty scary, especially if Oak Sage drops, and typically when he does that, Oak Sage does fall over.
Yeah, it can knock you back multiple times. I think in the old game it could knock you back more than it can in D2R as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it did seem like that was happening. Where like only so much you can be knocked back in D2R, but
Could potentially be like a hit recovery kind of thing, but either way, we're about to see the first Hellbale drop any minute
a
now.
little bit more.
And that's gonna be
There you
3
go.
Dads and a Goatman taking it down roughly at about 3:07, I think 18 or 19, something along the lines of that. But 3 hours and 7 minutes to bring down Hellbale in hardcore. 4-player team doing it with players 4 throughout the entire thing. That is a huge feat. Congratulations to them for winning this race. We will handle an interview shortly afterwards, but we're going to give them just a moment to obviously celebrate and you know, have their moment of victory.
and that is a world record for hardcore 4-man through hell.
Oh.
I don't think there was any submitted runs, so I believe if they all recorded and they want to, submit that run, it is technically the hardcore world record.
You got to remember as well, right now the speedrun leaderboards also don't have Warlock on them yet, so we got to wait a bit.
That is
got to wait a bit. But nonetheless, congratulations to 3 Dads and a Goat Man for securing that victory. Obviously, again, I think their composition was a big deal in terms of helping them get over the finish line. They went for a good mix of damage and a good mix of survivability. We did see that they started to slow down in terms of their damage. I feel like if Super Bear was able to keep that one extra player up, they might have actually had a really good chance of potentially overtaking with the damage that they had in their composition. But again, due to the lack of battle orders, it makes a huge difference just not having all that HP and also the +1 skill. It's a small thing, but it definitely adds up. But in general, yeah, Super Bear was looking like they were kind of like slowly chasing behind, and on top of that, throughout the entire race, it was neck and neck. They're basically trading back and forth constantly. Like, you had, in normal difficulty, Super Bear's ahead at some point, 3 Dads and a Goat Man trade it back. Super Bear's ahead, 3 Dads and a Goat Man trade it back. So they're just constantly going back and forth.
Yeah, and I mean, Super Bear managed to get their Sork online about 30 seconds to a minute faster, even though they were slower to Act 2 in normal. That was really impressive to see how they managed to funnel so much XP into their Sork player and get going with a progression with the Telesork so fast. You see running crews running Nightmare Forge here. I wonder if they're going for more soul runes maybe for lore. Because you cannot get rune. You could get an rune for resistances, but I'm not sure. You don't see Nightmare Forged Royan too often, especially in co-op runs. So I'm not sure what rune they're targeting, but maybe they're targeting some more gems as well for potential resistances or just life to put into a helmet. But yeah, they're literally farming forges. They could. Oh, they also are probably going for a Hephaesto that is cursed.
Of course. Yep. They're gonna want to get the Hephaesto, which is very important for the Echoing Strike. Which again, this is the first case of us seeing the Echoing Strike build online. Yeah, it just seems like they're Hephaesto hunting at this point. Would you just quickly, Jim? Oh yeah, sorry, you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the Fanat there would have been worth grabbing.
Maybe, but I don't think it was cursed. It might not have been cursed. Yeah. But yeah, I was going to say just quickly as well, would you like to perhaps switch over to the other scene and then we do the interviews really quickly?
Yeah, let me...
Yeah, it's a little bit, on our side, we're essentially handling two different scenes. So we're kind of, it's been a bit of a tricky stream for us, but I mean, honestly, things have gone quite smooth considering, I was half expecting things to be a little bit different and a bit more rocky, but overall this broadcast was very, very good in terms of technical planning and stuff. I think we just, we needed to make sure that we had everything kind of ready. And it's just hard when you're kind of managing like 2 streams, essentially. We're both essentially commentating and also doing production on our end with the help of the production side, obviously, through the feed that you're seeing right now.
Yeah, we had to send some assets and set up our side, which took some time, but I think we got everything pretty good. I mean, I had someone say that this is a professional looking layout we had set up, so I mean, I'll take it. I mean, this is definitely better than when I did the NG Plus tournament, guys. So I mean. So let's see if we get the Discord.
Just quickly as well, I was going to ask, do you want to do it through Discord? Because Discord or guest star, what would be easier for you? I think in terms of the audio, because I'm worried about whether or not you can hear you might need to set up something for the Discord audio real quick as well.
Yeah, we could invite them on guest star if they're still streaming. That would be easier, yeah.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just quickly add the audio capture.
Oh, we almost saw a death.
Oh my goodness.
Sub 100 HP. I think I saw 52. There's something. Maybe it was 82, but he was low. Scary.
Yeah, I think just quickly, sorry to go back on tech stuff. Maybe add audio capture for it potentially. We'll
Okay.
just figure it out as we go.
Got it. I think.
But yeah, this is going to be a very, very pivotal point for these guys right now from the running crew. Like, Act 5 Nightmare on a sub 500 HP Sorceress. We've already seen many close calls throughout this run, and this is going to be one of those times. Unfortunately for them, we are going to be switching over shortly to an interview, so we'll be missing out on a bit of gameplay just for a moment, but we will be coming back to it. So for the time being, we'll do that now. Let's switch over to the other scene. Okay, just a quick test. Can we get a test from Hollywood? Hollywood, hello. Are you guys able to hear Hollywood on the... oh, wait 1 second. I need to actually unmute this. Okay. Are you guys able to hear Hollywood now? Can you do another test real quick, Root?
Hey, I'm Mr. Hollywood, and I'm here to tell you that Kano is the second best druid in a 4-man run.
Second best in a 4-man run. I see. Okay, so, yep, it looks like we've got the audio working on my side now, so, yeah, again, guys, congratulations on the victory. We were talking initially before, the initial question before the tech issues was, essentially, do you guys think that you would change anything about your composition? We were expecting every team to run a Sorceress, obviously the Warlock is mandatory, and then the Barbarian, pretty much as the 3 staple, and then kind of, you know, potentially trading it up between either an Assassin, maybe a Paladin, and then obviously, you know, were you guys opting for the comfort pick with Woot on the Druid kind of thing, or was there any other ideas that you might have had going forward with this one?
Yeah, so
Alright.
I can take that one.
You got it? I go for it.
We were going for safety. We thought that a clean run is a winning run. And we have 2 spots that we really didn't get to choose. Sork and Warlock. Those are just a given. You can't have a run without them.
Yep.
And then with our other 2 spots, we tackled back and forth a little bit. We talked. It was between Sin and Druid. We wanted the Barb. McCallbone Barb is just invaluable. Best Barbarian player there is. And we were talking about either Woot on Druid, Woot's a great Druid, or me on Sin. And we figured that the Druid would be the safe pick, and a clean run is a winning run. And it turned out to work in our favor. That's sort of the mindset behind our comp.
And just to jump into that, like, I don't think we had a run where everyone survived.
I mean, having to run the Warlock, I don't think having to run the Warlock in a 4-man actually is too much of a hindrance for the 4-man team. But not being able to run multiple, like, Sorks or 2 Paladins is kind of rough. So is that why y'all chose not to run a Paladin, because you could only run just 1 Paladin?
Well, there isn't a whole lot of reason to bring a Paladin when we get conviction online from Lucky anyways. And with everything else that was defensive and offensive, the Paladin's real main thing is they can charge and move around quickly, you know, and they bring a lot of defensive. We brought a lot of that, and we had the offensive as well. The Paladin, just with the current 4-man meta that we were looking at, didn't really feel like it had a place.
Makes sense. I think overall, like, you guys definitely went with a good mix of, like, some damage and some safety, and I think also bringing in that Conviction Demon from the Warlock, which obviously being the new addition and being one of the mandatory classes made sense for the Sorceress to help buff things. I was also...
Yeah, let's just say, none of this is possible without an amazing Sorceress. Goat absolutely killed this run. I don't know if his microphone's working or not, but that is not an easy job, even with Bo. So, Sorceress, Goat, you did amazing. Great job. Sorry, Kano. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, like, obviously the Sorceress being able to teleport, but I think one thing that made a big difference was you guys actually also kind of collectively leveling together. I think that's, you know, we're typically used to seeing in, like, the traditional speedruns that the Sorceress will kind of go ahead a little bit more underleveled, but you guys actually sort of, like, taxiing and collecting the packs together as a 4-man group made a lot more sense to kind of, like, do a good mix of, you know, getting XP efficiently, but also, like, making sure that everyone's kind of even in levels, which was part of, you know, the race format and whatnot, but just making it so that you guys could also kind of have that safety with Telly. I mean, at some point, like Jim and myself were talking about it, we were comparing between the other two teams where it's like you have some of the sorceresses teleporting through Nightmare with like maybe 200 or 300 HP equivalents, and then you have Goat who's just like casually chilling on like a nice 650 HP. It's like, it's just a breeze, man. Like in Nightmare, it's a complete joke. And then when you bring the other team in, like when you bring the team in with the Oak Sage, it just, you know, seeing Goat at like 1200 life when you guys are fighting packs, I'm like, this is hardcore ready, you know?
Yeah, so it's actually funny you mentioned the experience. In our practice runs, we were never as close in experience as we were in this run. Like it was always, I was like 5 levels ahead of Goat, but enough times practicing, definitely we figured out the trick of just, we're basically not going to get experience if Goat's not there. So we get in portals fast to protect him, right? So we're in, like you said, with the Oak Sage as soon as possible to get his life up. And there's really no point in moving further ahead of him in levels if we want him for throne. So it worked out really well today, just so happened.
Yep, no, absolutely.
Incredibly safe DPs were probably the big thing that I think set us apart in this hardcore run versus other ones too. The entire approach was different. We were so much more aggressive in our training and our practices, but when the time came, Goat shifted just a little bit on the outside, and we never really had any close calls besides one that we really shouldn't have jumped into. But like overall, it was all set up exactly perfect. And I don't think I've ever heard a team communicate as much as we did this time. It was probably over communication, but at the same time, it was the stuff that we needed to hear.
Yep, no, absolutely. I think overall you guys like pretty much crushed it, both in terms of composition and execution. In general, it's just like, it's really nice to see the Sorceress have so much safety in a hardcore run. Like that was the biggest thing for us watching the other runs. Even like there was one team that didn't actually run a Sorceress, funnily enough, but we thought that their team was going to be the safest one to get through, you know, like having battle orders, obviously having like Paladin with like potential salvation auras and things like that, the Warlock with summons, the Druid I think had summons as well. We thought that team was kind of going to be one that just makes it to the end, whereas 2 other teams that were running Sorceress didn't have a Barbarian, and that definitely looked like the difference maker in so many circumstances. And if anything, I could be wrong, but you know, Running Crew is still running right now. They don't have a Barbarian, they never have. And it's just like they've had so many close calls already. It's been so scary to watch the life bars of the Sorceress just drop pretty much down to like 100, and you know, like that essentially the Barbarian just makes such a big difference despite sacrificing a bit of damage. Because one thing about this race that was really exciting to see in comparison to previous years is the Korean team Super Bear actually really kept up with you guys for such a long time. You guys were essentially trading like boss kills back and forth, and obviously they've had a lot of time to speedrun, gain experience over time, a lot of returning runners and such, and you guys were just trading back and forth for the longest time. I think they dropped a player early on in Nightmare, I want to say, and then at some point, yeah, pretty much like you guys just started to sort of like slowly drift away from them, but they were still making some ground at some point. Like despite having 3 players, they were still making ground because I think they went with more of a damage focused composition.
For sure. Yeah. It was the riskier play.
Yeah.
But they are so talented, those guys.
Absolutely.
Novice, Dongshin, Water Bear, and I'm forgetting the last person on their team, but Novice and Dongshin are just incredible runners. So they could have pulled it off for sure and be someone else on the podium here. But great run for everyone.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Yeah,
it was
their
really
comp
exciting.
Probably beat ours.
It was really exciting to see the Korean team step up as much as they did, as much as unfortunately they did lose 2 players in the end. There is still 1 team currently running, but there's 2 teams that just didn't make it through, obviously due to 2 deaths. But I mean, like I said, it was just awesome to see the step up from the other Korean team, and I would assume that you guys probably had a bit of a concern given the fact that, you know, Novice being the Hell Sorceress world record holder, Dongshin obviously making a return, and the rest of the players on that roster are also just very well rounded across the board. I think again, maybe if they ran a Barbarian, they might have either kept up with you or potentially overtaken you guys at some point. But overall, super exciting race to watch, man. Like there was just so many pivotal moments of just close calls. Obviously the trading back and forth between boss kills. It was nice to see the different strategies, you know, a little bit of safety and leveling at times from both teams, but great stuff.
One of the impressive things in the early game, like because Barbarian lacks that extra damage, was seeing you guys actually keep the same pace, or actually, you know, set the pace for everybody by being the first Andariel kill, and the Barbarian kept them up in levels. So shout out to McCall there. That's not an easy feat, I feel like, to accomplish. I saw a lot of gas pots being thrown around. So
Thanks.
well played there. I mean, I think that that the druid does help in that early games. So I think the composition was perfect. Yeah, like there's no need for that paladin. There's no need for an assassin. The extra damage is not necessary, and yeah, y'all took it home. It was sick.
Yeah. McCall really helped keep things safe too a lot. He does so much. If you watch his replay, which everyone should, that is how a barb should be played.
We definitely did see a couple of really like close moments with McCall there because, I mean, obviously he was doing his job well, but there was also some risky moments. I think it was more, I want to say it was either Hell Act 3 or maybe Nightmare Act 3, where it was like you're pulling ghost packs and you're stacking them all together in a certain way, and it was just like you're taking big HP chunks, and you're like, I just remember like with Jim just hearing in the comms, McCall say, I almost died.
Well, I think you guys went to my stream for a little bit.
It's really good banter.
Yeah,
there.
But when I was in the dungeon, I almost lost it.
I'm just congratulations, guys. I don't have any more questions. Y'all crushed it. So
yep.
Do you have anything, Kano?
I guess more so like, what did you guys think about the overall format of this race? Did you enjoy the hardcore aspect of it? Do you think that it definitely like made you guys think a little bit differently? Also, the players for spawning of bosses and such. Did you guys feel like it made you think very differently from your experience with just traditional hardcore runs that you would do in regular speedruns and such?
Mikhail, why don't you take that one?
When I asked everyone to play, I told them it was going to be a casual run because that's how it was posed to me.
Yep.
Then we found out it was hardcore. And
I mean, it's still casual, right? Still casual,
cool.
Yeah.
It's casual. It's just a fun race. The 4-man for me really makes you think because it's not been played into the ground. Coming up with a new comp, a new route. Specifically geared towards hardcore. There's not even a completed run on speedrun.com for the quad hardcore Hellbale. So it was fun to, kind of think out the routing, and everyone on the team played a big part of it. And it was McCall's idea actually to bring in the Barbarian.
Yep. No, I think overall that worked out well for you guys. Like we had a bit of a concern at some point during the race that there was like, the other team, Super Bear, as much as they lost their player, they had 3 damage dealers, which were still good. They had the Assassin up, they had the Paladin up, and they had the Sorceress up. And they were spec'd into Blizzard, Fist of the Heavens, and then also Lightning Traps. We were kind of thinking that maybe their strategy would potentially be to push forward and get to Hell Chaos Sanctuary, but unfortunately they did drop a player earlier on, I think throughout like the Tombs leveling or something along the lines of that. But yeah, in general, like, them going for more damage definitely might have given them a slight edge in terms of like boss kills and stuff, but the amount of safety that you guys had, I think, also sped up your boss kills inherently as a result too. So in general, just, having so much life from Oak Sage, Battle Orders, it felt like the difference maker in the long run. And, you guys adapted well when it came to it being a hardcore race. Like, you did what you needed to do. You still had a good chunk of damage, and bringing that Conviction Demon definitely helped out with the Sorceress buff as well. The only small little piece of criticism, which I'm not sure if it was just a bit of unluckiness, but you guys might have been short of a lower res wand or something like that. I don't feel like I saw much lower resistance going on.
We found one. It was 200,000.
Oh damn! Yep.
Yeah.
Classic.
It was.
Classic.
We only have one LE dealer too, so it's only goat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Makes
we
sense.
didn't really force it.
And yeah, I was gonna say taking gold
gold
mastery
was just on another level. Like we saw an rune from Nightmare Forge, which
oh wow,
it's just different. My druid, I don't think I've had many speed runs that we've done, even on 8-man, with how geared my druid is right now. Just completing that, there was a lot. Even early, we found the faster cast bell. We got an FCR ring right off Corpse Fire. So I mean, there was a lot of early stuff going to our Sorc, which really, I think, put them apart. We did struggle to find some 2-socket armors for a while, but we had a couple stealths still waiting to be built.
Yeah, we talked.
I got
initially.
a 3 chaos amulet. This is going on my hardcore ladder.
We saw
this is better gear than I have.
We actually saw that at some point you were hovering it for quite some time, and we were just like, oh, okay, so all of a sudden Abyss is actually doing damage now. But
my daggers to Abyss as well.
Yep. But yeah, in general. in general, it was just really nice to see, you know, obviously you having that +3 chaos skills, which helped the Abyss, because I feel like Abyss, kind of without plus skills and the synergies, it sort of lacks a bit of that early game damage, and like Miasma Chains is really hard with summons and stuns, but in general, it was just, like, seeing you guys get some of the early game pieces, I think set you apart for a little bit, because Goat didn't even have a spirit, like he's just going with like, I guess 10 or 20 FCR wand or something like that. I know you guys had the early game FCR belt drop from the new set, which was cool to see as well.
One.
Oh, 20 FCR wand. Okay, yep. But yeah, you guys had the extra the 10 FCR coming from the belt, which I know was obviously utilized for a little bit of the run at the beginning, but once it was no longer needed, it made sense to kind of drop that one off a little bit there. But yeah, no, again. Oh, you were gonna say, Jim?
Oh, I was gonna say I saw Woot loot that belt, and I was like, I wonder if he's gonna, you know, just toss it because it looks like Arctic belt, you know, or is he gonna notice it and give it to Goat?
Funny enough, we saw that in a couple of our practices, the same items. So it was as soon as it popped, immediately that's where my head went. I was happy, man. It was I knew Goat would smile a little bit, and that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, it's tough to make Goat smile. So yeah.
I know,
yeah,
right?
we could definitely hear the live stream definitely caught some of the Travancore frustration. What was happening there exactly? Was it just the fact that you saw so many monsters that made you frustrated, or
he wanted us to stay at the waypoint, and
okay.
I didn't want to, because we can't fight stuff inside that room, you know. So I ventured out. The guys followed me, and we didn't stick to the plan, but it all worked out.
I was trying to draw one guy out so we can just get a flail easily.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so essentially,
but if they join me, they'll draw aggro.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in general, that Travancore definitely did look a little bit scary, or in terms of how much stuff was there. So it might have been a hard pull regardless. But I mean, at the end of the day, despite the frustrations, you guys obviously came out on top, and congratulations once again.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, thank you, and thank you guys for hosting this. Truly, I know I've preached both of you a million times, but to everybody else, I got to do it. You guys are awesome. You're really pillars of what we do here. You guys are the everyday crew. A lot of us washed up dads had to move on and move out, but you guys are here for the community. So thank you so much, and really, and thank you for the other teams that participated. Y'all are super handsome people. We love the competition. Let's do it again. Yeah.
Yep. No, it definitely would be awesome to see more events like this, and thank you again for the kind words, Woot. But I think that will conclude the interview segment for us, so thank you guys so much for joining. We will obviously catch you elsewhere. But congrats again, guys. Take it easy.
Guys.
GG's. Peace.
Good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so are we time to switch back over, huh?
Yeah, I think with some luck we should be able to switch back over to the other feed. We can give that one a go. Hopefully everything is all working still as intended. Looks like it's good.
Yeah,
Yep.
hopefully switching back doesn't screw up anything.
Oh, okay, hold on, wait. Did your stream just drop for a second, or me?
Oh, it's dropped. Yeah, for.
Okay, there we go. It's back. Yep, it's back.
Okay.
Might have just had a bit of a brief hiccup moment, but it does seem like they are progressing through what looks like Hell Act 1. So they are going to be going for, like, running crew is still in this race at the moment to try and secure second place. I mean, right now, I believe the way that this race works is that if they make it further, they still technically win, because, it's based on progress. So from this point, we're pretty much just waiting to see if they're going to be able to take down Helduriel. Unfortunately, if they do drop before Helduriel, it looks like they'll be securing third place here.
Yeah, because they're second to the team that died before Helduriel. But if they don't make it to Andy, then I mean that's a problem. And they've already lost a player, so they can't lose anybody else. Oh, he did a quick level check. I didn't quite catch where they're at level-wise. But it is going to take them a little bit longer to level up here with having one less player.
Yeah, the players 3 makes the difference. But
they have a lot more damage having a Pally than having a Barbarian and Druid. They just don't have that comfy battle orders and Oak Sage buff. Oh man. I wonder how Echoing Strike fares I feel like it's a little bit more dangerous too.
The one thing that is a little bit worrying with the Echoing Strikes is the fact that it is in a partisan, so it's like, as we enter Hell, it's going to start kind of falling off a little bit in terms of damage, because as much as everybody knows that Echoing Strikes is like one of the strongest builds right now, it is pretty heavily dependent on the base type that you get. Like, I feel like you need that big base weapon damage for it to really feel nice and to really shine. But again, this is Players 3, so it should, I would say it should be capable, and they did roll 5 critical strike on it, which is a pretty big deal, because, again, Echoing Strike can also apply critical strikes or deadly strikes. But I think, yeah, we'll probably see most of the damage come from the curse. Hopefully from the demon.
The team that lost the Druid to the
yeah, they lost the
Diablo
Druid.
Fire AoE?
Yep, the Fire AoE all the way back in normal, so you know they're still soldiering on.
Yeah.
Ever since that drop in normal, they've mourned their partner, but they are still progressing and trying to make as much much ground as they can.
I couldn't remember if that was these guys or if that was Super Bear, but I think, yeah, because Super Bear didn't run a Druid or a Barb, they ran, you know, all damage. Right?
Yep.
Assassin.
Yeah, Super Bear pretty much just went all in on damage. Again, I think if there was a Barbarian within these teams, man, we would see them definitely standing upright a little bit more. I mean, although they did lose, Running Crew did lose one in normal to Diablo, which by that point they're not level 24, so there's no battle orders or anything like that. So I think that player probably would have dropped more than likely, unless of course it was a Barbarian instead. But yeah.
Right, because so after they lost the Druid, they had to rethink what they were going to do for Nightmare progression, and so they ended up just leveling on normal Baal runs for like 30 minutes. So took that extra precaution to get through Nightmare, and in Hell here, it looks like, I mean, I haven't quite caught their level. I thought it said 5, but it's really hard because they just, you know, toggle it on and off real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, catch their level and see.
Yeah, I feel like hopefully with the upcoming level we'll be able to see the level shortly when the stat points
because we did before we did the interview, they were at the beginning of Nightmare Act 5, and after the interview they just almost started here in Hell Act 1. So they must have done some Nightmare Baal runs.
Yeah, it's very possible because again they did the safe leveling strategy earlier on with, was it? Yeah, they did normal Baals, so they might have also opted for some Nightmare Baals, which makes a lot of sense. We're about to see a level here shortly, so maybe we'll be able to catch their exact level right now. But
yeah, that looks like Champ Shamans. It's a big glow. It could be.
It could be Tainteds in there though. It's hard to say. Sometimes Tainteds definitely do have that deceptive glow in there, but I think right now they're just kind of trying to communicate it across and bring them in.
Yeah. And that's the one of the things that you saw with the what's it called? The Three Dads and Goatmen. Their communication was on point, and they were in and out of TPs. When there was a TP up from the Sork, everybody was hopping in, and they were getting XP together. Like really, I mean, like they said, they hadn't had that close of like staying together in levels, and I mean, it was really impressive to watch.
So you're right there. Yeah, it is actually a champion group of Fallens and Shamans.
He got so much XP solo there. Holy.
Yep. I only saw 13, what looked like 13 points into Cold Mastery, which they might be a lot lower than we actually think. They might be in the 40s. I'm waiting to see them open up the stat screen here, hopefully with some luck that we'll catch that. But
yeah,
again, some of these teams holding onto those stat points in a hardcore run, man, you gotta, like, you can see them obviously playing safe here, but holding onto the stat points in a hardcore run, it's scary, man. It's so scary, and this is some very risky teleporting from a 500 HP sorceress, man. Please, I can feel the panic. I can feel the panic in them right now.
This is without energy shield too. So.
Yeah, no energy shield. I'm really curious. Like, I'd love to know what the lightning res is. Maybe they've gone for a safe option with like making a lore or something like that. But I mean, well, there you have it. Wait, lightning res shrine, please take it. We need this.
Yeah, I mean the Tainteds, they have lightning damage added to their attack.
The paladin just takes the lightning shrine, and I think maybe there might have been some vocal frustration about that, but it could have just been one of those instinct things, you know. See a shrine, click it. Like, I definitely click them whenever I see them. Ooh, I wish I saw the levels just now.
That was way too fast.
That was too fast for me.
You have to be looking with, like, because if they're checking, they're already looking in that position when they go to click it on and off. So
Yep.
It's hard to catch it like when you're just watching the gameplay. But yeah, I mean they're flying for.
Ooh, okay, that was some bad teleport. Getting stuck there for a second because again, trying to teleport into a wall or outside of the edge of a wall is gonna just like make you teleport on the spot kind of thing. Little scary, but not as bad as we're making it out to be. Like that was only 200 HP, but still, that could have been a lot worse. Again, really good though that they're getting these XP groups. Like this is tremendous experience for them right now. These champion shaman groups. Essentially, they have bugged experience. All of the little fallens that spawn with those champion shamans are actually giving 500% bonus experience, as opposed to the champions, which are giving 300%. And usually, that's not meant to be the case. They're tagged as regular monsters, but you know they're giving the equivalent of what a boss pack with minions would give.
It's what you call a good bug, kind of like the E-bug, but that's gone now too. So.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good bug, especially if you would like experience, but it's not a good bug if you're chasing the Sorceress world record by any chance. Which, you know, a few of us might have been doing that for a minute or two.
Yeah. You can see the Sword can pretty much solo if she just plays safe. So prepping or making a safe TP for the group. They don't have conviction. I thought they had conviction at one point. I wonder if they lost it, or maybe those.
I think they opted for the curse here because of the echoing strike, I believe.
Correct. Yeah.
Because this is going to be a. Ooh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be echoing strikes doing that, right? Or was I mistaken? Oh, that was static. Okay, sorry, my bad. There's the curse. Now let's see how much damage. Echoing strikes. Yeah, I think with the
P3 Andy.
Yeah, it's a P3 Andy. That's not too bad. I mean, given the fact that again it's in a partisan, I think, or is it? No, it's a poleaxe. It's a poleaxe. Ooh, okay, yeah. Poleaxe might be a little bit weak. I mean, that's a normal base at this point. You basically have 3 different types of bases. You've got the normal base, the exceptional base, and the elite base. If you're using a normal base, it's gonna lack a little bit of damage, especially when you're entering places like hell. I mean, maybe with an exceptional base, it might make the difference. But in general, yeah, they are now currently tied for second. So they have to defeat Hell Duriel in order to secure at least second place here. 3 hours and 45 minutes into the run. Obviously, you know, if we saw Super Bears make it all the way to the end, they would be trailing behind by about an hour or so. But still, they are up. They're up right now.
Since they don't have to worry about like how long it takes them necessarily, should they just kind of slow walk it to beating Duriel, and then that can basically secure second for them?
Yeah, I think that could be something that they may discuss between the players. It's very possible. At the end of the day, you know, you could do it.
Right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for some safety options. I mean, at the end of the day, the Sorceress does need some life, of course. Like, you know, teleporting through here, it's going to be so scary in places like Maggot Lair, for example. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you can also shop like 100 life belt, which would be pretty big for this Sorceress, considering she's, you know, 5 under 600 HP, which is like, this is less HP than what like Goat had from the Barb Bow in like Act 1 Nightmare or Act 2 Nightmare or whatever. So this is gonna be intense. We'll see where.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing it smart right now. So what they're doing, as you can see on the screen here, is they're purchasing antidotes and thawings. These potions give 50 to each of the respective resistance. So in this case, antidotes gives 50 poison resistance and also 10 max resistance. And then antidotes give 50 cold resistance. They don't stack the effect, but they stack the duration. Each time you drink one, it gives you 30 seconds of that effect. So you go 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, and so on. Now, what they're doing right now is they're just trying to stack that effect, basically to create a little bit of a safety element for them. Some of the other teams might have done this, but we might not have seen it as much. Maybe they might have just had thawings and antidotes kind of, you know, for the really scary scenarios or really scary situations. But this makes a lot of sense for them, definitely to opt for this, you know. If a monster has that cold enchanted on them, it could be the difference maker between whether or not you stay upright or if you fall over.
Yeah, these boss groups here are cold immune, so the Sorc doesn't do any damage other than static, and so the Holy Bolts don't do any damage, so they are completely relying on the.
This is all on the Warlock right now. This is pretty much all eyes on the Warlock for damage. I mean, obviously now we're starting to see Fist of the Heavens coming out from the Paladin, and again, like you said, them being cold immune, the Sorceress is currently just kind of, you know, sticking around and trying to get experience. But they do have Stony Tomb here as well, which is a good thing. It gives them the option for all 3 of the characters that they have right now to deal some damage, besides to the beetles from the Paladin. But in general, yeah, you can see that they're playing super safe, like just, you know, utilizing the doorways, making sure that they don't go too far in, because this is a common thing, you know, if you're in hardcore, this is probably the stereotypical thing to do if you're a standard hardcore player. You probably just take it really slow, you know, try and have like individual monsters coming through the corridors, and you know, ooh.
I heard something.
Oh, I think it's, yeah, it could be amp damage or extra fast perhaps, maybe. I think in general there was just a bit of a shock factor, but man, those cold enchanted explosions, you got to watch out for them, because again, like we saw I think it was Novice that got dropped by one of those.
He got double tap.
Yeah,
and
double
he had
tapped.
more life. He had, I think, 670 instead of the sub 600 here. So.
Yep.
But without knowing his cold res and without knowing Haku here's cold res, it's
Well, I mean, he's drank the antidote potions.
Oh, he dropped his own.
Sorry, not the antidote potions, the thawing potions. So I think they've kind of played it very smart going into this place, because, you know, with potential for cold enchanted from both creeping feature, which is the super unique that spawns on the level 2, as well as just all these boss packs in general, you know, there's a high chance, there's like a 1 in 13 chance or something like that, or like maybe 3 in 13 chance that they roll cold enchanted. So basically they just want to play it completely safe, and we saw the biggest problem that Super Bear encountered, which was the poison damage. So having chugged those antidote potions is definitely going to help reduce some of the damage that they take. It's not going to completely keep them alive, because, you know, at the end of the day, that poison is just ridiculous. It does so much damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't hold on to just some antidotes just to get rid of any poison. It's good to hold on to at least 1, if not 2. Because you can also get what's called super poison, where the poison is a crit of poison on you. It lasts, I want to say, like more than twice as long, but does like twice the damage, and it'll drain your health pots. Like your health pots might not even out-regen it, even though you might have max poison resist. So it's one of those things I think that players might overlook, especially when farming Hell Stony Tomb here. But I mean, with Salvation, they have a lot of resist, so that's something I think they have over the Super Bear team. The Super Bear team had, I think, they had like what, Assassin, Paladin, Sorc, and Warlock. So
yeah,
they didn't have a Barber Druid.
I forget who was the person that actually dropped from Super Bear early. Was it? It wasn't their assassin.
No,
it was the Warlock, right? I think it might have been the Warlock that dropped. Yeah, the Warlock dropped.
They lost their Warlock. They lost the Warlock and Nightmare Countess.
Yep. And yeah, that's definitely a huge hit to both their damage and just also some extra survivability from the demon that they could have encountered.
Yeah, I think they're level 52 here. I'd gotten a check on their level earlier, and I saw a 51 in the party, but maybe the Sorc is a level ahead.
Ooh, gotta be really careful there. I'm seeing a lot of curse in the area. Oh, it's curse. It's curse on them, of course. Sorry, it's curse on the monsters. But nonetheless, that was still a bit of a chunk. Like, that's all that takes is one beetle hit, and you're down, like, you know, about a third, if not a quarter of your HP.
Yeah, and then you just take a crit hit after that, and you're just dead. Like,
yeah, they have to play
fine because you're above half health, and then there's the poison. That's so much less tick damage. Remember, we were seeing like 50 and 80. That's like 10, 15, 20.
That essentially is the difference of chugging the antidote potions there, I believe. But they also have to make sure that they keep those up because, I mean, at the end of the day, they drink enough for maybe, what, 5 minutes of the duration? It might be expiring soon or now. But either way, you know, they're managing it a little bit better than what Super Bear did. I think that, again, you know, maybe if we saw people like Novice chug some thawing potions and antidote potions prior to, they might have had a better time in this area, which again is something to learn and grow from. Like, you're always going to be able to do this kind of thing in future races if we do have events like this again. But overall, man,
I hope we do.
Yeah, no, these have definitely been really, really fun to cast. Like, I've been enjoying this experience a lot. Like, it's nice to see. I feel like this would be a very different experience, obviously, if it was a softcore race. You know, like, we'd probably actually see very close competition between a lot of these teams. But overall, it's just amazing to see, like, the progress that these teams have made, or the players that the progress that the players have made from 4 years ago. Like, I remember, obviously, you know, the 2 speedrun teams were quite well ahead, whereas now, like, there's a Korean team that's keeping up very, very well, and even this team right now is doing a very, very solid job. Like, I mean, being only just an hour behind, you know, the Super Bear team for the, like, an hour and 10 minutes behind the Super Bear team for the Endario kill. In a hardcore race, that is like tremendous. Like, it's an amazing feat.
I think that's one thing that, like, maybe played into Three Dads and a Goatman's team was the experience of, like, race environment versus speedrun environment.
Yep.
And having that extra experience of, like, you know, doing so many runs for so long, even though they haven't been around recently as much, they still have that experience of knowing what they should be doing, what, like, precautions they should be taking. And yeah, I think these guys, I think this is a big learning experience for them too, and they will be that much better for it on the next race for sure. Because I mean, I think the Super Rare team, like, I'm pretty sure they could have overtaken Three Dads and a Goatman at one point.
They absolutely had potential, man. Like, if they were able to keep all 4 of their players alive, and you know, I think, again, it was just more of a safety issue. It's like the fact that the Sorceress does have to play a little bit more cautiously. Like, it's going to be really tough to survive without the Barbarian. But overall, keeping all 4 of their players alive would have helped them with several different things. It would have helped them get a little tiny bit more experience along the way. It obviously would have helped a little bit with the damage. And, like, they were, you know, considering being 3 players down from early Nightmare, they're trailing behind first place by 10 minutes. Now, don't get me wrong, 10 minutes might sound like a lot. That is quite a bridge to gap when we're talking about a speedrun, and obviously the hell portion kind of speeds up a little bit, but it still doesn't change the fact that, like, you know, they're down an entire player, and they're still trailing behind by that much. If they had that extra player, that might have definitely been the difference maker if they were able to keep them.
Yeah, and also, it's hard to, like, judge based on, like, XP amounts when they lost that player, because they were farming Countess for the levels, whereas, you know, Three Dads and Goatman just went for progression, and they were kind of neck and neck at that point, or, like, going into that point. And so it would have been interesting, I guess, if they hadn't lost the Warlock, to see if getting the Spirit would have paid off, and whether that would have caught them back up, because having that extra hit recovery and, you know, mana, and Spirit actually gets overlooked. It has 22 vitality as well. Like, it actually has a little bit of life to it as well. It's kind of wild how OP the rune word is.
Spirit is such a difference maker, and again, like we said before, because the strategy that they went with Super Bear, like, they were going for a few tower runs. You know, we might have seen something like them potentially factoring and maybe going for the Echoing Strikes, like we talked about. This team is currently running Echoing Strikes, which is, you know, brand new to see, and I think that might have been the setback as well for Three Dads and a Goatman. Like, there was times where Lucky probably could have been utilizing Miasma Chains plus Teleport a little bit more. He still did a very good job, obviously, against the bosses when it came to that kind of thing, and I think that's also something we heard them discuss in their commentary between each other. But when it came to, like, you know, if they really, really wanted to utilize on speed, like, trying to get ahead, they would have had to have played a little bit riskier with that teleporting of the Miasma Chains, as opposed to, you know, maybe like this team, for example, using Echoing Strikes. Maybe that might have been something that Super Bear was factoring in, given the Nightmare Countess runs. You know, they might have been hoping for, like, at least, like, perhaps a Partisan or something, or maybe, you know, going, like we said before, the early game Colossus Volge. It's like, it's hard to say if the early game Colossus Volge is, ooh, okay. The early game Colossus Volge might have been a risky play, because at the end of the day, it's like, you've got 3 acts left, and by that point, is it really going to be the difference maker? Probably not. So you sort of need to capitalize on as much damage early on as possible. So I think, yeah, without a partisan, it probably would have been a tough time. I think right now what we're seeing from this team with the poleaxe is gonna hurt them a little bit the further on that they get, but they do have the damage to take it all the way.
Yeah, they definitely have damage. I'm worried about this Sorc teleporting through Act 2 hell here.
Yeah, the lack of battle orders and the lack of energy shield, like that's another thing as well. We did see Novice for a brief period of time utilizing energy shield early on, but I feel like energy shield is a must-have if you've got spirit. Like if you don't have spirit, then energy shield is just going to be useless to you, right? Because spirit is a rune word that obviously gives a lot of mana, and once you've got that mana pool, energy shield actually somewhat becomes viable, and it makes sense. Like he could have probably made a lot better use of energy shield and made it all the way through. But I think it's just one of those things where it's really, really hard if you don't have like any kind of orb to, you know, put it on. And sometimes energy shield can be a blessing and a curse, where like when you take the hit, you lose all your mana, you then fail your teleport, then you die. So
nice maggot layer levels there for
yep,
him.
very simple maggot layer levels. That's huge for them right now. This is them edging closer to the second place being secured.
Yeah,
I believe this is second place. Again, I'm not entirely sure if they won't be counted as second place due to the time difference, but I would assume progress is the more important factor here. You know, this is one of those things where rules of the tournament, you know, I don't think we factored in teams dying. maybe we didn't factor in teams dying as part of the thing. Obviously, it's factored in for the rules for disqualification purposes, but in terms of like placings and stuff, we're not entirely sure. But nonetheless, it does look like this will be them potentially securing second place, but man, this is going to be so scary teleporting through.
This is a scary place.
This is really scary. All it takes is like 3 charges from a snake and crit. Might aura in the level 2. Okay, smart play.
That's a good call.
Yep, that's a good call. Grab the amulet, go for the next game. Absolutely makes sense.
Wow, that, I mean now it's just Arcane and Tarasha 2. They are, I mean, that's all they got to have to do. They pass. They take second. Man, that's crazy. It's so scary. Like I feel like with Echoing Strike and without like a massive front line from the Druid or Barb, I feel like Echoing Strike might have worked better in like the 3 Dads and a Goatman's comp, but I feel like Chains would have worked better in this comp, you know, like they should have done, they sort of swapped their builds out maybe.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I wonder if you can lock down, I don't know if you know this or not, but if you lock down with like stuns, right?
Yep.
The enemies, and then you throw up a Grim Ward on the Barb, that doesn't, they're not going to get scared away because they're stunned, right? And so that lowers their physical resistance.
Yeah, increases the damage taken. Yep.
Yeah, and so with that and Lethargy, I feel like you could do some pretty nasty damage on Echoing Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, Echoing Strikes is one of those things which is heavily dependent on the RNG that you see. So, you know, if you get lucky and find a base that you can work with early game, which you pretty much have to work with some kind of like exceptional base, right? Let's be real. You're not going to find your elite base from hell. It's just going to be too late into the game. I feel like it's got to be a base that you find around about Act 3 Nightmare time, which is when typically we see the respec from fire to, you know, either Miasma or going for the Echoing Strikes build. And going with Echoing Strikes, like I think you're going to have at least that exceptional base, and then on top of that, you know, if you had the Barb, which some of these teams probably should have run, you could opt for Grim Ward, like you said, and then the Grim Ward can definitely make the difference with all that extra damage taken between the Curse, between the Lethargy, and on top of that, then you've got Grim Ward. I feel like maybe it might be a little bit overkill, probably more useful for like physical immunes if you were really struggling. But I mean, the Sorceress should take care of the physical immunes in most of those cases.
Yeah, you're right. It might be overkill on the damage taken.
Yeah.
But the physical damage reduction can only go to -100. And
yeah, I was going to say, it's very rare to see any kind of monster have more than like 50% damage reduction. So as long as you have Curse, which applies -100, and then you've got the Sigil, which I think I don't know if it applies minus 50 from the get-go or if it takes a few levels. I think it's like 20%, so maybe in that case Grimward would make sense if you're going for those packs that do have up to 50% damage reduction, which, you know, a lot of the big brute guys or the gore bellies and things like that, they typically have a lot of that damage reduction. So yeah, definitely could have been a strategy that we might have seen. Something we didn't talk about too much, but again, every team that has a barb right now is currently out, whether they've won or, you know, been defeated early.
Yeah, but they're coming up to the summoner here. 4th way Arcane, but they managed to get there. A nice TK. You don't have to get near summoner with that TK.
Yep.
Sorry, TK, telekinesis. The book, and it puts the red portal actually not on the platform. Puts it all the way over on the like Arcane Sanctuary path.
Yeah, for some reason, I want to say that's like a D2R change. Like, I don't know why. I feel like when you would telekinesis the book in the past, I don't recall. Oh, this is scary. This is really, really scary right now. Midoro Gorebellies, he got through. Okay, so now we're just waiting to see whether or not anything else scary appears. This is a very sketchy area, but overall, not too bad. He's going to get the staff in pretty comfortably. I don't know if they're all going to come through to clear this. I think... Yeah, you can see him kind of dragging the corner, making the town portal safe. This is where Fist of the Heavens is going to shine. Of course, Echoing Strikes can also do some things here. So far,
once they kill Duriel, they take 2nd place.
Yep. Oh. I believe this is going to be them taking 2nd place.
As long as they don't die to Duriel, which I feel like shouldn't happen. Not with the. They have the demon, a bound demon, and lethargy. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, damage is definitely looking very, very convincing here. Oh, that's another thing as well that we completely forgot about. The Salvation Aura is actually helping give the demon bonus immunities.
Oh, yeah.
So he's tri-immune at the moment, which means he can't take any fire, any lightning, or any cold damage.
Yeah, and Duriel does like a lot of cold damage, which is why it's important to drink those thawing potions before fighting him.
But this is a congratulations to Running Crew for securing 2nd place here. Obviously, Super Bear, you know, they were one of the fan favorites, I'd say, for the Korean speedrunning team. But Running Crew managed to survive, get through Hell Duriel, and they've overtaken Super Bear now. So pretty much at this point, we are just watching to see if they're going to complete the run and close it out, or if you know there's going to be an unfortunate death along the way. But nonetheless, they've secured it. I think you know they can go as fast as they want now. They don't have to worry. They've got their 2nd place secured. So,
do you think we'll see them speed up here?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Do you think we'll see them speed up here? I wonder if. Do you see this?
Yeah, this might be the conclusion potentially.
Oh no! Oh, they're gonna keep going. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we are
they were just showing.
Yeah, just showcasing the first place, 2nd place, and so on. Oh, okay.
Extra fast, extra strong.
I was gonna say immediately seeing the paladin save an exit there once he panics and sees the extra fast spider. It makes sense. I mean, some people have arachnophobia, you know, so. Oh my goodness, okay, 176 HP, that is not okay. That is not okay. But yeah, I've definitely had that encounter once or twice in my life being Australian.
I think he...
Wait, has he died? No, he hasn't died, surely. I think he's fine.
Oh, weird. I think he like misclicked on a public game there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Wow, I think he got one hit down to like what was 176 from full HP. He was full HP.
Unbelievable.
What is that? It's a 460 hit.
It's hard to say
extra fast spider.
Yeah, it's hard to say if that was a base hit or maybe it was extra strong or something like that. Extra strong definitely is a modifier that you can be very, very wary of, even on minions. Like the minions do inherit the extra strong, so you have to be very careful when it comes to that. That's something that like a lot of people fall victim to when it comes to entering Hell. It's the fact that every boss pack has 3 affixes, right? So when you've got 3 affixes, there's a high chance, you have 3 and 13 chance, I think it is, of rolling extra strong. and every minion also inherits that. So if it doesn't even have to be the boss pack spider, which I think it was in that case, but it could have just been a simple minion coming along, hitting for that bonus damage, and that, you know, that can be the difference.
Yeah, and I mean, I think saving exiting there was the right call, because if you try to teleport with a health bot regening you slowly from 170 HP, it's not going to bring you back up high enough, I don't think. I wonder if they'll turn that in. So the Jade figurine is one of those quest items that doesn't need to be turned in to you know, complete Act 3. But 20 HP without battle orders is going to feel a lot better. Okay, the waypoint's on tile 6 here, so...
Yeah, currently seeing this is Flare Jungle on... No, is this Marsh or Flare Jungle? Okay, so he's... I'm not sure what he's never getting backwards for. Oh, maybe just going for... Oh, maybe saw a
Spider Cavern.
Oh yeah, they have to redo Spider. Yeah, they've got to redo
Spider
Spider Cavern, of course. Yep, because of the save and exit.
Yeah. And they have that Might Aura like right up above them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, going for some experience here. Yep. Yeah, Fist of the Heavens is going to be really, really nice here. Like this, Flare Jungle and places like this are really, really good because obviously there's a lot of high density. They're all demons, so that they can actually be hit by the. They can actually be hit by the holy bolts that come from the Fist of the Heavens, and it's going to make Act 3 hopefully a bit of a breeze for them. We just have to kind of wait and see if there's going to be any kind of hurdles. I think Flare Jungle could get very scary because again, it's a place with a lot of density. It looks like maybe that is close. That is way too close. It was such a risky teleport, but my goodness.
You don't do that on hardcore. Yeah. That is a softcore teleport attempt.
I feel like seeing, like, basically, I think we saw Haku teleport over, kind of see that the spiders weren't out from the chest, and I feel like that should have been enough to kind of say, like, okay, I'm gonna have to slowly go around and maybe guide them out or deal damage to them. But man, these guys are having so many close calls, so many heart attacks, but at least the most important thing is that they are staying here. They are staying upright. They are continuing through this run. Man, it is just...
And they're having fun. You can hear them laughing.
But yeah, like you said before as well with the Jade figurine as well, they are going for the 20 life here. So it does make sense. I mean, we've already seen the life pool drop enough. Let's not make it any worse than it has to be. But yeah, this time we're going to see it probably take a little bit slow here. Obviously go for the slow kill with the team. It's mostly going to be Echoing Strikes and Blizzard doing the work here because unfortunately Fist of the Heavens is only going to be able to do single target damage to each of these spiders. But yeah, you can definitely hear that they're having a bit of a laugh about the very close encounters. And once again, man, extra fast spiders. Oh, they're cursed. That's scary. All it takes is one hit.
Cesark there is always extra strong cursed, and so the extra fast mod there is probably the scariest affix he could gain.
Please. Oh, the Warlock dropping to half HP there. That is so scary, man. Again, they are cursed right now. They are cursed right now. And just trying to take on the extra strong, extra fast minions.
Yeah. I think the Paladin ran Cleansing. I don't know, the Sorc doesn't have Curse anymore for some reason, but... Okay. I think they can, just send it. Go full speed.
Yep.
If you die, you know, you're still in second, so...
Yep, still secured your place. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you've got a mix between, you know, the pride of speedrunning, but at the same time, you know, you've got your place secured, so you don't really have to worry too much about making it through the run. But man, okay, pretty lucky not to get souls here, from what it looks like. I don't think there was any souls. We might see them potentially come through. Yeah, this is where the Paladin is probably going to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Fist of the Heavens, you know, if there's enough density, it's gonna blast through these flares.
Yeah, and there's like some flares that are cold immune, some flares that are light immune. So the Sorc is going to have like a very confusing like attempt at trying to kill anything here. Yeah, and as you see those echoing strikes fly out, the farther away you throw or have your mouse from your player or character, the tighter the line is, and so you can have it hit a single target with all 5 strikes going forward and back. But if you throw it, if you have your mouse closer to your character, it will actually spread out the attack. Kind of like if you've ever used teeth on a necromancer, where you shoot close to your character to get that spread so that you can hit multiple targets. It's better on teeth because teeth doesn't shotgun, but on echoing strike it does shotgun. So in a lot of cases you don't actually want to spread your damage out. This is a pretty dense flare.
Yeah, I think overall, depending on the damage that you have on your echoing strikes, you can kind of afford to have it spread more, but in this case they are currently running with relatively low damage due to the normal base that they're currently using on their echoing strikes. So right now, like as you said before, basically having it cast out in a direct line where multiple of the projectiles are going to hit the same targets is probably going to be the best case scenario, rather than trying to go for the cone shape spread that you can do. But yeah, it's a bit of a finicky skill. It's one of those ones where like if you're not too familiar on how to use it, it can be tough. And it also is very, very gear dependent still. Like, you know, as much as a lot of people have been boasting some pretty crazy numbers with that skill, it still does take a decent base to actually feel not too bad. And I'm not sure as well if they've paired it well with the synergies, or if they've gone all in on like the physical damage part of it, because you can actually run two versions, where you do the purge version, where you put more points into the hexes, which are essentially curses that you add damage to your weapon, so it's magic damage instead of physical essentially. But that's one route that you can take, but I think in this case it looks like they've gone for the physical version, hence going for the cursed monster to apply that minus physical resistance. But yeah, there's essentially two build paths, and I think early on, like, the magic version might perform a little bit better if you have a weaker base, whereas the physical version definitely performs better if you have a nice base.
I think that it would apply if you have a little bit more levels as well, because then you can put the points into your Hex Purge or Hex Bane. The Hex... So what's interesting, actually, and I didn't know this until Macro did some testing, so shout out Macro Bio Boy, but the Hex Bane applies the magic damage to your Echoing Strike, but your Echoing Strike damage is divided amongst all of those echoes. So you have 5 echoes coming out, but it also divides them on the way back. So like it's doing 1/10 of what it says on your stat sheet, which is what the Bane is adding damage to up to. So your Hex Bane is actually being divided by 10, whereas Purge, when you throw it out, it applies the curse to the enemy on the first hit, but then you have 3 explosions of magic damage in an AoE, and then the 5th hit will reapply another Purge, basically, and then coming back, you have 3 explosions, apply curse, 1 explosion. So you have, like, basically 17 hits going on with Purge, which is bad when it comes to, like, Lightning Enchanted, but when it comes to, like, just doing more damage, especially in AoE, I think Purge outshines Bane for Echoing Strike in most cases.
It makes sense, obviously, given what you've described, like the way that it divides the damage when you so Bane obviously just buffs the elemental damage added to your weapon attack, whereas what you're describing right now with Purge is that it will essentially apply the effect rather than the weapon because there's no weapon damage being added. It's doing the effect of the curse, which is applied to the monster itself. So it's a bit more of like, I guess the best way to describe it is it's kind of like an external thing. It's like when you buff yourself with Hex Bane, it's more of like an internal, like, this is my damage, versus, you know, the Hex Purge, which is more external, applied to the monster and explodes from the monster, not from your specific damage.
Correct, yeah.
But yeah, we're getting up to another scary point in the run. Yep. Travancore, players 3.
And we saw this be scary for even the Druid and Barb. I wonder if they'll do the same strategy of just pulling one enemy over toward the waypoint here.
Oh, we saw a save and exit there. Okay, all good. Potentially just a scary moment, but he's still alive. He's still good. It's still good. It's still good.
Yeah. So I think you want to have probably the sword, because she has the highest mobility with teleport, drag over one of the Travancore members, and then you can kill him off, grab the flail. I wonder if you could bind him and he just drops the flail on a simple bind. Maybe. These guys are cold immune, so this is all on the Paladin. Well, actually, the Paladin and Warlock can both deal with these guys. But yeah, the Sword Blizzard does nothing here. So she's just, as you can see, walking around.
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
forth.
The Sorceress is kind of just like making sure that, you know, it doesn't get hit by projectiles. Kind of just like there for moral support again. Like we said before with the cold damage. I don't know if we saw any thawing chugs. Maybe we might have, but definitely would have been an important thing to have done this time around because, you know, we're getting to that point of the run where cold enchanted explosions will potentially kill some sorceresses here. We've seen it once happen already in these runs, and we don't want to see it again.
I think one of the reasons why the Stony Tomb did so much damage is because the monster level is 85 there. Actually 88 because it's a boss.
Yep.
And whereas like here in Trav, I think these mobs are like level 79 or 80. They're not as high a level. So the cold explosions aren't.
It's tough for me because I feel like I've like looked at the Travancore number before and I want to say that it's like between 78 and 81. But it might even be higher than that. I think it honestly could be 82 or 83, but maybe I'm thinking of like Durin's level 3 or something like that. Like, but either way, nonetheless, like, yeah, they are, a level 85 area is always going to top Travancore, so the Cold Enchanted Explosion is not something to completely worry about here in comparison to the Stony Tomb one that we saw Novice obviously drop to. But in this case, yeah, they have gone for the safe strategy of just trying to slowly pull out that one. Obviously the Blizzard is helping keep them very well crowd controlled here. Getting that echoing strikes, actually, like we were talking about before, trying to get as many of those hits back and forth, rather than spreading out the damage and missing some. Slowly but surely we're seeing... Yeah, okay, Fanaticism is a little scary here. They do have that demon as well to upfront tank.
Kind of need to grab the Fanaticism more. If he's cursed Fanat, that would be a pretty massive boost.
That actually might be Ismail. He might be going... No, he's not going for it by the looks of things. I don't know if that's Ismail or if that's Jelab, but... either way, the Fanaticism demon does drop. So maybe we have to wait and see what they have. It doesn't look like there's any other kind of aura. I think that one might be Ismail there, which is the one that is always guaranteed cursed. And often I have a lot of people come into chat and say, hey, if you need a cursed demon, just go grab Ismail. But I'm like, I don't want him. So, but yeah, if you ever need a cursed demon, that's always going to be one of the easiest ones to obtain. And like you can see here, they have obtained it for the higher level curse.
Yeah.
The higher level curse doesn't really do too much besides extra time on the curse and also extra radius on the curse. So when the monster hits them, it does actually apply like a larger AoE, so more monsters do get hit by the curse.
Correct. Yeah, there's no extra damage. I mean, he doesn't have to kill these guys. He can just kite them.
Yeah.
But it looks like they want to pick him out.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to go for the other bound demon or something. I'm not quite sure. Maybe Turk had cursed.
Like, yeah, cursed lightning enchant. And what's interesting with lightning enchant, on your bound demon, when you have Blood Oath, if you take damage, that damage gets applied to your demon. And when your demon takes damage and he's lightning enchanted, those lightning bolts proc off of your demon, and those lightning bolts will proc the cursed. So it's actually a pretty sick combo to have lightning enchant cursed on your demon.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty simple endurance for them right here. Haku not really having too much trouble. I'm not saying like anything super scary right now. Does secure the waypoint. Actually going for the save and exit here, surprisingly. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe they're just trying to hope for that real quick sharp turn exit. You obviously can get pretty lucky with the extra, you know, the tile being right around the corner kind of thing. For people that don't know watching at home, a lot of the maps in Diablo 2 are actually not as random as you would think. There still is a lot of randomness to them, but there are a lot of patterns and rules that you follow when it comes to which direction you can generally follow to get from your starting destination to your exit. And right now it just looks like they're potentially farming for a specific demon. Maybe they're going hunting. I guess they might be looking for cursed, maybe Fanaticism or my aura to help buff the echoing strikes damage.
Yeah, or they could be looking for cursed conviction, so that the static damage.
Yep. Could be a cursed conviction combo. I'm seeing a might here. They might be considering it. No pun intended.
They might.
They might be considering it. But it is also going to be a little bit scary to get this one out and potentially It looks like that one might actually be on Turok, which is probably not what they want, since he's usually cold enchanted and doesn't always have curse. Oh my goodness, the snake. The snake doing 300 damage there. That is incredible.
I don't think I've ever seen the snake do so much damage, because usually
yeah.
like the aura.
Yeah, it's very rare to see them. I mean, obviously you can see the might aura ticks around them. It's actually a good way to see whether or not there's snakes if you're ever doing some kind of like full clear challenge run, which I have to do at some point, but yeah, hopefully with some luck, maybe there's some might aura around just to make it easier for me.
When it comes to a full clear, do you have to find like those frogs that are in the water?
Yep.
Pull them out?
You've got to find the frogs. You've got to find the frogs. You've got to find the snakes. You've got to find everything.
Oh man, that it's like Den of Evil, but you know,
yeah,
for the entire game, pretty rough.
Yep. No, Den of Evil on hard mode. I mean, Den of Evil's already hard enough. Let's be honest. There's always that one demon that gets away, but yeah, we're pretty much
yeah.
But it does look like
It's
they're
always
going.
a zombie for me.
Yeah, there's always that one zombie hiding in the walls. But we do see them. Is it Might Aura? I think he might actually be Might Aura. Yeah, it's looking like they're trying to get him, maybe. Or maybe they're just clearing him, I'm not sure. Yeah, yeah, oh. Okay,
Yeah.
they've got him. Yep. Okay, so that's the one that they wanted. I think they wanted... I mean, this is two really good things. From what I can tell, I mean, again, can't read Korean, but I'm just assuming based on the mods. I think they've got Lightning Enchanted, Might Aura, and Curse. And Curse obviously is like very important for Echoing Strikes. You need that Curse in order to apply the resistance reduction. Lightning Enchanted actually helps, as you were saying before, Lightning Enchanted helps proc the curse a lot easier, because if you take damage with Blood Oath, or obviously if your demon takes damage, a lightning bolt probably is bound to hit some kind of demon within the area, or monster within the area. And then the Might Aura actually also helps buff Echoing Strike's damage ever so slightly as well.
That was a quick Durance telly, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess he already had Waypoint, maybe?
Yeah, he did. He had the Waypoint, so he would have just gone from Durance too. But I think in general that just felt like a very quick telly, like he might have got pretty lucky with maps. But here we go. So we're going to be seeing Hell Mephisto come down. Wow, that damage is that is looking quite nice. So, I mean, again, like I said before,
that's not static anymore.
Yeah, that is not static. That's actually Echoing Strikes kicking in here. So I think it's a combination of multiple things. They're starting to get more levels. They've obviously acquired a very good demon, you know, having both the Might Aura, which is going to be a super high level, given the fact that it's come from Ismail, who's probably like in the late 70s or early 80s, which I think is equivalent to what, like level 10 or 11 Might Aura. And then not only that, but, you know, just in general, like I said, the more levels, the curse that is applied, and then the Might Aura. Those three things going together, definitely making Echoing Strikes start to really scale up, and you're starting to really feel that damage. And, you know, boss fights are just going to start becoming a joke for these guys. And in general, like just fighting regular monsters outside in the wilderness.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the XP really starts to kick in. A lot of people do, you know, CS runs for that XP, especially like from like getting G-rushed and then, you know, doing CS, going from 1 to 80, or at least 1 to 60, and then hopping over to Veil Waves. So these guys, being like, you know, high 50s, are gonna be getting tons of XP here in CS.
Yep.
And they need to be careful. The Doommates will smack you pretty good.
Oh, I would not be surprised.
Souls.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would not be surprised if we see a reload the moment a soul is spotted. Ooh, Lightning Enchanted. Ooh, but Might Aura, that could have been a scary teleport. Right there, that Might Aura Doom Pack is enough to easily take out that Sorceress. Like, probably 1 or 2 hits, if that. I want to say, those Doom Knights, man, they can chunk so hard. But we're going to have to see here. We do have 1 good mob type, 2 good mob types. There's 3 mob types that can spawn in these areas right now. But there's a pool, I think, of 4 or more. I forget the exact pool. I think it's like maybe 5. Actually, I think it's 5.
Oh, here, yeah.
Yeah, in Plains of Despair, I think you've got a pool of maybe 5 or 6. I forget, honestly. It's one of those things that kind of just is muscle memory to me. If I see a soul, I panic. but in general, there's 3 mob types that will spawn here, and currently it doesn't look like they've got souls, so they're kind of relaxing at the moment. Souls is like the big, you know, if you see a soul in a hardcore run, you're more than likely going to quit. We kind of saw that instance happen when Goat got the Worldstone 2 waypoint, and just as soon as he got past those souls and saw it, he was just like, yep, I'm out.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that's the way to do it. I mean, it's kind of lucky that he found the waypoint instantly there. That was...
Yeah, pretty much right after that Deadly Soul pack, which again, I still want to go back and watch the replay and see if that was conviction, because I swear I saw some green underneath. It was either one of two things. It was either a green soul or a green conviction or underneath it, and either one
100%.
you probably don't want to see.
You don't want to see either, no.
Yeah.
He is taking his time to tell you through here. Have we seen a third mob type? Oh, Doom Knights, okay.
Yeah, so we've got Doom Knights, Flesh Spawners, and the Morphines. He has located Israel. Ooh, this is... Yeah, okay, decent mob types here again. The only thing that would really be scary, I'd say, is probably the Abyss Knights. Honestly, there are times where those guys can just chunk. Like these guys here, this is going to be a little scary if they don't actually dodge these projectiles, but, you know, they're taking their sweet time with it and just making sure that they don't cause any problems.
Yeah, and the Blizzard here is going to wreck these Stormcasters.
Yep.
They're not quite Stormcasters yet until CS, but...
I forget what they're called here. There's something. Stranglers or something like that.
Yeah. And if you ask Goat, he calls these spiders, so...
Oh, yeah. Even worse. But, yeah, so it seems like they're actually getting some decent levels here. Obviously, we did see another level kick in. And they're being very quick about their stat points. It's good to see now. Like, this is one of the things that we commented on earlier when it came to these runners, especially the Korean runners. It seemed like they were saving their stat points for such a long time. Again, holding on to stat points right now, but, you know, that's besides the point. But with that said, you know, holding on to these stat points can be the difference maker. You definitely do want to make sure that in a hardcore run, you're putting them in as quickly as possible. And I know, trust me, as like someone who's speedrun for as long as I have, I am guilty of it. I have had so many hardcore runs, not hardcore runs, sorry, but 8-man runs where I'm playing the Druid and I just completely forget. Like, I want to say I'm sitting on like 50 points and I just never stat them. But this is also in softcore, so it's not as big of a deal. But yeah, overall, pretty relaxing river, nothing too threatening. Kind of thinking about potentially reloading. Maybe they were thinking about going for Hephaestus, but I think overall they're pretty convinced with their current Cursed Demon. They're probably going to keep it as is.
Yeah, it's pretty solid Cursed Demon. The one issue I have with the Travancore member is that because he's more of a caster-based enemy, he doesn't quite just go straight up and tank stuff. He will kite around and run back and what? Bit of excitement, maybe.
Kind of, bit of excitement going on. I don't know. Maybe there was either a big drop or they're just excited that they're, you know, they're making it through.
Yeah.
But essentially,
happy to be in CS.
What you were talking about before with the summon here, like, yeah, the council member is obviously more of a caster, doesn't typically go up and attack and apply that curse as easily as we'd like them, but again, this is another thing where having that lightning enchanted is very beneficial to them, so the curse is more than likely going to be applied through that lightning enchanted. Not a bad trade-off overall. Like, I would say that they're probably pretty convinced. Right now you can see the curse is not being applied right now unless he goes up and actually goes for the swing, but you know, they're just taking their time. They want to make sure that they get through. I would honestly say, like, you know, getting through Hell Chaos Sanctuary in a hardcore speedrun race is, you know, 2 teams haven't been able to do that, so this is going to be another one to do that, by the looks of things.
And I mean, they are clearing it all out. Do you have a Fist of Heaven's Pally on a P3 game? Fist of Heaven's Pally is very, very good in CS.
Yeah, right now their composition right now, as much as they're down to 3 players, their composition is pretty much perfect for Hell Chaos Sanctuary. Like, they've got, as you said, the Fist of the Heaven's Paladin, they've got the Blizzard Sork, which helps a lot with those ghosts, and also the Doom Knights. And then you've also got the Warlock, which is just doing, you know, a great deal when it comes to echoing strikes, having curses applied, obviously having the demon up front tank. They're doing really well. Like, this is a tremendous fight back from them getting through. As much as we're at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark, you know, they're doing really, really well.
And I bet they've had their teammate, you know, cheering them along all the way.
yeah. I mean, who knows?
It's normal Diablo.
That could be one of those things. I wonder if they have actually stuck around and kind of just like hung out in the voice chat or whatever. But you know, it's been a long time since they've mourned the teammate. I think, like we said, it was like what, back in normal Diablo. So going from normal Diablo down a player, that is quite the comeback story.
One thing about having somebody coaching you in the like backseat, if you're able to like kind of just listen to what they're saying and, like, you know, execute on that, you don't have to do much thinking. You just have to execute. And so it kind of takes that pressure off of you as a team. But some people don't like being backseated, so it's I guess it's a what's the word? Preference.
Yeah. Okay, so this is...
They need to set up, yeah.
Yeah, they're really... The worst part right now, I was going to say there's a rare... Oh, okay. I was going to say there's a really, really rare spawn where Deceased can actually spawn on that, like, sigil pop. And if you're not aware of it, that could have been the Sorceress dead there. It's very rare. I want to say it's like 0.01% kind of rare, if not even more. But it's one of those things that can
like a
happen.
1 in 1,000.
Yeah, it's like a 1 in 1,000 kind of run. But when it happens, man, it is the scariest thing. And I'm not sure if they're aware of that. If they aren't aware of it, they definitely would want to become aware of it by the next time they do this race. So
I think you can tell where it's kind of spawning with the little
yeah,
glow orbs.
you get the little glow orbs, but even then, that's still not enough time to react, man. That's like, I want to say that's less than a second.
Yeah, it gives you like a, and it's not exactly where they spawn either. It gives you, they can kind of spawn like in an area around that. Yeah, I mean, this is the last seal boss they're coming up to. This should be the easiest one, I think.
Yeah, I think for their composition overall, it should be quite a breeze. Like, I would be very, very shocked. Again, they do have to play it kind of safe, but it's going to be one of those ones where pretty much Infector almost always spawns in the safe spot. Like, I don't think I've seen Infector spawn in a bad spot unless the entire seal is packed with lots of monsters. So, in this case, we're kind of just waiting. Right now, they're clearing everything, which is also another smart idea, obviously, if you want to play it extra safe and make sure that you get past, you know, make it over the finish line, right? So, this is the smart thing to do here. I think what they're going to do is probably have the other two players... Oh, this is risky from them, actually. This is a risky call. If they get stuck here... I mean, they've got the town portal as a backup plan, but if they get stuck here, they really... This could be very scary. If they get swarmed or surrounded... I mean, I think they've got enough damage to make sure that they clear. Obviously, the Blizzard's really good because you want targets moving. Big targets and moving targets are the two key things that you need. Also, monsters stacked up when it comes to Blizzard's damage. But right now, you can see it's pretty much a breeze. Like, they've walked down, they've walked into the Blizzard, they've also got the Sigil down, they've got the monster up front tanking.
They get the safe spawn.
Yeah. Not going for the Diablo kill here. Obviously, I mean, at the end of the day, they kind of want to go for bonus experience, I'd say. The level 58, so they're going for that one extra run to make sure that they secure the level 60 required for Ancients in Hell.
Yeah, I don't agree with that play, because you do have to re-kill one of the most dangerous bosses in the game, Deceased.
Yeah. I think they had that opportunity. I think they had a really good opportunity there. If they encounter something like a Cold Immune Infector, or obviously, like you said, a very, very scary Deceased Sigil, yeah, I feel like, as you said, they definitely should have taken that opportunity there to beat Diablo while they had the chance. It might be a misplay here because, again, they might have to reload, potentially lose a tiny little bit of time. But in general, you know, there's not too much, I think, that can really bring their composition down. They've got a lot of good things. Like, they can basically tackle anything. Like, between Fist of the Heavens doing magic damage, there's nothing magic immune here. You've got Blizzard, which will pretty much take care of, like, almost everything as long as there's no cold immunes. You know, between the sigil bosses, that is, or the seal bosses, and then obviously Echoing Strike's doing physical damage, and just, you know, with the curse, it's a no-brainer. Like, I don't think they're going to have any kind of issues actually getting through something, but it's just a case of whether or not something might become more scary as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw like they were kind of scrambling around, but they have, like you said, such a good comp that, like, even with the scrambling around, they were able to just kind of clear out space and have a safe spot here in Chaos Sanctuary.
Yeah, this is essentially the thing that we kind of wanted to see from Super Bear. Rather than going for Stony Tomb, coming all the way to Chaos Sanctuary might have been the play for them.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with as much lightning damage as they had. They had a Paladin and a Lightning Trap Assassin, so that's what I was thinking they should have done. I wonder if they were thinking that, like, Stony Tomb has slower monsters, and so because the monsters move slow, they can kite around easier. But I just disagree with the damage types that they had. I think they had like a game plan and they just kind of stuck to it, because if they had managed to keep their Warlock alive, the Warlock could have been crushing the monsters there in Stony Tomb. And they didn't have like they didn't plan for like a backup, and I feel like it's pretty rare for a Warlock death. considering he gets so many tools to like kind of keep himself alive. You have the lethargy symbol, you got the blade warp, you have, which is a little delayed, so that could be a problem. But then you also have, you're gaining 3 HP, whereas most casters only gaining 2 HP per vitality point. So you have like Sorc, Druid, Necromancer that are only gaining 2, but the Warlock gaining 3, unlike the other casters, because he's a caster, but he also has like, you know, Echoing Strikes and Mirror Blades for the melee aspect of the Warlock. So I wonder if that's probably their decision there to go with 3. But yeah, it makes for a very, very tanky character, and I wonder if that might be one of the nerfs they think about, because people have mentioned a lot of various nerfs that the Warlock could receive damage-wise, but not a lot of people talk about how tanky they are, especially with like things like Blood Oath, and that being like a source of DR, essentially, to your demon.
I mean, I think essentially it's really hard to say in the future when it comes to like what kind of balance changes you might see. Like maybe we might see the other classes potentially get a bit of a bump up in life pools as well, just to make it feel like a bit more of like a simple experience. Like if you could see like Sorceress or Necromancer, for example, having 3 life per vitality, they're completely different classes, right? Like, don't get me wrong, probably on the stronger side, but that's, I think the Warlock having a mix between caster and also some melee skills, you really need it to have that little bit of extra life, so getting knocked into hit recovery doesn't feel so bad. And then, you know, just in general, being a lot tankier makes it easier to play melee, right? That's why Barb, as much as Barb obviously does have some pretty weak melee spells, he performs pretty well due to the HP of the Barb. But yeah, coming back into this, it does seem like they're not really having too much trouble with clearing the seals. I mean, obviously, again, they're taking their time. They're making sure that they're getting all the experience they possibly can. It's also a good thing as well, because at the end of the day, even the regular monsters are going to give some decent experience. You know, being level 58 or 59, I think they are right now.
Yeah, they're almost high enough level. I wonder if they're going to go right at 60.
I would like to see that.
On going over 60.
I definitely would like to see that. I wouldn't be surprised if we might see some like safety strats of like going for the extra level. But yeah, right now they are 60, so I think they're pretty much just securing this Diablo kill here.
Yeah, hopefully they do the speedrun strat of, you know, trying to kill ancients at the level, minimum level required. Because, I mean, yes, while you can over level and play it really safe and be like, you know, 70 going into ancients, that's not the speedrun strategy. There's no speedrun strategy of over leveling that much. And also, I mean, obviously we can see that they can handle CS safely.
Yeah, I think honestly, like out of all the compositions that we've seen so far, this has probably been one of the ones that's handled CS probably the most comfortable. Besides maybe the GOAT team, which had a lot of safety with, you know, summons and stuff.
Oh no! So they took somebody's perspective that's watching the stream, and now we're getting an inception.
Yeah, the stream inception right there. Stream inception. I like the. I appreciate the waves though.
That's great. So I wonder, after this race, if this will encourage or inspire, you know, more 4-man hardcore hell speedruns, because that category, like I said, this is the first one that's been really done. So we'll see maybe more attempts at it.
Yeah, in general, it's just good to see like more enthusiasm within the speedrunning community as a whole. Like, you know, you and I have pretty much been doing it for as long as we can remember. You know, D2R came out and we've just been here speedrunning still after like 5 years. And I don't think there's any signs of stopping, right? But yeah, I think obviously with a lot of the excitement between the updates and stuff like that, there's a lot of excitement around D2, and I feel like these race events are definitely going to be one of those things where that will probably thrive a lot more. As much as, you know, receiving updates for the game can be a bit rough for the actual speedrun community in terms of like the website and leaderboards and stuff. The actual speedrunning race community thrives when there's updates. You know, it's always a good thing to have new content, new ways to plan strategies. Obviously with race formats like this, you know, people having to factor in like trying to find a spot where the Warlock can kind of do something and obviously do it well. Which, you know, we've seen some teams obviously utilize different strategies between Echoing Strikes, Miasma Chains. You're obviously also seeing some cases where Miasma Chains was utilized in a certain way with Teleport versus Blade Warping, because obviously Blade Warping breaks the chain. And yeah, I think more race formats like this would definitely be more enticing, and, you know, with more interest means more potential for more players to jump into the group speedrunning. We may potentially see things like 5-man speedruns, 8-man speedruns between multiple teams. Like if we could have like 5 or 6 teams going in a race like this, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, throwback to the first Infernal Race.
Yeah, exactly.
With the 4 8-man.
Yeah, the 4 8-man teams at the beginning was definitely one of the most hyped things. But again, it's insane to see how much the Korean teams have stepped up this year. And, you know, obviously this one right now is focusing on finishing the run as best as they can. Again, Act 5 is still a very, very scary place for 700 HP Sorceress. But with that said, you know, trailing behind by around about 2 hours is not a bad shout, considering, you know, I think in the early days of the last Infernal Race, it was definitely a bit of a difference between the teams last time around. And not to mention as well, the speedrunning scene in Korea is definitely growing. Like, you know, we've got Novice Cho, obviously Dongshin is coming out of, like, I want to say coming out of retirement, but essentially, like, he's an amazing runner, still is, as you could see. Like, it was just, seeing his point of view again was so nice, because it was like, him buying potions has always been one of those things that stands out to me. He's been one of the fastest potion buyers. Like, out of everyone in this game, I always thought to myself, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm pretty fast at buying potions, right? Like, I can do the sequence pretty quickly. But I think he is the best out of everyone. Like, tops me, tops everyone else.
I agree, yeah. We saw a little display of that skill when he did that quick save and exit in Cows.
Yep.
He was on that paladin and did just a boom, immediate save and exit when he charged into the middle of a bad pack of cows.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just an amazing gamer, an amazing performance overall. Like, just being able to have such quick reaction speed. I mean, I've watched him play other games before, and I've seen he's pretty much top tier in anything that he plays. Anything that he puts his hands on, just excels. And I really, really would love to see a speedrun come back from him overall. But like I said, we've seen so many different speedrunners from Korea step up. There's been so many people who've, you know, posted Sorceress speedruns online. It definitely would be nice to see them branch out a little bit more and try out the other classes, or, you know, try out the group speedruns a little bit more. Again, we're seeing a really, really solid performance from these guys today, and I think in general, more interest is always going to be exciting. I think, you know, there's been a lot of people globally who are excited to see races like this. So if we end up having more of this kind of stuff happening in the future, there's always going to be a lot of hype around it, a lot of interest around it, and I think overall it's just great for the speedrunning scene and the Diablo community as a whole.
Yeah, and I mean, if we get more, you know, interest in it, then there's, you know, the Germans that are pretty big on doing their group speedruns. So, I mean, if anybody watched this ladder, they were the, you know, #1 team to finish ladder. And then Llama barely eked out a 99 push over the second runner, SGA. So, which 99 runs aren't typically speedrun related, but, you know, it does have a...
I mean, you're still going to have a fast team at the beginning, you know. Like, obviously, in our run, we were doing a bit of a meme run, but, you know, you've still got to have a quick start in order to have a good 99 experience. And I think, obviously, that was one of those things which really set SGA ahead. And, yeah. I mean, globally, we've got a lot of interest from all different, you know, all over the world. So it's going to be interesting to see, like, what kinds of things we can expect in the future in terms of speedrunning races and whatnot. But it does look like they're kind of trying to make sure that this entrance is safe. Again, that's a scary pack. Okay, it makes sense to clear that. I would not take the chance there, but nonetheless, okay. It's going to be hard for us here. This is going to be the time where I really wish I could read Korean. Maybe one day I will learn just for casts like this. But we're not really going to be able to tell what modifiers they roll unless we visually see them. So certain things like Spectral Hit, Cursed, we won't be able to see Cursed unless it's applied. And if they take a Cursed Ancients fight, oh no, That is going to be so scary.
I mean, right now they're currently cursed, so they should definitely go back.
Yeah.
Get rid of that.
I think that's kind of a no-brainer. It looks like that's what they're opting for here, but in general, I think yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what kind of mods they roll for. I'm gonna assume that they're gonna do a lot of attempts, like making sure that they get the safest ancients possible, probably similar to what the Three Dads and a Goat Man went with. I ended up seeing at least like 2 or 3 spectral hits, and I feel like out of everything that they can roll, spectral hit's probably the most relaxing for ancients. Obviously mana burn's not the best if you're doing magic damage, which is not great. The only thing that I'm really worried about with this composition right now is the fact that the Paladin is only going to be able to do damage to 1 ancient at a time, and typically Fist of the Heavens is a very, very low single target damage. It's only lightning damage that it applies. You're so used to seeing the magic damage that spreads from the Holy Bolt being the big factor, but the lightning damage is quite low, especially without like extra synergies and stuff. So, as you can see here, yeah, I don't think they're going to want any kind of extra fast. I don't think they're going to want any kind of... Talic extra fast is pretty much... Oh my goodness, are they taking it?
Oh my gosh, please.
No, I was going to say, please don't take that. Okay. Oh, Fanaticism's an instant no-no.
We're going to see a lot of resets here.
Yeah, this is probably... We're probably going to see anywhere between, 10 to 50 resets, potentially. I don't know if they can take... Okay, so they've got a dual immunity. I've seen there. There's a cold and lightning immune, which means the Echoing Strikes is really going to have to take advantage of that. He's doing the smart strat by pulling them apart. Mordok does look like...
thrown into the wall? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, so... Okay, right now they've got the demon tank. Oh, the Talic there, the Talic whirlwinding. It's got to be paying attention to it. It's good use of... I think he's got death... No, he hasn't got death mark. Oh, no, he's got death mark on left click. Okay, that's actually quite smart now that I think about it. Death mark on left click is like a...
Idea.
That's like a really, really easy reposition of the demon. But damn, 2 ancients down.
That.
Yep, 2 ancients down. Oh.
Again, so Maddock is not focusing the demon.
Yeah, and pretty much from this point they're kind of just standing around and watching while the Echoing Strikes Warlock does all the work here, because that is the only person who can currently do damage to Mordok.
Yep, but they did take out the other 2 scary ancients.
Yep.
Maddock being lightning enchanted, I mean, this is...
Yeah,
unless there's some bug with the,
okay.
lightning procs.
I was a little bit worried about that cold enchanted explosion. Not a big deal, because at the end of the day, when you level, like, you're usually fine. But, if someone has, like, really, really bad negative cold res, it could be a tough time for them. But so far...
when he hovered over his demon tree there, the Blood Oath, he has it leveled up to level 10. So he actually has quite a few points into survivability there on the Warlock.
But did you say that was 10 points into Blood Oath, was it?
Yeah, so he doesn't have plus 9 skill points.
Yeah.
He might have like plus 1 or 2. But, yeah, he's invested quite a bit into Blood Oath there.
Alright, we are at the final stretch. This is one of the scariest parts. Let's go! We're getting the let's go chance. Here we go. It's the final stretch.
Go.
Oh, there's a tile that he's missed at the top there, unfortunately. So there is a split at the beginning, and I believe that honestly might actually be the exit.
Wow, that is exit. Yeah.
I hate to say it, I think that's the exit. It's either going to be up or down. It's going to be one... Okay, so it's down, but either way, he's caught the split. Good job from Haku there.
Do we get souls?
Is there souls? We've got... Oh, snakes are scary. Snakes are just as scary. I heard some kind of aura back there. That sounded like Holy Shock, maybe?
Holy Shock, yeah.
Holy Shock. Okay, so we've got a waypoint here.
Waypoint.
He's gonna go for it.
He's souls here.
Going for it. Okay,
so
that's...
we can check throne.
Yep.
See if there's any souls in throne or
so,
dolls.
So they're on level 3 right now. Okay, it looks like pretty relaxing mob types. I mean, there's still potential for something scary, but yeah, overall that's a very relaxing moment. Ooh, Doom Knights, not so great. Moon Lords are a bit scary. Oh, Fanaticism in the room. Okay, it looks like they're kind of relaxing though. They're definitely capable of getting this one.
That was not Korean.
I don't blame the reaction, but at the same time, definitely caught us a little bit off guard. Okay, so yeah, their last mob type is not too bad here. They've got the Pit Lords as well. So Pit Lords, Moon Lords.
Those are pretty relaxing.
Pitlords, Moonlords, and then you've also got the Doom Knights. The only thing that's going to be a bit of a concern for this comp right now is the fact that the Wave 2 can respawn some of the undead. They've still got stuff on the edge right now that they need to take care of right before the waves are spawning. They need to get that summoned.
You don't want that coming in on you on the backside.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. And yeah, that one thing about Wave 2 is that they're capable of respawning undead monsters, and there are currently Doom Knights and Oblivion Knights in the throne room, which are undead. You can see a couple of them on the floor near the town portals at the moment. Those guys will actually be potential to be resurrected. They're going to have to keep an eye out for them when that happens.
Yeah. And is he running a Hex, by the way? I don't know if he's running any Hex. Because he doesn't have any Hex hotkeyed, so I think he's foregoing the Hex at, like, Purge or Bane and just doing, like, you know, the Bind Demon, the Blood Oath with his demon so that he's tankier, and then just, like, whatever he has from Echoing Strike and Mirrored Blades. I'm guessing he doesn't have Blade Warp maxed either for the synergy damage.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of damage you're just missing out on.
Definitely a decent chunk of damage, especially when you're factoring that they're going for the curse here with the physical damage. Okay, so we're on to Wave 3. Overall, pretty relaxing. I mean, the Hydras definitely can get scary if you just stand there and tank them. You're seeing a bit of an HP drop, but nothing crazy. Like, I think... I could be wrong, but I want to say this Salvation Aura. Yeah, they've got Salvation Aura. They're going to be relaxing here. Like, this should be them closing it out completely.
Yeah.
The only thing that's going to be really scary is Baal. Baal is still potential. Like, all it takes is a crit hit from Baal and a Tentacle to be the difference maker, but I think overall this one looks like they might have it in the bag. Again, the lack of Barbio and the lack of Oak Sage from Druid is still very scary. I would not put it past them to die to Hell Baal, because, you know, as much as the Sigil should lock him down, I just don't want to see someone die to Hoarfrost. It's like the Cold Nova is going to be the scariest thing to see someone fall over to.
Oh, they're getting rid of Amp before Wave 5, but that
makes
means
sense.
they're not prepped for Wave 5.
Going in together makes sense. And Baal triggers the laugh again. I think it's because the town portals are too far back at the moment.
Yeah, so
he's
really,
actually
really safe there.
Yeah. If you actually, as a note for people watching, especially if you're familiar with Diablo 2, if you had a town portal too close to Baal, he'll actually spawn the wave. So he'd throw the wave in and you wouldn't even have to worry about the laughing. But they got kind of, I mean, I don't want to say they got lucky, but it essentially might have been something that was planned. But either way, they didn't spawn the wave. Baal triggered his laugh again, which is what happens between each of the waves. And we were just pretty much waiting to see whether or not that wave was spawned based on town portal locations. We weren't 100% sure, but here we go. This is going to be them. What's up?
He lost his Might Curse Demon for a Lister or
maybe the
Lister.
Maybe the Lister might have a curse, but either way, the Sigil is going to be. Oh, here we go. This is the Hoarfrost being scary. Tentacles are also potentially scary. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a P3 spawn Baal. Tentacles can hit pretty hard if crit damage applies. But
Baal has
damn.
that extra damage.
Okay, he's falling really fast here. They've got some really solid stuff going on. Again, without that curse, the Echoing Strikes is going to suffer a little tiny bit. But I think Holy Bolt, between Holy Bolt damage, Blizzard, nice. They're closing it out. They're closing it out.
Yeah, Lethargy, the Demon Tank.
Yeah, they've got this. They've got this in the bag. Absolutely. A solid comeback from Running Crew. I mean, obviously, as much as they were behind in terms of time, they have managed to pull it back by actually surviving with 3 players. Like, that is very impressive.
And they're going to sub 5, so they'll be under an hour marker, so that's cool too.
Yep, they've
it's not like just over.
They guaranteed themselves second place from the moment that they beat Heldurial, but I mean, at the end of the day, congratulations to Running Crew for securing second place and surviving the hardcore Infernal Race. GG's.
GG's. That was excellent.
Very nice. Very nice.
They clearly know a little bit of English, but
yeah. I was going to say
more words.
yeah. Definitely a good display of some English that we heard throughout there. We understood a few things.
Yeah.
But that is so that's Running Crew securing second place. Again, obviously we had 3 dads and a goat man. coming in first, and then Super. I lost the name of it. Super Bear getting third place, and the other team. I forget. my memory, man. It's been such a crazy day in terms of just like this race. But
it's all good.
The Pig King team, the Broken Pig Dan, that's the one. The Broken Pig Dan getting third place there, as you guys can see. I'll just quickly hide the cameras for a moment. But you can see here, this is the final standings for all the teams. We do have obviously some very close times between both 3 Dads and a Goatman and Super Bear in the normal difficulty. There's a point in time where they're kind of trading back and forth between being ahead and being behind, but pretty much as we saw obviously from Nightmare Act 1, once Super Bear lost that player, times definitely started to become a little bit wider in terms of the gap. Running Crew obviously falling a little bit behind in terms of some of the times, but still making it all the way through to the end. Huge congratulations, very, very solid display of skill today.
Yeah. And I mean, without a barbarian too, that's a very, very scary push all the way through to hell there on hardcore. I know, as I've played quite a few Telesork roles, or quite a few times on Telesork, and had my issues with teleporting on low HP. I guess we can put our webcams back up.
Yep, cameras can go back on.
And I mean, yeah, get the celebrate. Whoa, that's a crazy red portal teleport.
Wait, what? Okay, that's confusing. Seeing him put the red portal all the way down there, that's a rare sight, but
he's making it safe for you guys because he's gonna smash the world stone. So you gotta back away, you know.
But nah, big respect as well to Running Crew. Again, surviving without the battle orders, surviving without the Oak Sage. Huge performance from them. Like, amazing stuff. Very, very good. Like, a solid display of skill from all the teams, whether you fell early or whether you made it all the way through to the end. Huge display of skill. And like, it was just very exciting to see a lot of people come out of retirement and actually, you know, perform well in the speedrun, and just, you know, the huge step up from some of the Korean teams within this race was a huge deal. Like, I love to see it. I want to see more of it, and I think in general it'll just be really nice to see more interest within the speedrunning scene, see more of these races potentially within the future. But yep.
Yeah, I was really excited to see, you know, the returning players both on the NA side and Korea side. And yeah, I mean, like you said, the Korean co-op gameplay has gotten a lot better. And I think S&D, what we see here, they actually had a team back 4 years ago. So they've become casters, I guess.
I think like, I think in general S&D is like the big ones that they host. They host these events, obviously, and I think in general they do the casting. I'm not sure if they actually had a team. Maybe they did. They might have had a team representing and also hosting the event. But again, yeah, that is awesome to see. But I think what we'll do for the time being, Jim, is we'll switch over to the chatting scenes real quick.
Yeah, because we're a little bit underdressed for this one.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to be too outshone by the Korean casters there. They definitely look a lot better dressed than we do, that's for sure, with us in our black t-shirts and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, what a race, man. What an absolute race. It was amazing to see the two teams at the beginning, obviously trading back and forth between placements, until, unfortunately, we saw Super Bear have that player drop. And then, not to mention as well, the other two teams kind of also having their own little battle for placements. And Running Crew, huge props to them for making it all the way. And again, at the same time as well, huge props to 3 Dads and a Goatman for taking that one away. Eventually, it was also 3 Dads and 2 Goatman, but, you know, that's besides the point.
Yeah, and thanks for having me, you know, join you, Kano. That was a really enjoyable cast.
It was a blast, obviously, being able to cast this with you, and also thank you for the opportunity between both, you know, S&D, you know, the Infernal Race organizers, Blizzard as well. It was awesome. It was a super awesome opportunity to have this race going on, and definitely would love to see more in the future. I don't know if you have any other final closing thoughts in regards to the race, if there's anything that you wanted to say or mention, but
just thanks to the players for joining and participating. You guys put on a great show, and
Yeah.
I think everybody really enjoyed that. I know I did. Hopefully, we can see more in the future.
Yeah, no, again, like you said as well, thank you as well to the players who did participate in today's tournament. You made it very, very entertaining for us as casters, the people watching on Twitch as well. And yeah, I definitely hope to see more of these races, man. It was a blast casting with you, Jim. But yeah.
Same.
I think from this point, this is where we will conclude the broadcast, so we'll switch over to the scenes and just make sure that we... mute. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed
Thank you, everybody.
today's Infernal Race, and we will see you all next time. Farewell.
Peace.